Hello, buddy boyos. We are live. It's midday, just about 3 o'clock in my area. I think I said 3 or 4, so we're basically on time yesterday when I basically what I said. So here we are. We are live with another SNI Sunday night Incel. Shout out to the Cope Gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery Gang for being in here, solving the mysteries. What is up, my dudes? 8 people sitting in the chat, 6 people in the chat. All right, get it. We got these streams are always great to listen to off the gym. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I can't listen to podcasts for some strange reason when I'm working out. I need like some like really active music to like work out with, like like especially when I'm doing cardio. Like I went to the gym this morning actually to do cardio just to get an hour of cardio in before I spent the rest most of my day writing this paper for my class and studying for my exam on Friday. So I have that going on. We got Boyo. What's up? What's up, Crown Shakya? David Zambrano. This stream is over. It never began. I heard you, my dude. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we are. Here we go again. Motherfucker. Here we go again. Have an article to show. Have some memes. Let me pull up the meme folder here. Here's my meme folder. All right. Put it to the side. 6 people. What is up, my dudes? Should be a fun stream today. Should be a long one. Might go from like 3 to 6, 3 to 8. For all I know, might go pretty long. So, yeah, yesterday's stream went really well. Actually, it was a pretty good stream. A lot of people think a lot of people enjoyed that stream a lot. Normally, Sunday streams are pretty chill. So hopefully this one goes pretty well. Hayashi Sugihara, what's up, my dude? Yo, what's up, Mystery? What's up, my dude? What is good in the hood? Got my water here. Yeah, Black Ronin in the house. Up, Black Ronin. Saint Matt Jones Cell, censored individual. My nigga, I'm failure. It's my mantra. That's my life. Got called a loser by a Floyd today. Reminder that it's over. Dang. I'm sorry that happened to you, my dude. They can be very unforgiving for sure. Oh boy, very unforgiving. Just make some weekend streams, bro. Had to mute myself. Had to cough. What the hell? Based. What's up? Sumpfkraut addict. I think you're pretty new here. I don't think I've seen you before. Let's see. I'll wait till we get about 15 people, 20 people in here before I start reading out this article, and then I got some memes to show. 11 folks. Okay, I'm getting a pretty big increase here. Oh, MGTOW's a good cope. Well, I'm gonna raise the comment real quick. Hold on. JR Alberto Escobar. What's up, my dude? Greetings, my dudes. Do you think MGTOW is a good cope? Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's men sense their own way, but at the end of the day, a lot of men end up in that position to begin with. As long as you don't as long as you know that you're like that you've been sent your own way, I don't really give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, you're gonna end up there anyway. You're gonna end up going your own way, even though you've been sent your own way. But yeah, you're kind of stuck there. So you got at the end of the day, a lot of men end up going quote unquote MGTOW, even though it's MISTOW. So you end up alone anyway. So you might want to just like learn to deal with the crippling loneliness in your heart. So yeah. I'm a Chad Light. I got black pill during my late 20s. Ah, really? Okay. Hey, buddy boy. What's up, Sherry? God. The risk of getting divorced graped is too high now. Yeah. I was banned on King Pill today. King Pill, what's that? That like another like Discord channel or something or what? I think I saw you post that on Discord, but I couldn't quite tell. I'm never really on like I'm on Discord, but I don't really like go on there all that often. So where the heck is my Discord at? Let's see. Hmm. 12 people so far. And so many I want a girlfriend post on Blind, the common response was just lift bro or get hobbies, lol. Or get hobbies, yeah. I don't know about that. Ultimately the hobbies that men enjoy and the hobbies that women enjoy are going to be very very different. So like even if you do get a hobby, like okay, like let's say you need to find a hobby that women are actually interested in. So like I don't know, pick up art or some shit like that. I don't know. So like you need to find a hobby that women are actually want to do. The problem with the just get a hobby bullshit or just lift bro. Lifting won't save your face. Won't save your face, obviously. And getting hobbies. Well, if you're a dude, you're gonna have way different interests than what a woman's gonna want. So like ultimately, you want to have a hobby where there's a decent ratio of women to men there. And if it's not that if the ratio is bad, then you're kind of fucked. So yeah, it's over for MGTOW cells. Yeah, most incels are most MGTOWs are incels. They just don't know it, or they deny it for sure. Just get a facial transplant, bro. Ugh. Just get bone extension surgery, bro. Yeah, just like just destroy your fucking legs. What a weird surgery, by the way. Like what the hell? Break your kneecaps and end up fucking crippled for your whole life. Let's see. Should I read the article first, or should I do the memes? I think the article's probably good enough. I say I might save the article for later. Let me put the article down there, and I'll we'll do a few memes here. Got a decent number of memes today, so I can't read that guy's name, but okay. Saw this clip on Tails channel, bros. Well, why I will never reveal my face or voice. Just found out that some particular local streamer girl did webcam shows. Okay. Aren't most men incels by default because of screwed up demographics? Um, yeah, it depends. It depends on what you mean by incel. A lot of people have a different definition of like incel. Some people think like you're only an incel if you have like if you can't get your looks match. Some people think you're an incel if you've had like if you've had sex before, then you're not an incel. Some people think you are an incel if you had sex before. It depends on your definition. The definition's so spurious right now. I would say like a dry spell, like a extremely long dry spell makes you an incel for sure. That's a definite one for me. Versions are automatically incels to some extent. Um, Incel equals you. I'm assuming you mean you can't get laid no matter what. Hopefully this thing doesn't fuck up anymore. I'll make sure this thing doesn't move anymore. Okay, good. It's not moving. All right, let's show some memes real quick. We got 15, 16 people in here, and we show some memes real quick. It's when I gotta zoom in on though. Okay, this is the no-fap calendar. I'm gonna show it real quick. Hold on. It's a funny meme. I don't actually believe no-fap works, but whatever. Um, it might work for all I fucking know. I don't give a fuck though. This is just a funny meme I found. Share screen two. Okay, here we are. Phase one, days 10 through 30, I believe. Brain starts panicking, and you go through a very hard urge wave. Happens around between 10 to 30 days, usually around the 2 week mark. Basically, a period where the superpowers hit and you feel very energized, but at the same time very unstable due to the urges. The urge wave here is the strongest, and most people fail there. That's why most streaks end after around week 2 or 2 weeks. Going through it is very key to a successful streak, as no other upcoming urge wave will be this hard. By overcoming it, you've shown you're capable of going on a very long streak. Urge wave, a series of days with constant heavy urges, usually 4 to 6 days in a row, basically the opposite of the flat line. Day 20 here, you've progressed. So here's you at day 1. Here's you at day 20. Oh God. 30 to 60. You survived the initial urge wave. Still feeling the superpowers, but no longer unstable. Brain lost the first battle and needs time to plan its next attack. Although it will try to pull a few more tricks, this is mostly a peaceful period. The tricks include smaller urge waves or flat lines. Day 40. Look at this guy. Look at the improvement. Look at this guy to this guy here. Look at this shit, dude. I love it. Phase 3, 60 to 95. This is where the superpowers get upgraded a bit. Previously, it was mostly increased confidence and more energy. Now, in addition, you can start becoming more disciplined and easily motivated. You start getting more things done, working on yourself, thinking about the future, etc. The brain has also upgraded its arsenal and is ready for another strike. Instead of regular periods of urges and easy days, this period can become more randomized. The brain is focused on shorter surprise strikes instead of longer urge waves, since he's proven ineffective against you. One day of no urges, the next complete chaos, then no urges. Day 60, look at this. Look at the improvement. Look, day 40, day 60. Look at this. You turn to an old man. Somehow you just go into he's got an old man status here. Phase 4, 95 to 150, day 90. All I've got to do is not watch porn today. The healing phase. Brain has tried so much to stop, but nothing worked. It is weak at this point and forced to accept your new ways. Porn-induced problems start to disappear. Weird fetishes slowly fade. Vanilla sex starts to seem amazing. Although the brain has accepted your new ways, it still won't miss a chance to go back if you give it. Urges are still there, but the nature of the urge changes. This is how you know you're healing. Superpowers are still up and running. You're getting used to this wonderful new lifestyle. Focus on your goals, slowly becoming the person you've always wanted to be. Fucking goddamn! So you go from decrepit old man to old man with who shaved himself to king to old man again to old man who turned white. There you go, buddy boyos. Just do no fap and you too can ascend to old man status. Superpowers, good for fucking old fucking no fap. God, horrible. This is either a meme or a not a meme. Either somebody like memeing completely, like lying themselves on the internet, or something, or what. Let me show this meme here. Dev 29, 1 mile away. 5'8". My eggs are dying. Swipe right if you want to be a baby daddy. Just a chubby girl with a cute face. Please swipe left if you're under 6'4". Not shallow. It's called having a type. Okay. I believe you. Here we go. That's not a good meme. I'm gonna show that one off. Here's yesterday's thumbnail. I'm gonna show this one here. The cat mama. Here we are. Look at this shit. Just coping. One day I'll get married. Chad he'll commit to me this time. Sure, whatever you say, lady. She even got the plus care. That's an expensive bag of cat food. Best aunt. Look at this. Why not? Get the black box of boxed wine. It's a perfect fucking story here. Let's see. Some addicts actually need no fap to get to normal, but no one is getting superpowers from it. The whole idea comes from a guilt complex. Yeah. Infiltrate, you do no fap in hopes of getting superpowers. God damn. Natty Gym Max is nothing like real diversion we see on TikTok, Insta, YouTube. Yeah. Just fucking less. She's 5'8", a 6 foot dude should be enough. Yeah, really. I always kind of laugh at like girls who are like way too tall for like, for being a chick, like being like 6'8", 6'9", because like 6'8", my God, 5'8", 5'9". It's like, okay, like you're the tall one. Like I've had a girl question my height because I'm looking at her like, well, you're like 5'8". So, like, what do you? How tall do you think I am? She's like, oh, you're like, oh, six. I'm like 5'11". I'm like, oh my God. Like she thought I was like really short. I'm like, okay, that's because you're tall. Like don't look at me like I'm short. You're just too tall for a girl. So cool for her. She still wanted to date me though. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Too tall. Let's get some lighthearted memes in here. We got why does it always do this? There we go. Lighthearted meme. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. No one appreciates wholesome memes. Like some water. Here's the Southeast Asia maxing old white man. Here we go. This is what awaits you guys when you go to Southeast Asia. Look at this shit. This guy, he gets to smash all this. He gets all this. Come home, white man. This is what awaits you. This is what you need right here. Let's see. Would you pick this one? This one here is probably the best look. I don't know. At least for me, it's the best looking one. What's going on, brother? Here's an article from a few weeks ago. Here we go. Children are increasingly selling explicit content on OnlyFans. Report. New York Post, May 21st, or May 31st, 2021. Yeah, who didn't see this coming? Who didn't see that one coming? Like children are extremely impressionable, and like when you show them bad things to do, not bad things to do, but then when they see their influencers, the people who influence them, obviously the fucking Instagram models, the fucking YouTube stars, the TikTok stars, and you see them all on OnlyFans, what do you expect to happen? Like kids are extremely impressionable at the end of the day. They'll do what the culture expects them to do. Speaking of, is this even real? I'm not sure this is one thing. I'm not gonna put that one. Fuck it. What's the point? Here, the one says a life fuel for the life fuel for the white cells out there. Over 50% of liberal white women under 30 have a mental health issue. Are you worried yet? I'm not. Look at that shit. Life fuel for you guys. Or maybe a suey fuel, I don't know. Okay. Let's damn man, why aren't you out piping your Asian Stacy? Asian. What? Invest in psych meds. I agree. It's gonna be a whole lot of more mental illness in the future for sure. There's a lot now. Okay, here's this is from last year, or from 2 years ago, actually, 2019. I'm gonna read this article. It's 20 people in here, so fuck it. People will pile in later on. Let me drink some water. They'll probably say it's due to them being in the patriarchy. More than likely, yeah. Although I've also seen the research actually shows that people who are further on the left tend to have more psychological issues, which is kind of funny how it kind of correlates with like political ideology. I think I've showed that study before though on the stream. I'm not going to show it again, but antidepressants, cat food, medicine, or other way around, you can't lose. Pretty funny. Yeah, it's true. You can't lose in that market, dude. Easy money. Same thing with old people, healthcare fucking shelters, shit like that. Invest in those, and you'll be a multimillionaire. Let's see. Here's the article from Medium. Chick named Rachel. I don't know. Men don't want relationships with women over 30. Quote: Men don't want relationships with women over 30. This is the starting line of one of my conversations that I had with an older male friend of mine. We typically have conversations about life, work, relationships. Given his age, mid-50s, and experience level, he likes to take the time out of his precious day to educate me on men and women relationships. Let's first give credit where credit is due. He's been in far more relationships than me. Plus, he's lived with more women than I have men. He currently lives with his 20-something-year-old girlfriend. Interesting. 20-something-year-old girlfriend. He's like literally like 50. On this occasion, he asked me this question: why do you think women over 30 are single? I gave him my answer. In my opinion, in their 30s, women in their 30s are single because they've matured, cope, and have clear definitions of the type of men they want in their lives. Cope, they have no time for games, and as such, they want a man that is ready to settle down and raise a family together. Cope, you should have took care of that in your 20s. Before I could finish my thoughts and analysis, he quickly dismissed them, opting instead to share his thoughts on the singleness of 30-something-year-old women. He started by saying that men didn't want relationships with women over 30. Me, being a 30-something-year-old woman, took issue with this statement. Obviously, of course you would. But have a passion for vibrant discussions, I entertained his thoughts. His thoughts on the singleness of 30-something-year-old women. The main thing keeping 30-plus-year-old women single, he said, is their need for perfection. Absolutely true. He argues that women in their 30s want the perfect man, tall, dark, and handsome, with his own apartment, house, and a flashy ride. He provided me with a list of qualities that women over 30 wanted in their men. The physical. Let me clear my throat. The physical. Women over 30 wanted men who, by their definition, looked good, dressed well, and overall carried themselves in a manner that they deemed fit. We wanted the tall, dark, and handsome, and we would not give the short guy the time of day. Absolutely true. Yeah, they don't want short men. They all want the same guy, even when they're 30. The education level. He also stated that we only want highly educated men who already had advanced degrees and diplomas. He said we never wanted to date the high school dropout or the guy who graduated from trade school. True, especially the trade school part. They view the jobs as being less than, so it's what it is. Kind of funny. Good job. Women over 30, in his opinion, only wanted to date men in highly ranked jobs or positions. He said that we just wanted the doctors, lawyers, managers, lecturers, and consultants, to name a few. We often, he said, ignore the drivers, the carpenters, and the mechanics, and the plumbers. Very true. Yep, like I said, these jobs out here are considered low tier, even though they pay pretty well. Especially plumbers, carpenters, well, maybe not carpenters, but plumbers for sure. Yeah, they all want to marry the hot lawyer, the hot doctor, the Chad lawyer, the Chad doctor, the Chad manager, the Chad consultant. They don't want to marry a Beta Bob and his a plumbing business. They don't want to marry that shit. The rich. This includes men with money in the bank and investments, a beautiful house or apartment, and a high-end car. No woman over 30 wanted a man who took the bus or rode a bike. Okay, maybe this is somewhat fine. If you don't have your own car, I kind of get it. But being rich or having wealth, that's a hard thing to get. Once again, we're talking about the upper echelon of men, and if you're competing with you're pricing yourself out of the market slowly. The more demands you put on somebody, the more qualifications someone must have, the more you're pricing yourself out of the market. You're looking for the perfect man when you're 30. At least that's what women are anyway. The family-minded. Perhaps his biggest gripe with us 30-something women is that we wanted men who wanted to settle down and raise a family. His view is that no 30-something man wants to get married and raise a family because marriage is too risky and kids are expensive. Yeah, true. He said that older women put pressure on our men to get married and have kids, so instead of taking us as partners, they avoid us, opting instead for our younger counterparts. Yep. Now, I will be the first to admit that he had some valid points. I'm using myself as an example. Although I see it from a different angle than he does. He looks at it from a superficial standpoint. No, so do you. You just don't realize it. You think you're looking from it from some like objective standpoint. You're looking at it from a superficial standpoint. It's true. Everything he described here is true. You all want these things. You're just gonna say it in a weird way. I guarantee you're gonna say it this way. His thoughts are that we want the perfect man, a man that has our complete wish list. I see it as us not wanting to repeat the mistakes of our 20s. So basically, wait. So what she basically just admitted here is that everything you said is true, but I'm gonna act like it's not true. I don't even know what she's even talking about here. Not wanting to repeat the mistakes of our 20s. Like, okay, so like you didn't even try to like rebut what he said up here. Everything he said up here is true. I'm gonna keep reading though. Fuck it. As to having someone that we consider our equal, someone who is willing to settle down and live our lives together. If he'd stopped here, it would have been wonderful. However, he went a step further. He went on to tell me how men in our age group and older, men like himself, wanted in a woman. What men want in their women. According to him, men wanted women in their 20s. Yes. These women, he said, are unaffected by gravity. They still had firm breasts, nice firm round butts, and they were not fat or wrinkled. Additionally, he said that they wanted that their vaginas were tighter because they had less sexual partners than their 30-something counterparts. Ooh, that one hit her nerve. She must not like that one at all. I took issue with this because for me, it's just not true. I'm not talking about the men's desires of a woman. I cannot speak to that. Instead, I'm talking about the features that he said disqualified us from being desirable partners. What? Never mind the fact that everything that he listed was superficial and shallow. Oh my God, as if she isn't herself. As if she isn't herself. Come on, you got to be out of your fucking mind, chick. As a 30-something woman, I'm in the best shape of my life, but you're nowhere near as good of. You're nowhere near the qualification, or you're nowhere near in as good of a shape as a 20-something is. This is true. Neither am I. I mean, had I lost weight way back when I was 25, I'd be in a much better physical condition than I am now when I'm 29. This is true. As you age, you just look worse. You get wrinkles. You age. Yeah, everything just starts getting fucking worse and worse as you get older. It's just true. She's coping hard for a woman. This is cope for women, dude. In my 20s, I was skinny. I had a flat ass and small boobs. Now that I'm in my 30s, my boobs and ass have gotten bigger and much nicer. Gravity has not yet taken its toll on me. Oh my God, the cope is real. As for sexual partners, why should this? Oh God, the cope. Here we go. As for sexual partners, why should this even matter? Oh my God, the cope. God dang. It affects whether or not you're even like marriage material. The more partners you have, like the higher the risk of divorce. Like, why should a man take a risk on you when he can find somebody who's like 22 or 21 who can, if the man's high value enough, he can probably find that. And I'm not saying if you're in like your fucking 80s, you can find that, but if you're like, 30, 35, 40, you can probably find something like that if you're in a good enough job prospects and you like poach down there lower. If you're like, Chad, obviously, but yeah. Why would these high value men want a ran through roasty when they can find someone who's a little bit younger, who's still a roasty, but like at the end of the day, she's not like completely ran through yet? Why on earth would he settle for that? That makes zero sense. Once again, she's looking at it from her own perspective here, her own solid sister perspective. She doesn't give a fuck what men want. Let's see. Most men are not asked to talk about the number of partners they've had. So I find it ridiculous in this day and age that the number of men that women sleeps with matters. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what reality says. Like, even if men didn't say this, like, they would still secretly think that, oh, she has a lot of partners on her. I'm just not going to date her. It's not going to happen. I'll fuck her, but I'm not going to stay with her. It's just true. The only thing that should matter is her faithfulness to her current relationship. Yeah, but the problem is your level of faithfulness is decided by that partner count. The more partners you have, the less likely you are to be faithful in a relationship. It's true. Older women came with excess baggage. He did go further than the superficial, but not after. Once again, I like that she keeps calling it superficial when like some of these things are not superficial. Some of these things are actually like real deal breakers for women. Like the problem is that like it's like Kevin Samuel said, like they don't look at it from the man's perspective. They don't care about the man's perspective. They care about the woman's perspective. They don't care about the man's perspective at all. They don't care what men actually want. They know what men want, but they don't actually care. He did go further than the superficial, but not after I confronted him about it. He said that 30-something women came with relationship baggage, and that because of this, we could not treat a man right. He told me how women would compare their current partners to their past partners, picking out the negatives in their current men and saying that he was just like so and so. For example, if their man left a cup out of place, they would call him lazy like their ex. He also noted that they were not as trusting as they'd been hurt many times before. For him, that's too much baggage for an eligible bachelor to handle. As such, they went with their younger women that they could guide and mold into their desired partner. My final thoughts. I call BS. Yeah, you are pretty stupid. So, for me, what he wants and desires in a woman shouldn't be projected as flaws of the woman that he doesn't want. Like, you like what you like, and we want what we want, and that's perfectly fine. That's what makes us unique. Trying to put down older women just to justify dating a woman half your age is unacceptable, and this is my opinion. It's precisely what he's doing. Yes, there is an argument to be had that some older women are picky, like you. Maybe this is because of their past experiences, changing taste, or messed up view of what a desirable man is. However, the argument could also be said that their taste has evolved as they've evolved as an individual. But they haven't evolved. They still want the same shit. They still want the same shit they wanted before. She's just coping here. Like, their tastes haven't evolved. Women have always wanted men who were successful, rich. They always dated the fucking the football star in high school. He had success. He had status. He would look good. Okay, like, it's the same shit. It's a different mold. Just same shit, a different time period, or a different time in your life. You still want a man who's successful, who has a lot of wealth, who looks good, handsome, tall, dark, and handsome. Same shit. It's the same shit. Like, she just doesn't realize it. She's too dumb to realize it. In our 20s, we were young and carefree, exploring life and discovering ourselves. Yeah, discovering yourself, being a whore. So, of course, we will make mistakes in our lives, careers, finances, relationships. So do our male counterparts. We each have to live our choices. Having a long wish list might leave the woman single, but compromising on one's desires can lead her into an unsatisfactory relationship that she grows to resent. That's the problem, though. When your standards are so fucking like unrealistic and like so like pie in the sky, like you don't even come back down to like to practicality yet anymore. Like, you're so pie in the sky of like, he has to be tall, dark, and handsome. He has to be making at least 6 figures. He has to be making has to be driving a nice car, have his own house, have investments. Do this. Like, you know how many men, how shallow your fucking pool is. Your pool's so fucking shallow. It's like when I don't know, your pool's shallow as fuck, dude. It's more shallow than a fucking petri dish or some fucking shit, dude. A petri dish. Fuck, dude. As a 30-something woman, I'm single and okay with it. Sure. No, you're not. You're obviously not, because you wrote this whole fucking article about fucking cope, basically. You're coping hard. Sure, I would love to find my perfect partner. Perfect partner. It's even the word perfect here. Just get rid of the word perfect. Just find a partner. Just figure it out, lady. You're just like coping so fucking hard here. But for now, I am working on me, loving me, building my business, creating a better version of me, that when I find my Mr. Right, I'm the best version of myself. Yeah, when you're like 36, when he doesn't want you, like, come on. Mr. Right, the problem is that Mr. Right, the dude you're looking for, who's tall, dark, and handsome, he's not going to want you to stay with you. He'll fuck you, fine, but like, he's not going to stay with you, dude. Or girl. It's not going to happen. Sorry. Like, the best version of yourself was back when you were 25, back when you were like 22. Not now. Nobody wants a 30-something-year-old woman. It's just true. If you're like 30-fucking-5, it's over. His words and assessments do not daunt me, because I know that there's someone out there for me. Oh, God. Yeah, his name is Beta Billy, and you're going to actually have to accept him at some point. And if not, I'm actually okay with it, because my life is more than merely waiting for a soulmate. Do you think he's right about men not wanting a woman over 30? What about things that he lists? What about the things he lists are as being unattractive to men? Oh, what about the things? Oh, yeah. Sweet God. The copium is real. Copium. Pure copium. Read some comments here. Damn, I'm late. What did I miss? I just started reading that article, so yeah, you weren't too far off. Isn't the blue-collar job considered manly, though? I don't understand. Are women romanticizing what they watch on? Yeah, I said that in my somebody criticized me for saying this, but like, I said that like some jobs, depending on who's doing them, obviously, but like, if Chad's a lawyer, I think he's more attractive to a woman than if Chad was like a plumber. No, would they still fuck Chad Plumber? Sure, but they might not want to marry Chad Plumber. I think that there's some jobs they like romanticize some jobs they see. It's like, oh, The hot, like, think about what they portray. Grey's Anatomy, the hot, sexy doctors, or the hot, sexy lawyer, the hot, sexy manager at my job. It's like, yeah, it's all that shit. Like, it's like they've taken some jobs and they've associated them with Chad, and therefore those jobs are considered to be more attractive. Believe it or not, some women get more picky past their. I believe it because like their standards go up and up and up. Like women's standards never come down; they always go up. This is true. They believe the "I'm special" crap. Yeah, they do. Women don't necessarily want manly; they want sexy. Yeah. Every woman thinks they are unique when they say they want tall, handsome, 100K guy, fucking bots. They want attractive men, not necessarily manly. The dope panda. What is sexy about working in CS? I'm getting my CS degree. Will they find me? Will they see me as sexy? No. If you're Chad, then yes. But the problem with women is that they always virtue signal. They always are blending lies with truth. Yeah. Chad won't commit. This is the thing TFM couldn't understand. Chad will not marry them. Women only care about getting married to Chad. TFM couldn't understand that concept. Yeah, like they at the end of the day they don't want to marry a Beta Bob or a Beta Billy. They don't want to marry that guy. They want to marry Chad. But Chad's not. Why would Chad commit to them? Chad can wait till he's like 35 in his 40s, marry a 21-year-old and call it a day. He's done. Okay, he found his soulmate. He's done. He found his girlfriend. He's done. He doesn't have to settle for like used up 30-year-old fucking Stacy who wasted her fucking 20s, sucking around, fucking around, and then working at a dental tech at Chad the dentist's office. He doesn't have to settle that chick anymore. He might fuck her, but he's never gonna stay with her, dude. Nuclear coping. Yeah, she's coping hard. This is like cope for women. This is coping for women. She's like, oh well, it can't be that. And she never actually rebutted any of that so-called superficial shit that he brought up earlier at all. Just true. So Chad really commits. He knows how to deal with them. Yep. TFM could never accept that women didn't give a fuck about him to begin with. He had to cope with the sex doll. TFM is a coper. People think that I should date my dating equivalent, but I am hypergamous, so I want super rich Chad. Teehee. Yeah. 5 out of 10 women feel entitled to 9 out of 10 gigas. Yep. Drink some water. Good old water. Chad has experienced firsthand women's nature. All my Chad friends have destroyed some women in their lives, so one day TFM will wrote from blue pill overdose. God. Holy God, they are compounding their previous partners. So the next partner literally has to be better in all aspects, or the woman is going to be angry. These boys are hopeless. Yep. It's pure BS. Wasn't TFM like a black pill MGTOW guy? He had some nice information back in the day. I liked his Monkeynomics series. It was pretty decent. Some comments here I might read. Oh, some pretty black pill comments in there. Holy shit. I'm not going to read them all, but yeah. I had to stream. Oops. Let me put that back down. Oops. With those standards, anything is disappointing. Yeah. Like, everything's disappointing with them. Like, at the end, if you have standards so fucking pie in the sky, fucking high, like, you can't even, like, fucking see the ground anymore. Like, what do you expect to happen? TFM coped by thinking women give a fuck about him. He coped by thinking he walked away. He was never invited to begin with. He can't accept that. He is okay sometimes. Yeah, yo, what's up, boy? What's up, Ali? She is just finding herself, bro, on a spiritual level. Yeah. Felt the Chad cock ran through her. 30-something women are the most demanding. Absolutely. If she settles for the average guy, she'll treat him like garbage. She'll resent him and hate him for existing. Yep. Yes, it's almost funny. 30-year-old boys think they're hitting their prime. It's like, yeah, like I'm hitting my stride now. I'm a middle manager at a law firm. It's like, you think a man gives a single fuck about that? He might. It's like the cherry on top. Like, okay, I can take that cherry off, and you still would be like, okay, well, what else can you do for me? The cherry's fine. Like, I don't care that you're a middle manager at a fucking law firm. That's fine, but like, do you look good? That's what men care about. Like, at the end of the day, like, can you provide children for me? Can you do this? Can you do that? Like, yeah, it's all there. Men don't care about your career accomplishments. Yeah, it's true. Women don't hate sub-8 men until they are in relationships with sub-8 men. Yep. You're average at best. Oh, God. Because they think like men, more status, more attractive, but for women, it's the opposite. They don't think like men. They think like women. They think that men and women are attracted to the same thing, but they're not. Like, they just don't Yeah. 30-something-year-old black single moms are a joke. Mystery Tyrone. Oh, God. Some women think they can always beat the market. They don't understand their value is going down. Yeah. They think they're going to be the one special person that's like, I think Barbarossa talked about this. There might have been somebody else that brought, it was like a good video about this movie that came out a few years ago. I forgot what it was called, but basically like talking about like this 30-year-old woman who thinks that like, oh, well, I'm going to be the, she's like the exception to the rules, and she somehow finds this young Chad who's like going to be into her, and like he'll marry her, and it's like, okay, they'll have kids and she'll be happy, and it's like, okay, well, like this is like the female power fantasy, a woman who does everything wrong in her life, fucks around in high school, fucks around in college, works some dead end fucking job as a teacher or some shit. And, she fucks around her whole fucking life, fucks a million men, somehow finds the chaddest of all chads in the world who like makes a million figure job, and he's like, Chad, the greatest Chad of all time, and he marries her. He's like a good man. Okay, like no. Sorry, that's like some female cope right there. Chad sexual, rope sexual, yeah. Tell me why I was looking at the TV schedule and I just see a movie starring Jeremy Meeks. Man. Older women cope by saying men who go for younger women aren't real men or aren't mature, even if they have the man is 40 lol. Yeah, it's cope hard. Talking about she's working on her business to aid her finding Mr. Right sounds like Kevin Samuels callers that get their PhDs. Oh yeah, I always love when he does the soundboard and he says like, I'm a PhD. Like I fucking love that shit, dude. It's true. Like nobody gives a fuck about your PhD. Who gives a fuck? Space Chad 2. Oh god. 1 hour of sex in 3 months of therapy. I need my therapy, man. My sister is a 30-something-year-old single mother. I love her, but I keep it brutally honest with her about her options. She left her last guy because he was boring. Wow. What the fuck does boring even mean? She wants the excitement of like Chad without like I don't know, fuck it, dude. It's just fucking delusional, dude. Yesterday she talked about hating to have to pay all her bills. Wow. I told her she will never find what she's looking for. Yeah, like you're looking for like the exciting men, the men who like actually go out there and do stuff, the men who are like constantly on the go. Those men have options. Like Kevin Samuels is right. Like they have a lot of options. They don't have to settle for you. Why would any man settle for a single mother when they don't fucking have to? Boring meant he wasn't Chad and he wasn't performing Doctor Strange level of magic. Boring means nerdy career man. Yeah, basically, yeah. Life is boring. To some extent, it is. Like, most people don't live, like, lives of luxury where they just get to fly around the world and fucking visit various exotic places and shit like that. They don't fucking do that shit. They end up fucking, like, yeah, you work your dead-end job, or you work your job, your career, you go home, you fucking watch the fucking football game with a six-pack of beer next to your ass, you eat a fucking pizza, you go to sleep, and you do the same fucking shit every fucking day till you fucking die. That's how the average fucking person in America lives. Like, no one wants to accept that shit, but it's true. Everybody fucking, there's a lot of Joe Sixpacks walking around here. That's the term for it, right? Like where you like get a 6-pack of beer, hanging out, watching the game, watching the football game, watching the baseball game, watching the NBA game. I don't fucking know. You just fucking lay around drinking beer, fucking hanging out. Yeah, like no one's doing shit, dude. Boring equals no Chad. Yeah. I need a high value man. Yeah. Booing. You mean boring? If boring to women means not having drama every day going on. Adventures every day, lol. The average man stays home Monday through Friday. Yep. The average person stays home. Like the average woman isn't even that fucking exciting though. She expects you to be like the court jester and provide her with the drama that she so fucking desires. Exciting equals Chad. Yeah. Boring equals error 404. Chad not found. Women don't understand that life is fucking boring. You go on vacations and they're gonna feel the same after a while. Women are drunk on Disney. Absolutely. That's a good one right there. Drunk on Disney. Yep. Is Kevin Samuels blackpilled? He has some blackpilled views, I would say. I don't think he doesn't consider himself to be blackpilled, but he has some blackpilled views occasionally, every once in a while. But every once in a while he'll say something blackpilled, but I think he's mostly like a red pill kind of guy. Life is boring. Life is so boring. We play games to live out our grand adventures. Yep. Bingo. Straight facts. Yeah. Now Kevin Samuels has been divorced twice and says too much blue pill crap. He definitely does believe in a marriage pill for sure. He believes in marriage a lot. That's his big thing. Money doesn't make you high value, man. Being a Chad and having money makes you high value, man. This is how women see it. Delusional chicks who believe somehow their magic pussy will get top tier men to commit. Bruh, triggered women tried to expose Kevin Samuels rather. They failed. They showed a video of a man sleeping in a bed and tried to say that was Kevin, but the dude looked way different from him. I think they tried to say that was like Kevin him was gay and that was some dude in the bed, some shit like that. That's what I thought, but I ain't wrong. I've met women like this. Nobody, female mind, beep beep, boop boop, error, no chat detected. Yeah. Let's see. Here's some more copium for women. More copium. Copium in the chat. Here's some more copium for you guys. Look at her eyes. Look at the dead eyes in her. Look at her dead eyes, crying out to be pregnant. Please, somebody, please find me attractive enough to make me pregnant because I'm like literally dying here. I'm 30. I'm not married. I have no kids, and that's okay. Yeah, as you say to yourself every night while you go to sleep with a glass of wine, and your dog scratching you on your legs. Yes, truly a happy, well-developed, well-rounded woman here. Truly. She's so fucking happy. I didn't post today's a thumbnail on the I actually found this picture on one of the Discord chats. So I just grabbed it and put it onto the thumbnail. But the thumbnail for today's video, copium, absolute copium. Kevin openly tells these women to look past rich men's looks. It's not going to work. Women are not going to be in a good relationship with zero attraction to the modern world. Even if Samuels is gay, I don't see how it affects his credibility when he discusses the issue with modern day women. I don't think he is gay. He has 2 divorces. I think he has kids too. He has a kid. 1,000 chorizo stare. Oh god. I don't see why they think Kevin is gay. Neither do I. He's just a little bit more effeminate, but he's not gay. I wouldn't call him gay. That biatch has crazy eyes. Absolutely. If you can go for a good-looking man instead of an average bad-looking man, the Ford is going to go for the best option. Yeah, everybody wants the best deal they can get at the end of the day. Laugh my ass off. Women are constantly patting themselves on the back. I don't think he's gay, but Kevin Sam will come up with fruity sometimes. He's got some zesty vape behavior. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I'd smash, but I wouldn't date. If you have to hold a sign that is obvious, it bothers you. Oh god, same thing for rich men. That chick is well worth taking on. She wouldn't want anything to do with most men who liked her, though. The juggernaut law of absolute boyos. Kevin Sam is a metrosexual, but who knows? Women want to shame him for being gay. Landwells demand a fit Chad. Yeah, that's true. Chorizo. Kevin is defo in the closet. Left my ass off. Hey, mystery school black pill. What? If she lowers her standards, she easily find a fitter. Probably. But the problem is, will she? That's the real question. So these men right here, these absolute chads, they stopped coping a long time ago. They've accepted their fate. They know that they've been priced out of the fucking market. Look at these guys. They know they've been priced out of the fucking market. They're like, fuck it. Fuck it. Look at them. Absolute terror chads. Perfect jawline, everything. I know this is fake, but yeah, look at these guys. And they all cope. Look at the copes. Look at this shit. They've ascended. They're like, fuck it, dude. We've ascended past women. We now accept our 2D waifus. We made them 3D. And now we carry them around. Carry them around with us. Fuck it, dude. Hang out on a mountain somewhere with a selfie stick. Take pictures with them, dude. Look at these guys. They got it going on. Be like these guys. Become the Chad you've always wanted to be, guys. Become the Chad you've always wanted to be. Oh no. Oh god. uh, let's see. What meme do I want to show? It's been 50 minutes already. Holy, it's been like an hour already. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll show like one or two more memes and I'll open the chat up pretty soon. Here's one. Don't go to her Instagram or fucking Twitter page. Don't do that. It's weird. Drug dealers get really be putting their freedom on the line so other people can get high. That's why I have sex with them. Okay. Yep. Of course. Here we go. Before going to exercise, make sure ass looks sexy. Make sure tits are out enough. Make sure lips look full. Peacocked from head to fucking toe. Thinks guys are sexual pervs because they look at her. Yep, she does all this work, and she's like, "You're a perv for looking at me." Okay. Now keep in mind, only if you're Chad though. Only if you're an incel or a sub 8. But this guy here, he's like, grabs t-shirt and shorts from the hamper, just want to exercise. Yep. He's like, yeah, look at this. This is how men go to the gym. It's like, okay, I'm gonna put some ratty ass shirt on, some old gym shorts on, so I can figure it out. She's like, I gotta get prepared for this shit. Gotta get prepared for this shit. It's like, okay. All right. Here's some life fuel for short cells. Here you go. Fuck, I'm sorry. Life fuel for you guys. Look at these shoes. Life fuel. Absolute life fuel. It's literally it never began for you guys, but it's starting now. Look at these shoes. It's life. It's life fuel. I'm so fucking sorry. Oh god. I'm so fucking snapped your fucking ankle in these fucking things, dude, trying to walk. Oh my god. Uh. Shoe maxing. Shoe maxing. Oh, let's see. What do I have else here? Let's end on a light note. Let's not completely blow the fuck out of short sales here. Let's end on a light note. You too can kind of send if you look like a frog thing. Look at this. Look at this wholesome picture. Anime land, fucking anime land here. You got fucking look at this shit. Even he has ascended. Look at this guy. Short sell. Life fuel for short. Life fuel for short sell is good. Oh god. Life fuel. A just be Pepe theory. Only life could be like an anime sigh. The real question is, would you be a background character getting killed, or would you be the main character who actually lives? I don't know, dude. Figure it out. Judging by that suit, he's still trying to become beta booked. That's Travis Blackpill. What's up, my dude? think I've watched some of your videos before. Oh boy. There's no feminist when the purge begins. Oh boy. I wish life was like a like a oh wait. Like a hentai. Fuck, dude. Oh boy. Do I need to yeah, I think I'm gonna play this video in here. Here we go. Do another meme real quick. Here you go. The tire of peace. Look at this tire. Look at this shit. Look at it. And it's over. Holy shit. The Chad tire versus the Virgin car. Virgin Jeep. Oh my god. That tire. The tire of peace. Oh god, Medican Black Pill. Don't tell me. Here's another a lighthearted meme for you guys. Here you go. Ah, March 2020. You were a nice slim cell. March 2021. Same fucking picture. It's like fuck it. Dang, the COVID-19 pound is real. What happened? 20 pounds later. Uh, and here's some suey fuel for you guys. She will never look at you like this. Ever. Ever. Get rid of that one real fast. All right, let's it's been about an hour. Holy shit, it's been an hour. No, I don't go this long on my own, but do you still need to wear a mask in the US? I don't. I mean, like my state's totally opened up basically. Like they don't even have any more have any more All right, let's let me hold on, get rid of this my thing off the stream here. Let me go. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, guys. I'll be back. Let me grab some water real quick, and then we'll get started with the group chat discussion shit. So I'll be back in a few probably seconds, really. But yeah. And we're back. All right, got some water. Let's get the invite link out here. Copy clipboard. Got that up. Go to the chat. Post this. Pin message to the top. Here's the link. I still have more memes I can show, but I'm gonna save this for later if I have to. I'll show them off later. If I need to. So just in case things kind of slow down a little bit, we'll have some memes we can go off of. Oh my god. Whew. She might look at me like that when she's about to stab a knife in my back. God dang. The pick is certainly Holland. Oh, really? That girl was Dutch. We got two people in. God dang. The two people who shouldn't mix are sitting in my fucking queue to join. You got Black Ronin and Saffron Field. Sweet God. Well, you're both about to hop in here, so you better figure it out how to work together some shit. And Grim? This can't really be Grim. If it's Grim, I'm gonna like totally forgo. If it has to be Grim. Is it Grim? Is this really you, Grim? Are you really gonna join? Grim, is that really you? Are you kidding me, right? Grim, send me a private chat message over in the private chat. If it's really you, you've got to say yeah. I have to assume it's somebody who's trolling me. I see Saffron Pill, I know that, but like I know you're there. It's me. Okay, I'm gonna let you in, Grim. I'm gonna hold on. The two other people in here, Black Ronin, you're always here. You're always invited, obviously. But I want to talk to Grim real quick. Is that you, Grim?
What's up?
Grim. Holy crap.
What's going on, Mr. Tyrone?
Oh yeah, I can hear my stream in the background if you can mute that or not. I'm not sure if you can.
Oh, hold on. It might because I got YouTube on here too. Is it better than that?
Hold on. I can still hear it.
You can still hear it, really?
Yeah.
Hold on. I wonder why it's echoing.
I have no clue.
Is it better now?
Hello?
Hello?
It's still pretty loud.
Oh, let me turn this maybe because I need to turn the volume there. I'm on my cell phone.
Oh. I can hear you higher now, actually.
Is it clear?
Hello? I can still hear it. We're trying so hard, Grim. Oh God, he just left. No, Grim, come back. All right, well, Grim, you can come. You can come in when you fix your shit, Grim. You can come back in. There we go. All right, you two hate each other, so fuck it.
I don't really hate Black Ronin.
Well, he doesn't like you though. We'll put it like that. He just left. I know it. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it.
Oh, come on, I don't hate that dude, man. I like this platform. I don't know why I'm hooked to you, man. Your narration, this whole platform, all these things people discuss, this fucking addictive.
I don't know what it is. I don't know how my stream stays alive. I have no clue. I don't know how the fuck this stream survives. I'm like, all I do is post some random ass fucking memes and then fucking read articles, and then people join the stream and just talk for 3 hours and they go home.
Yeah.
You said you had a simp story or something, or what?
Yeah, it's a hilarious thing. I mean, in my head, still it is. I don't know how well will I convey it, but the thing is, no, dude, local curry cell, we don't got any beef with Ronin or anything.
Well, at some point, so what I'll do with that, because you're such a controversial figure, I'll go ahead and I'll let you say your story. You can kind of be on here for a few minutes, and I'll cycle you out, and then you can come back on later on. The other people kind of hop off. Is that cool with you?
Fine.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, I'm controversial even in my anonymous figure. That's fucking hilarious.
I don't know what it is, dude, but Yeah, people don't like your accent. People don't like your voice. I hear him, but like, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just trying
I
to.
feel it. I feel it. You got
Yeah,
a dedicated audience. I feel that. I feel it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So I was same story. What happened was that so I was in a place. I was narrating some stuff, my point of view. Then some bitch joined and she was trying to ask me question. Then I said I'll not answer. Then she started all throwing that tantrums and shit. Then it blew up something, and then they had a chat where they said that I have told that girl in private that will you take my dick, and they used that screenshot, created a big facade out of it. There were sims doing many live streams on me and using my real name and putting hashtags like shame on xyz. It was fucking hilarious. I joined couple of their streams. It was so hilarious. Like if someone is bitching, if you have balls, continue bitching. When I used to join, they were like normal. Whenever I used to drop, they were like, "This guy is so this that blah blah blah." So it was basically 4 or 5 sims trying to kind of pussy guard a chick for themselves that they felt will give her pussy to them sometime in the future. So they were trying to be what do you call knights.
Yeah, white knights. Yeah, white knights.
Yeah, so there were brown knights and a darker shade of
Uh,
brown knights.
it's always funny when like men white knight for women. It's like you do realize this is not going to like work, right? Like you can't be serious. Like you can't. You got to be like a fucking retard to believe that like, oh, if I just white knight hard enough, if I defend her honor to some strange degree, she'll stay with me, like, or she'll fuck me or shit like that. It's not gonna work. Like she doesn't respect you at all. You're just doing free labor for her at this point.
There's a bumper coming up. Story sub part of the story is still the main point. Is what happened is so this was about a platform on which a psycho guy described how he was planning to get his friend and shoot the bride, not the groom, because groom was their friend. So
Mhm.
they planned they will kill the bride. So actually physical mutilation of a woman was being discussed on that platform, but these people were cool with it. And then some sort of nonsense happened in the backstage. Someone typed with my name and god knows what happened, and they were like, oh, you abused the dignity of a woman, la. You get the whole nonsense, right?
Yeah,
You have their own format here also. You have the nights like all communities, they're blocking, cock blocking stuff, and like trying to divert the pussy towards their dick. That never happens in a way you said that.
yeah.
Yep.
That's sad though. It's sad the level that men will like stoop to fucking like get some pussy. I guess is weird.
And these guys are openly saying that I should commit suicide, I should like kill myself, and and I was like laughing on this hypocritical feminist scenario.
Yeah, like male feminists are like some of the like lowest level men I can possibly think of. Honestly, they really are. Like it's one thing to be like a little bit like egalitarian, a little bit non traditional, I guess, but it's another whole thing to be like literally a male feminist, like advocating for like your own fucking destruction. Makes zero sense.
Dude, like you can't physically put your hand on pussy of every girl in this world, right, to protect that pussy dignity of that pussy.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, she doesn't give a fuck about her own dignity to begin with. Obviously, she doesn't value her own chastity to begin with. So why the fuck do you?
And do you know her backstory? If I will tell you the backstory, you will be perplexed. Like why it's happening. I mean, for even for US crowd, it will be very perplexing. So apparently, there's a girl. This girl who tried to frame me in my real domain. She said that she has been raped by her brother, her father. Then she went to the police station. The police raped her. Then she went to the hospital. The hospital ward boy raped her. So she has that traditional victim narration that everyone is just raping her and this wacko.
Okay.
So men, stay away from these crazy bitches if you want to dignify the word.
Yeah, definitely should. Oh
Okay,
boy.
I'll take a leave. I'll roll on the dice for the people to come in.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead
If,
and
if
figure it out.
anyone needs my point or discuss this point, I'll be hanging around your live stream couple of times. Just type a message or something. I'll be here.
All right, cool, dude.
Cool.
All
Thanks,
right,
man.
thanks for joining. Yep.
Yep.
Black Ronin. Grim, get back in here, Grim. Try. At least try, Grim.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I actually agree with Saffron Pilot about male feminists, and how they're pretty much the lowest forms of piece of shit on the planet.
Yeah, they really are. Like they try so fucking hard. Like they're like the I don't know what to even compare them to. Like they're so they think that like by like prostrating themselves at like the altar of like progressivism and being a super liberal, super feminist, like somehow like you're gonna like get a crumb of pussy off of that. It's like women don't respect men who are literally feminists. That's the way I viewed it, honestly, truth be told. Yeah, I don't think they do at all.
Actually, feminist women actually prefer conservative leaning men or more aggressive, more masculine men. Because let's be honest, a male feminist is not masculine. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, I'd rather be a fucking incel nerd than a male feminist.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, at the end of the day, you have some pride in yourself. Like it feels like those men are just like they're like literally like it's like the white knighting, like you said earlier. Like they're white knighting so hard, thinking that they're gonna get something out of the deal, and it's like no, it's not how it works, dude.
That reminds me of something. Shirley's made a video called "When It Sent Me to Incel." I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm gonna send you the link later on.
They had this beef. They had this like argument a few weeks ago about JBW or something like that. And they got pretty heated, so I'll try to keep them separated. But yeah,
I agree with him on a couple topics, bro. I agree with him. Me and him are kind of like MLK and Malcolm X. We might not see eye to eye, but both have very common ideology. So. But like I was saying, bro, male feminists are the lowest forms of pieces of shit. Like, I don't understand you could degrade yourself and put yourself in a subservient position, thinking a woman will actually will respect that.
Some of these men are like some men are just naturally servile, and they're trying to find like once again they're trying to find a way in. Definitely a pretty good comic about this actually, where like it talks about the I might have it actually. I'll look for it, but like it's basically a comic that shows like these. It's like the predator and hiding in plain sight. Effectively, like these men here think that if I just kind of blend in and join these movements, like join the pussy hat movement, we want to call it, they'll like me. And it's like, well, no, it's not how it works.
Yeah, most feminist liberal women have chatted boyfriends who beat them, treat them like shit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
One thing I noticed on college campuses, these bitches will talk about how they're girl power, feminist, this, feminist, that, my body, my choice, but their boyfriend's a fucking drug dealer who fucking beats them on a regular.
Let's take give me a sec to find this video. That's
welcome to Clown World, nigga. Welcome to Clown World.
Don't toss. Oh, here it is. Already, it's like an immediate thing here. That's kind of cool. Here it is. Found it. Let me save image as. Go to my for stream file. Here we go. Found it. It's a perfect image for this conversation, actually. Post this up here.
I'm gonna find the video and post the link. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. Hold on. Found it. Let me add the stream. Here we go. In nature, predators often camouflage themselves from prey, like the copperhead or the trapdoor spider and others. And it's like shows this like feminist guy here, like, oh, if I doesn't blend in among the women, I can be a predator here. This is what a feminist looks like. It's true. Fucking true.
And most of them are big as fuck, and the ones that are cute are usually pieces of shit on the low.
Yeah, definitely like a huge There was a huge controversy about like some like male feminists who were like extremely mean, I guess, but like they would say like in private say like really mean things about women. It's like, okay, well obviously you don't actually believe the shit you're saying about the whole equality movement, and you just want to try to like get women at the end of the day. Kind of funny. Looks like vouch. It might be a
that is true.
Thing to vouch, actually.
Yeah, the thing is, right? The thing I don't like about feminists, they're fake as shit. Feminists like the men they complain about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's sort of like how it's like the whole people post that meme comic about the Pocahontas thing of like these white men are causing all these problems, and then like under the panel below is like, and then it shows like a black woman or a Hispanic woman or something dating a white man. And it's like, it's funny how like all these like liberal college educated like ethnic women somehow end up with white men. And it's like, even though they complain about white men all the time, it's funny.
Yeah, the reason why feminists like the men they complain about, because feminists will always say masculinity is bad. Men need to be more feminist feelings, but who are the guys that they go for?
Yeah, they go for the assholes, regular ordinary Chad men. Yeah.
Yeah, Chad Brown, abusive Chad Brown, violent Chad Brown, the usual.
Yep.
So anytime
Yeah.
I
At the end
see
of the
him,
day, people always call feminism a shit test on a societal level. They call it.
I can't stand feminists, man. I can't stand feminists. They're just they have the IQ of a fucking of a sack of potatoes. Like it's not even funny.
What's up with the hate pill thing here? What's that all about?
It's a new pill. It's a new pill I made up. It's called letting the hatred that you have for others who fucked you over and channel that energy into something positive.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. The reason why I got that idea is because I was gym maxing one day and I was thinking about this kid who like bullied me when I was in school, and I was like lifting way beyond my capacity. Like it was weird.
Someone said you're breaking up quite a bit. I think you are too, actually.
No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I was gym maxing the other day and I was thinking about these kids used to pick on me a lot, and I actually went above my capacity.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good way to do it. You get angry and then you can naturally lift more. It's like an emotional state you can get into and make things work. I got Doom Mortal in here too. Wow, I got a lot of like new people joining my stream. Not joining my stream, but like just coming in here for the in the comment section.
Yeah,
I got like
Doom Mortal getting here.
Travis Black Pill was here. I saw him earlier. Like, that's just weird. All these new people showing up here. Not new people, like maybe they've been watching the whole time, but being angry helps you run faster. Absolutely, yeah. You can definitely get like a power boost from like being angry and stuff like that. That's why I tend to listen to like metal music when I'm like working out, because it just helps me like get pumped up.
Yeah, hatred, powerful shit.
Ronan went Super Saiyan.
Facts.
Super Saiyan. That's basically the white pill. Oh, someone's here. Oh, that's TRP.
Hey, what's up, TRP?
Hey, my brother. Man, that saffron pill controversy made me lol so hard.
Hey, I'm trying to keep people. I try to keep my chill stream and low key. I don't like having the dramas going on here, so I try to keep it kind of
no,
like.
I actually like saffron pill. I actually like saffron.
Oh, you do?
What's the drama about? Like,
no, we're talking about JBW a couple weeks ago, and then he's trying to talk about how JBW isn't a thing in India, not all white men, some slur, and I'm like, bro, I got receipts, and I pulled up Incel TV, his video about the play of Indian men, and he called it bullshit.
Oh, the breeding parties were brutal. Is that really a real thing? Like, if that is, like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My eyes.
Oh, the breeding party thing? Yeah, I remember who made that video? Was it Black Vision Speaks or Felix Rex? He made that video talking about the breeding party thing. I'm like, wow, that's so...
Yeah, it's really sad.
No, it was Incel TV that made it, or Incel TV.
I feel like, didn't Black Vision Speak also make a video about that as well?
Really? He made it too? Wow.
Yeah, he made a video talking about how basically in the it's basically talking about the same topic of like the breeding parties and stuff like that, and how they still want handsome men, obviously, so you can't just be like a regular ordinary Joe, but they want handsome men who are like have a lot of money to like come in there and just breed a bunch of like Indian women. It's crazy.
Oh no, I can't, man. This is
it's not new. It's not new.
It's too dark, you know.
It's not new, bro. My neighbor is a Vietnam veteran. He told me stories about how a lot of the Vietnamese women during the war with the American soldiers ran a train on them.
Dang.
Oh no.
Well, the Arvin guys get nothing.
Breeding party broke my heart to hear about. Just brutal.
Yeah, it is. That's like the pinnacle of brutality now. What is that?
Just imagine that. Imagine like a 5'2" Vietnamese rice soldier in the Vietnam War, and some American GI Chad shoots you, cripples you, and fucks your sister.
Yeah, one way to go, I guess.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
Wait, did you guys see Black Pill Truth 2.0's video about the white pill? The cringy like 3-for-1 suit deal.
Yeah. Speaking of the Manosphere incels, I want to get a conversation with the King of Aspies, because I have Asperger's too, and I want to get a one-on-one talk with him.
Does he stream?
Me too, brother. I got Asperger's as well.
Does he stream at all, or does he just like do like
he makes
videos?
videos. He makes black pill content, and he's a very smart, high IQ dude. And I want to get. I want me, him, Dune Mortal. It's another Spurg YouTuber who's also in the black pill community. Fuck. There's me, Dune Mortal. Fuck, dude. That's. Oh, what's the guy's name who hangs out with the bass Pluto? Nate the ventriloquist. Him. Get all
Oh,
four
okay.
of them, and yeah, all of us on a stream together. And TRP.
That'd be one hell of a stream. It's like concentrated autism in like one location. You might solve all the world's problems in one location. Like just put it all in one spot and just like concentrate it and like put it in like a jar or some shit like that and figure it out.
Oh no.
Yeah, because we need that conversation. Because there's a huge overlap between being non-neurotypical and being incel. Like a huge overlap.
Yeah, I think it was Jack Nickelback that said this, and it kind of like sparked my interest. I was gonna make that's kind of what inspired my video about the voice pill, the voice cell. Was like he said that conversation is like an IQ filter to some extent. It's kind of like it's very true. Like the way you carry yourself in a conversation, construct arguments, stuff like that is like extremely important to like people a lot, and like it gives them a lot of insights to like who you are. So like you can't talk well, or if you can't like construct an argument, or if you can't like if you just like really I guess atypical in the way you speak or carry yourself, but yeah, it's gonna carry through your speech for sure.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that back to the whole speech voice pill thing. Funny story about that. I did a job interview one time. It was over the phone, and they and the lady told me to show up there in person, and she was shocked that I was African American.
Yeah, with my name and my name for sure, and definitely my my voice for sure. People get surprised too. They're like, "What? This guy? like, what are we talking about here?" Like,
yeah. Same thing when I met one of my friends on PlayStation in real life. Like, wait a minute, War Machine. Wait a minute, you're black.
it's like,
What the
yeah. He's like, "What the fuck?" It's like going on. Like their mind gets blown. It's like, what?
I'm like, bro, I play as a scout in Battlefield 1. Like, of course, I'm like
So someone,
Yo,
what you been up to, my dude? Anything new?
is Mr. Casanova still come on your streams?
Oh no, that guy. Dude, that guy got roasted to oblivion.
I asked him a 5'2" balding indie janitor, which is what he did when he succeeded. He said yes. I'm like, oh my god.
Just have game, bro. Nah, I've just been working, man. It kind of overwhelms me right now. Well, we gotta escape the plantation, man. Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah,
bad.
facts. Yeah, I'm trying to get my money up. Like my goal is to get a second job when this coronavirus thing gets a little bit better, and go back to school fall to community college and just keep work maxing and money maxing and study maxing.
Like the ideal, in all honesty, like if I were to paint an ideal situation for myself, it'd be working remote in a country like maybe somewhere in South America or something. Like, I don't plan on staying in the West, not with this like toxic culture, I guess. I kind of grew up in the city and everyone's toxic. The traffic is toxic. Like everything sucks,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I remember when I was a little kid, my bus driver was taking me to school one day, and he was this is how I learned how to swear a little bit. He was honking his horn, and this is a bus driver with a bus full of like little ass kids. He like he goes out the window, get the fuck out the way, asshole! Like bus full of kids, like at the dude who like cut him off.
Yeah, you definitely learn some curse words off a bus driver for sure.
Yeah, or just a
They aren't
dust
exactly the most kosher dudes.
Yeah. So someone, sorry.
I'm not gonna read this comment. Autism is the brutal pill. It causes me to be so awkward and have a speech impediment. Also, nobody wants to be around you. I guess it depends on your level of I know autism is a spectrum, obviously. That's the name. So like depending on how bad you are or how bad off you are, it can be pretty somewhat demoralizing, I guess. And also like, if you're so atypical that you can't even like carry a conversation, then it's like, yeah, you're fucked. I guess it depends on how autistic you really are.
Yeah. But the worst thing about the whole autism pill or the Asperger's pill is when like you're around neurotypical people and you hear them talk shit about someone who's also like you, and they call them like retarded or slow, and you feel like they're talking about you vicariously.
Oh yeah, like you like basically they're talking about like somebody else or people in general, and then you think they're talking about you, right? How it feels, right?
Yeah, guys. Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't like that at all. Because it's
Yeah,
very
like
hard.
oh, go ahead.
It's very hard to overcome it because like I know how to do basic shit. I know how to like I'm currently learning how to drive a car and driving lessons. I know how to take care of myself. I clothe myself, brush my teeth, take a shower, make sure I'm not disgusting. I operate a firearm before. I can go to work on my own. I can do normal, basic, grown man shit. But I just when it comes to socializing with women, it's hard.
I must like get lucky because like I have maybe I'm just like typical. I guess I have experience doing this, but I have like no issues talking with women to some extent. It just kind of works out to some extent. Even with my speech impediment, they don't seem to like mind. But then again, I don't like my stammer is so like inconsistent sometimes. Like it depends on the word, it depends on this, depends on that. I stammer a lot on stream, but I don't really stammer a lot in person. Like I'll talk to my boss for like hours and hours and hours and not have a stammer come out. But then when I'm like on stream, sometimes I'll stammer a lot. So it depends. It's
Yeah,
really inconsistent how my speech impediments work.
yeah. The worst, like, it's just so frustrating, bro. Like, when you're a Spurg cell, you feel like you're gonna be incel for the rest of your life. It's the most depressing thing ever.
What did
And
you
it's
guys
because
mean
like
by not carrying a conversation like awkward silences?
what we mean is like knowing what's socially acceptable and not socially acceptable in a conversation. Like for example, me a couple years ago when I was in school, I was like the skinny version of EDP 445. Not the rape shit, not the rapey type shit, but in terms of like overall cussing. And I had to work on that.
Yeah, I curse a lot too, but my boss doesn't even care at all. She curses along with me actually. I guess I get lucky with the people I'm around. I guess they look like they're chill and laid back about the stuff like that. Now I know not to do it around like a customer or a client or something like that, but it's just like when I'm around like people I know, it's like I just curse a lot or I'll curse quite a bit, and it's like okay, they don't seem to care. Depends on. I guess I don't curse like every other word, but it's like when it comes out, they don't really seem to care at all. So,
Yeah.
do you bring up like topics that are like super awkward to like talk about, or what? Like you just kind of like blurt out stuff?
I can kind of I can joke about I can joke about things around certain people that I can make. I can joke around with A about jokes that I can't say around group B.
Sure, and that's a good way to. That's good. So like at least you know that. Yeah, that's very basic social
I work at a
stuff.
grocery store, right? I work at a grocery store and I was packing groceries for this Middle Eastern guy, and I was packing his groceries. I just blurted out of nowhere, "Man, fuck Israel." He's like, "Facts."
Oh my god. Jesus.
Like his
The
face,
West is
legit,
toxic.
like yeah, his face lit up. And I said, "Fuck Israel." His face lit up. He's like, "Facts."
Dang.
But I
Guess he
wouldn't
didn't give a fuck at all.
yeah, but I wouldn't say it to any random customer or any random customer.
Yeah, that's good that you have like the like I said, you don't seem like you're that bad off. So like you definitely seem like you have the social awareness to like know when to say stuff, when not to say stuff, what's acceptable to certain situations. So like you definitely don't seem like you're that bad off. What about you, someone? Do you have like how are your issues? How's your stuff, when it comes to like social interaction? If he's even there.
Yeah, sorry, I was I guess I got used to it now, but I do feel where Black Rona is coming from. I got bullied quite a bit growing up because it's hard, man. You don't know what's socially acceptable, or I guess you could say unacceptable. Like you tend to, what's the word? Like you just tend to present yourself in a way that lends itself easy to bullying. It's very hard, like understanding, like you have to build it up, knowing what is acceptable in presenting yourself, and it leads to a lot of bullying. But overall, I'd say like right now I'm pretty normalized, like as normal as you can be, because it is quite traumatic. You're never given those opportunities to really present yourself. But I'd say the biggest issue I have right now is still understanding social cues and connecting with people. That's a big issue. Like I find it's so hard to let people get close or to really connect with them. Like because when you're in a conversation, people expect you to ask questions and there's a flow, but you're just not synchronized. Like it's so hard to explain how it goes, but it always ends up in an awkward silence, right?
Oh,
So
having
people tend to avoid
Asperger's,
it.
right? So someone having Asperger's, right? You can tell me it's kind of like you're a book, but all the pages are not in the correct order.
Yeah, you have really like non-linear speech and I guess presentation patterns. Like it's very hard to just concisely say what you mean. But my biggest issue is that, whenever you have a conversation with somebody, like the flow terminates at some point prematurely, and then it's just an awkward silence that either you walk away or they walk away. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate when
One was-
that happens.
One who was also a Spurg cell as well, Alec Manassian up in Canada. I don't know how he got into the army.
The army is actually pretty. Yeah, they're pretty desperate, I guess I would say.
Like they take Spurgs now.
Yes, they do.
Like I watched an interview with Alec Manassian with the detective, and Alec Manassian seemed very like I could tell he was autistic. But my question is, how did he get into the fucking military?
Let's see. True, I have a lot of awkward silences because most of the time it's hard to think of what to say.
Yeah, and it's also hard to carry on a conversation with people.
Is it because do you think it's because of like a lack of like similar interest, or you think it's just because like you literally have no clue how to like like what to say next? Like if there's like a pause and like the kind of like the small pauses we have right now, like it's nice that we have a side chat to kind of bounce off of, but like if you didn't have that, you wouldn't know how to like, okay, well ask a question to me or ask a question to someone in order to spur a conversation. You wouldn't know how to do that, or you can do that now.
I know how to start a conversation, but I'm afraid to initiate conversation, if that makes sense. Like if you meet me in real life, I'm very introverted until someone breaks the ice and talks to me. I don't really put myself off to talk to the people.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely say I'm the same way. I'm definitely working when I worked retail. It helped me come out of my shell quite a bit because I was forced to kind of like talk to the general public, so it kind of forced me to kind of like learn how to make small talk and stuff like that. So it worked out at the end of the day. So like I was definitely very, very socially stunted when it came to social interaction when I left high school. Way more than I am now.
Yeah, and I was socially stunted as well. Like because of the bullying experience, I'm afraid to talk to women a lot because I was bullied mostly by women. I was bullied by guys too, but I fought back. But you cannot fight back physically or verbally against a woman. So
yeah. Someone said, TRP, do you really have Asperger's? And I think he said, yeah, he does.
Yeah, I do. I do. I'm definitely on the spectrum. That's
yeah.
Like I got diagnosed. I had a psychiatrist and a psychologist, so it wasn't fun. Let's just say growing up, right?
It wasn't fun either. And plus, when you have Asperger's, you have a special interest, and your special interest might not be socially acceptable. If you get what I'm saying.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
I mean, it could be anything, right?
I used to do things in a sequence. Like I don't do it anymore. But say the no, I don't want to give myself away. But say the number was 5. Now I'm a lot better. But I had to do everything in 5s. Like otherwise, you just kind of like, what's the word? Like you just don't. You can't. You feel very uncomfortable if it's not done in 5s. But it's not like that anymore. But I remember as a kid, this used to overwhelm me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were like ritualizing your life basically around the number 5, right?
Yeah, so weird. Did you have that too, Black Runner? I'm just curious. Like it was, it's so intriguing how that happens.
For me, it wasn't by numbers, but I was always afraid of change. I always want things to be done a certain way. So if my routine gets like fucked up, I have a hard time. It just throws me off.
Yeah, just so many parts of like the because my mom she's a counselor, she has a PhD and stuff like that. So like she has all the what they call the DSM-5 book, and like when I read like the diagnosis stuff, I guess these things the diagnosis has to be it's pretty airtight, but it has to be, I think, it has to affect your life to some like a detrimental way for it to be like actually considered to be a psychological disorder. So like just because you have like a ritual doesn't necessarily mean like you're like psychologically damaged, but like if you do it in a way that like actually like inhibits your life, then actually that's when it becomes an actual psychological disorder. Because like I have a particular like everybody has a routine or a ritual. I guess if it comes to the point where like you're literally doing it at the detriment of your own life and your livelihood, then like that's when it becomes an actual real issue, I guess, right?
Yeah. Someone, have you ever had like a meltdown by accident, like when you were little? Because
So what happened with me was like whenever, because the bullying it got really bad. So I kind of built this defense mechanism where I would just I guess you could say explode in a sense. Like you because you got to at some point stand up for yourself, and I realized that prevented a lot of the bullying. Like as soon as you put a stance, but the bullying that I experienced growing, it's quite awful. Like I can't even emphasize it. Like it was so bad. Some days I would pretend to go to school, but I wouldn't. I'd just basically be like at a park next to my house. Like it's brutal. Like it's hard to even talk about it.
For me, it's hard to talk. I'm gonna go a little bit into it. Me and Pluto are very similar. Imagine Pluto with Asperger's. That's pretty much how I was. Replace the APD with Asperger's. I like because when you're like an African American male, society expects you to act a certain way and be a certain way, and if you don't act that way, people look at you like you're weird. And that was 50% of it was that the other half was having Asperger's as well. So people would look at me weird, like, why are you listening to that kind of music? Why are you wearing those type of clothes? And that's what caused me to get bullied a lot when I was younger. Like I wasn't that kid with the fucking Naruto the Naruto trench coat. You know what I'm talking about? I wasn't that kid, or the kid with the headband, Naruto sprinting in the fucking hallway. But like, I wore a lot of like all black. I listened to a lot of metal, a lot of punk, and that's what caused me to get bullied. Because my school was about 70% black, a couple Hispanic kids, and a couple white trash kids that can't afford to go to school in the white areas, and they all picked on me for being quote unquote the weird kid, and they called me the black school shooter.
I actually grew up around because I grew up in the ghetto. I think I've said that before. I grew up predominantly around like Caribbean people, I guess you could say, and a few like people of my ethnic background, but it was predominantly Caribbean people, I'd say, and in that environment, I guess that kind of made it a lot worse. Because if you're an outsider, like they're like vultures. They pick
Can I tell you a story about bullying at summer camp? Can I tell you a story about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what happened? There was this white girl named Emma, and she developed. Her body was more developed than the other girls, and she was one of these little like she was a wigger. You know what I'm saying? She was a wigger, one of these white girls with the hoop earrings, had all black friends, got dicked down by BBC. And she was making fun of me one time, and she said, yo, Ronan, I'm more of a nigger than you are. And I got so mad, so fucked up. I took a milk carton, right? And I threw it at her, and the milk carton like busted over her head.
Mm-hmm.
And and I remember after it happened, I got in trouble and I had all my privileges taken away. I was so pissed off, even though she started it with me. Because when you have Asperger's and you get confronted with aggression or anger, your mind goes completely blank, and then you just like act on pure like reaction.
So like when you're I'm just trying to understand like the autistic mindset. So like when you're in a social situation, like how do you navigate? Is it like a puzzle for you in your mind, or what? How do you navigate it typically? Like what's your first like inclination to do? Obviously, like once you like break the ice, like what's your inclination of how to like navigate the conversation?
Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk to anyone unless don't speak to anyone unless you're spoken to. First rule being a spurg. Just don't, because you're liable to get laughed at.
Yeah, I used to like, I'm assuming I'm a lot older than Black Phone. Like I used to have a similar outset or mindset. I also had social phobia or social anxiety. And when you have a culmination of all these things, it's not fun, but you get used to it as you get older. But generally now it's more so I like being alone more than, I guess, like when you have an inability to really connect at a deeper level with people, like I care about people at a human level, and I'm sure everyone knows that by now, but it's just you can't really build those bonds in a sense. Like I would best describe it as this. There's a certain kind of like synchronization or synchronicity that happens in conversations where people have like a back and forth. Their body language is in tune, like their voice patterns, their everything is in tune. You don't have that. Like all you do is just analyze and try to emulate it as best as possible, but that doesn't really work. You just come off as really awkward, and like I said, it just ends in that silence, and they just walk away, or you walk away, and that to me is probably the worst. I hate when that happens, and then you kind of just have to avoid them for like 30 minutes to an hour.
One note I hate when you're one of the worst things you can have with Asperger's is have a blue pill therapist. That's the worst thing you can have as a blue pill therapist, because I had one, and she would tell me how Asperger's means you're quirky. Asperger's you can do is a super male brain. You can do just go out there and be confident. And I went out and did that, and I got bullied. I got laughed at, and I wanted to end my life because the bullying got so bad. And I blame her till this very day because of that shit. Dumb cunt.
You know, I got pretty lucky. The psychologist or psychiatrist that I had, I forget which one was which because I had both, was actually pretty good. She helped me conquer my social phobia to a great extent. Like I used to be incapable of going outside on my own. Like you get panic attacks and stuff. So I mean, I could imagine if I had the reverse, but I got pretty lucky with that, and it was surprising because it's healthcare is free here, so you don't really expect to get the best, but thankfully it happened.
Yeah, for me, another trait having Asperger's is sometimes you'll say things that are repetitively by accident, if that makes sense.
Like when you're repetitive, like you'll repeat yourself twice. But something, what do you mean?
You over repeat things.
So like if you're like, would you do like one after another? Like so you'll say like this again or something or what?
Like how do I explain this? It's like you don't know what to contribute. Your brain doesn't know how to contribute more to the conversation, so you bring up shit that started the conversation in the first place. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing to circle back. I guess it's when it's like chronic, because when you do it, I guess that's when it becomes like an actual real issue with like when it comes to autism. I guess if I had to guess. So because people circle back to conversations all the time. Like let's go back to the first topic we talked about earlier and bring that up. And that's how you have a conversation oftentimes. But if you're doing it like chronically, like you're just doing this weird like a repetition thing where it's like we keep coming back to the same spot. Okay, well this is weird. Yeah. Because I tend to I talk to my boss quite a bit, and she's really old, and me and her have great conversations, and it's like it just works out pretty well. And it's like you have conversations with people all the time, and we have generally good conversations. But they tend to be older people around my age. We don't have similar interests, I guess. But the ones that I do have similar interests to, we have good conversations. We just talk, and it just works out. So
for me, I can socialize good with people who are similar to me. Like for example, like in school, I'll be awkward as fuck. And I'd get bullied, but on my way from school, I'd go to the skate park, and everyone treats me so much differently. Like, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? Hey, trying to smoke this shit, bro? Trying to smoke this shit? Hey, I got beer in my truck. You want some? And like, I get treated so differently over there than I get treated at school. But it's because they're similar to me. That's why it's kind of like how I have no issue talking to other men in the Black community about this, but I'll have a hard time talking to normies about this. If that makes sense.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's just general human interaction, though. Like you oftentimes like birds of a feather flock together. So like you hang out with people who are similar to you. There's nothing really wrong with that. Nothing really odd about that, truth be told. This is how normal human interaction goes. Now, I would say that you should definitely expand your horizons a little more and talk to people who are different from you to at least understand what they're coming from. But yeah, for the most part, though, people tend to speak who they. Like I hang out with people who watch anime and play video games and who do like to go out and go to the movies and stuff like that. It just works out. It's easier to hang out with people who are similar to you than it is to hang out with somebody who's like your polar opposite. That's not to say you shouldn't try to, but like at the end of the day, you're probably not going to become friends. So
yeah, and also if you go on the Asperger's Reddit page, you've seen this shit. Jack has you've seen this. All the women post on there have been in relationships, but all the men on there are basically incel.
Yeah, I would say that autism in women is probably one of the most undiagnosed things there probably is in the world. Like because it's viewed as like being quirky, or if you're a woman, it's viewed as being quirky or being weird. It's like men just like gravitate towards you to some extent. Versus if you're like a man who's like, and you're not neurotypical, it's like, wait, what's this guy's odd? Like I can't talk to him. He's really weird. He has weird interests. I can't talk to him. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's depressing. Like I go to bed and I think to myself, like, I will never. My mom is never letting children come from me. Like it's so depressing because no girl wants to be with a guy that has Asperger's or autism. They call them retarded. They call slow. Like, because even if I was to continue online dating, and say girl does with me in real life, and I am well groomed, and I am clean, and I gym maxily, or one little social fuck up, she's gonna walk out on me. So there's no point of trying.
Yeah. What's your experience been like on online dating? Do you use all the apps, or which one do you use? I'm just curious.
Well, I'll use Bumble because I'm a lanky black. Was talking with fucking language.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Yeah, I know you said you use Bumble. What did you say?
But I never met up with any of them. But yo, who's that echo in the background? Jack Kiss, mute yourself.
I don't know who that is. That's got to be him.
But
Yeah, I would.
yeah.
Jack, make sure you do what you did yesterday to fix your mic, because I remember yesterday you had the same issue.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I had Bumble for a while as like an experiment, and all I was getting was fucking land wheels because I'm a lanky black dude with glasses. So I was getting those fat chicks, big as hell white chicks, and I'm like, nah, fuck that.
Why are you on a Bumble? Was the reason why you picked that app in particular?
Because out of Tinder and Bumble, I feel like Bumble is the least brutal out of between the two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a
Have you tried the other ones at all, or what? The other like OkCupid or Hinge, what do they call them?
No. I tried Bumble, and I got a couple matches. I got a couple messages from chicks. One girl actually messaged me 5 o'clock in the morning while I was still sleeping. I'm like, you fucking bitch. But I was just getting land wheels, just fat bitches. Like it's just ugh.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, I uninstalled it.
Dang. Bad options, I guess, right?
Yeah, not land wheel. Can't do it. I just can't. And I'm talking about big as. I'm talking about like Jabba the Hutt off Star Wars. I'm talking about the Michelin Man. I'm talking about Majin Buu, Dragon Ball Z. I'm talking about Blob off X-Men. I'm talking about big chicks. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're getting like the worst there. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I do have a lot of the matches come in for sure, but because I've gotten more, I use Hinge, and I have a lot of luck on Hinge. This tends to work for me. So like, I don't know what it is about that app, but like, I never had any luck on Tinder at all. Tinder sucked for me.
Of course.
Bumble was just bad, and then but yeah, and then OkCupid I had some luck on. I never really yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but Bumble was just land wheel central. So I'm like, fuck that. In terms of interacting with women, I've had girls like take advantage of me. I've had girls use me as entertainment. I've had people like base their self-esteem off me. Like I might be doing bad, but I'm not like Ronan.
When you say they use you, like for like what foodie call or something, or what?
Women would use me as entertainment. They'll bring me around and they'll try and force me to jester acts, but I wouldn't do it, and they'll laugh at me for not being a jester, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like you weren't conforming to what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Jack? Are you fixed now or what? Can't tell if you hear me or not.
I remember one time I was in class, one of my classmates, this tall, scrawny white boy, he's bragging about how he was able to get a girlfriend, and I'm like, wait, Mom, do you got a girlfriend? And my fucking teacher went, no shit.
What'd she say?
Of course, he's not like you.
Wow. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Just speaking to Black Ronan, I got flashbacks of all the bullying. Like it gets to you after a while. Like you think you can get over it, but if I can give, because I'm assuming I'm a lot older than Black Ronan. Like in all honesty, like you may not have to adhere to this, but myself, I kind of just learned to accept my paradigm and just kind of keep interactions or have like acquaintances, but more so it's hard because I know the mindset. Like I felt the loneliness, I felt the hardship, I felt the inability to connect and having to learn anything. But maybe like this is what I try to do. I try to find happiness by myself because I know I never. I find people only want to use you or want to. I have yet to meet somebody who wants the best for me or something of that nature. So I try to just build my life around finding happiness and fulfillment by myself. It took me a while to learn this, but from one person, because it seems like you have a lot of similar life experiences, and it takes a long time to get over the trauma, so to say, of all the bullying, because it is. I mean, it leaves a scar, but like eventually it does get better.
Yeah, it does. It does get better, but it's just so lonely, man. I get angry because of it. And this is gonna sound really scary or off the wall, but I actually went to a gun range one time, and I had like a flashback to all the kids who bullied me and shit like that, and I got all headshots.
Oh God,
Like,
dang, dude.
yeah. It
Like
was
I said, we talked about earlier, anger is a very good
yeah,
motivator for sure. To help you it can
yeah,
push you forward for quite a bit.
yeah. I went full Punisher mode. Like I was just headshot over and over, and all of those paper
Yeah,
targets.
I got bullied pretty bad in elementary school. Even though I was like, I think the guy, I don't know what the hell the problem was, but it was like a younger, not younger kid, but he seemed grade as I was. So I don't know what the hell the problem was, but I didn't get bullied that bad in high school or middle school, truth be told. I was actually a pretty popular kid actually. I was
Yeah,
taller than everybody else was, and stuff like that, and it just worked out.
yeah, because we went to school in the suburbs. Schools in the inner city and schools in the suburbs are very different. Schools in the inner city, it's basically a prison hierarchy. It's fucked up. Like you have the
Yeah.
drug dealers, you have the athletes, and you have like the incels. That's it. That like anime and shit.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely say your environment was not ideal for your, especially for what your condition is for sure. Yeah, I never really got bullied for a lot of things. Truth be told, I probably should have got bullied for. So I mean, people are just different in different areas, obviously. So
Yeah. Social cues are extremely hard to read. Like there was this one time I was walking home one day with one of my friends. Yeah, a long time ago, and we were walking together, and there was these two dudes were arguing. He's like, "Fuck you, motherfucker!" They were arguing and shit, and homie was like, "He gonna do something about it," and then the dude actually reached into his jacket. He reached into his jacket, like, just like he was gonna pull something out. And like, because of Asperger's, you have a hard time, with social cues. I froze up in the moment. And watching these two dudes arguing and shit, instead of getting the fuck up out of there, I froze. You know?
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
What's up, Last? What's up, Jack? What's up,
Hey,
YouTube?
we're talking about life as a Spurg. So
Yeah, I've been listening for like the last 20 minutes.
yeah, it's extremely hard, man. Like you go through life like alone. It's so fucked up, and people get mad at you for being alone. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it becomes like self-reinforcing to some extent. Like it's the same thing happens with looks too. Like we use looks as the example here, I guess, is in general. Like when it comes to looks, like if you look bad, people won't hang out with you. Therefore, you develop bad social skills, and then people question why you have bad social skills. And it's like, well, I have bad social skills because I look bad, and it's like it self-reinforces itself. So you end up down this downward spiral of like this a vicious cycle you can't ever escape, and it's like really like it's just it's over, at that point.
Yeah, it's like a feedback loop.
Yeah, feedback loop, like a self-referential to some extent. Like it's feedback on itself, and you just keep spiraling downward. Whereas like the guy who looks decent, you got the Chad type, or you're even a normie type. Like they have a decent social circle. They have better social skills. They have the ability to talk to people because they've had the experience of talking to people. So like you end up in this a virtuous cycle where you constantly go up and up and up, and it's like you're constantly getting higher and higher and higher, and it's like you have one person stuck on this endless self-improvement treadmill at the very bottom of society. You have this guy who's literally gotten everything handed to him on a silver platter, and he has like no problems at all. And it's like it's crazy how like one small thing can like cause your whole life to just fucking be destroyed.
Yeah. So TRP, are you with somebody? Have you ever been with someone?
Yeah, like it never ended well, but I have. But you have to understand, I'm older than you guys. This was before the advent of like Tinder and all that kind of stuff. So I've witnessed the change from where you could see people with their looks match back when I was in high school to where it is now. Like, like it's such a stark change. Like the innocence of the opposite gender, everything changed. So Like I'd say it's because predominantly because I'm in a different time, but it never ended well, to be honest.
Yo, Asperger's trait, bro. You like World War II?
Wait, no, I'm
That's like
very
a
against
that's like
war
a
right now.
male Spurg cell trait. It's like a special interest, like being into World War II. Like you know everybody, like what each country's gun was, the uniform of each country, like that. That's like a Spurg cell trait. For the
I mean,
guys,
I know a lot about like history, but that's because I study like human mindsets, trying
Yeah.
to understand what leads. What I find very intriguing is what leads people to make the decisions that they make. Like it's very interesting to try and analyze that. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to unfortunately get back to work, guys.
yes, yeah.
I'm stressed as hell. It's annoying. It's time consuming, but mystery always a pleasure, man. I enjoy these streams. Black Roan and everyone else. Take care of yourselves.
All right,
And,
TFP. See you next time, buddy.
Hashtag
Yeah.
free saffron.
Oh God.
Take care, guys.
I didn't see you.
Yeah,
So,
I just got home from work from like 40 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Nice.
back to the whole Spurg cell thingy. The whole special interest. When you have when in the Asperger's community, the term special interest means like you have an interest in something, and that's all you talk about. And if you start a conversation with it, that's all you're gonna talk about basically. Start reverting back. If you get what I'm saying, but
Yeah. You're gonna, because your interest is so high on that one topic, you're just like you'll constantly reference that even if you're talking about something else, right?
yeah, this is so weird. I'm so fucked up. This is my own doing. I got weird vibes at a party one time. I was talking about I was with the teacher. I was trying to talk to these girls, and I spurred down and started talking about why the German army can hold Omaha Beach during World War II and mistakes they made and shit like that, logistics. And they were like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" They were like, "What the fuck talking about, kid?" They were like, "What?" Like,
Yeah, why even bring that up exactly? Like it's like
Yeah.
a weird.
oh, you're talking
Yeah,
about
that's some ER stuff right there.
yeah. I was like, oops.
I mean, no offense, but I don't know. Maybe you should stay away from the gun range, man.
No, I'm too nice to go ER. I'm way too nice.
I don't know, man. You putting people in like hospitals, like jamming the door and then just welling on the kid, man.
No, whatever said that.
You did. Like
Jamming
the
door.
kid was bullying
Oh
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
I fucked that kid up though. I'm like, fuck that kid up, dude. I'm not gonna lie, like just because he deserved it.
What's up, Jack? You have something you want to add?
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Hello,
Hi.
Papa.
How are you
Jack.
doing, Mr. You doing, sir? How are you? How
I'm doing good. Yeah, just hanging out.
Hello,
Streaming
Governor.
again.
are you? What did you say?
Hello, Governor.
Oh yes. Hello, sir. How are you?
This is
Yeah,
the
I
one.
was
What'd you say?
I was listening earlier when you're talking about Asperger's. My mother's a psychologist, and she assessed me in my late teens, and she believed that I might possibly have it as well. What do you think are the defining traits of a person with Asperger's?
Social awkwardness. You may or may not have a weird speech impairment. Speech impediment. You have odd behaviors, like the same things over and over and over again. Hard time obeying social cues. Hard time reading body languages. Hard time reading faces.
At the same time, though, I mean, I'm no psychologist, but at the same time, it's like all that is well, you're different, so we're gonna say, well, you have this disorder. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's like some legit like this truth to it, but at the same time, it just seems more like
Yeah, I
Kinda like
explained
ad hoc.
it earlier, but like basically for a psychological disorders, they have to be so pronounced and so detrimental to your life and the way that you carry yourself in public that that's when it becomes a real psychological disorder. It can't just be
Yeah.
like a pattern of behavior like you do it once or twice and it's like if it doesn't affect you your life in a real substantial way, oftentimes psychiatrists, psychologists, or counselors won't consider it to be a psychological disorder, basically, at the end of the day. So
yeah, because everything Black Ronan just described can, like, anyone can exhibit that trait or those traits and not be diagnosed or even considered to be Asperger's or autistic.
Yeah, and what society needs to do better on helping men who have it, because letting these men just be doomed at the bottom of the barrel of society isn't good. You know, cutting these men off from sex and relationships and decent social life is not good. You're hurting a very significant number of the population.
it depends, because are you really though? I mean, what's the percentage of people that have autism? I guess it's like, I know it's been growing over the years, but like, what's the percentage? Because like, if society doesn't view it as like a massive societal problem in order to get over it, and then it's like, well, we don't care. Like, that's how society views things. If the majority of people aren't affected by it, then they'll just like tell you to deal with it or lay down and rot for the most part. Like, society don't care about the minority to some extent. They care about the majority of people. They try to like keep people generally happy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
their happiness at your expense.
Yeah, at the end, it's just true. That's just the way society's run. Like, that's how we've always run. We don't, yeah.
Well, we have in England. We have a welfare state, and it's my belief that the social security payments they make to people who don't work in Britain is a kind of tribute to stop them getting too restless.
Yep.
You know, if you give them enough money
bread
to survive,
bread and circus, what it is.
Yeah, and you've got internet connection, you've got access to pornography, and a ready supply of intoxicants with your social security check, then you've basically satiated any potential problems that could arise within your country, and they simply don't care because they know that.
Yeah, I believe with FDR, I forgot who said this, but basically said that taxation is the price you pay for a civilization to some extent. I forgot what that quote was, but that's basically what he said. You pay taxes to keep people placated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because my question is, like, what do you do what is the government going to do? What is society going to do, right? When more and more men are cut off from the society, right? And these men come together like how we're coming together, right? But then the leader who sends them in the wrong direction. You understand by that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's like the thing is that I think we maybe overestimate the amount of people, not so much in our situation, because I think the situation is getting worse. Really, the amount of people who are actually like black-pilled enough to actually know what's going on, like in a real sense. Like, I think at some point, men will come to realize, like, okay, well, I'm getting a raw deal here, but for the most part, though, a lot of men are still blue-pilled. Like, the majority of men are blue-pilled. It's just the way society has always been. So, like, this idea that you're going to have, like, now I know it doesn't necessarily take a majority of anything to get anything done in the world, because it's never been the majority that got stuff done. It's always been a small, decent enough size of a group of people to get stuff done. So you don't necessarily need every single incel on the face of the planet to like band together to get something done. But yeah, like, this idea that we're gonna have this like rebellion, or like this certain amount of men are gonna be able to take over the world is like, or become like a problem for society. They might just send them the fucking dogs and just clamp down even harder on you. You never know.
Yeah.
Man, crushing my dreams.
Yeah, I low-key want the Incel rebellion to happen. I low-key want that then. I can't take this bullshit no more.
I mean, like, look at the amount of like incels who become like male feminists who post on incel tier saying that I incel. Look at the amount of men who are like just walking around here simping and stuff like that, paying for OnlyFans, doing this, doing that. Like,
speaking of r-dash incel tiers, there's this bitch ass fuckboy named Brazilian Sigma who would screenshot and post and then post my shit on incel tier, call me misogynist and sexist, saying I hate women. Incel tiers, if you're there's Brazilian Sigma, when you're done sucking your fucking boyfriend off, kill yourself, you piece of shit, you and die.
Dude, I think I saw a few of those.
Yeah. The only good thing about that is that I live rent free in his head.
Yeah,
asshole.
because like Brazilian Sigma became proverbial on like brain cell. Yeah, whenever somebody posts a picture of like this fat fedora wearing guy, like Brazilian Sigma face reveal.
But Well, yeah, we were talking earlier about this, like what's going to happen for the long term, though. I just think that men will be placated more and more and more. They'll keep the fucking pornography flowing, the beer flowing, the alcohol flowing, the pharmaceutical flowing to them. Some sort of UBI to keep them placated. You buy all your little cokes and you die. And like, okay, that's what they view it. It's a soft culling instead of the raw culling you see with war. It's a little easier to. I think that the world doesn't have the a stomach for a war, so we're gonna end up with like these soft cullings of like just men of like, okay, well, we aren't just gonna outright kill you. We'll just go ahead and placate you. Here's some free money, cope, die.
Yeah,
That's exactly what's being done at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, you can see that, like, you could just see that, like, as a like kind of a consequence of like like the Industrial Revolution, like heavy pollution and all this, like sperm counts pretty much like going to zero in a couple of decades.
Male testosterone decreasing.
Yeah, I have a hard time like accepting all this was like engineered or planned, because like that would just give people like the so-called quote unquote elites too much credit. Because if they're doing that, well, they're succeeding, so you kind of have to like tip your hat to them and say, well, you kind of got to respect it. So I have a hard time accepting like there's some grand NWO stuff going on. It's just like a consequence of general ignorance.
Yeah. I'm seeing this right now. If our grandparent, if they had Tinder and Bumble back in the 80s, he wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, if it was online dating back in the 60s, most of us wouldn't be here. Most of our parents wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's why all this like boomer advice just falls apart, because there's some echo. Anyway, because like the world doesn't work the way it did back then.
Yeah, I try and explain that to my mother, my sister, and my therapist, and they don't get it. It's not the same like how it was when they were young. Things are different.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is the advice for it's advice from people who live in a much better era and a much different social situation with much this is different, obviously. So like at the end of the day, so this idea that you can just give someone like, oh, well, just walk up to the manager and shake his hand. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what world do you live in? Like, that's not how people get jobs anymore. You get jobs through a nepotism, networking, or you get lucky. Like.
Yeah, and at this like, because you can even look at it too, because all of that was due to like post-war, all the like construction and all the heavy industry that developed during the 50s. Like that was because of like World War II.
Yeah, post-war.
And you can even see like on the wage to production charts, like back then, like back during the 50s to early 60s, people were doing less work and getting more out of it. And then like during the mid 70s, it just kind of tapers off. So they have this completely skewed idea of how the world works.
Well, yeah, they also grew up in like in an extreme anomaly where like literally the entire world was like destroyed, like the entire world. Like Europe was gone, except for maybe obviously communist stuff. Russia was still around, but like Europe was totally was screwed over. So like you didn't have any real competition really, and not at all. So like you're the sole superpower on the planet other than Russia. And basically, you were just sitting there, sitting pretty, and you did the Marshall Plan. You set up your economic apparatus, and you get paid basically at the end of the day. So, yeah, like you lived in a complete economic anomaly on the face of the planet, where like you were the only like real like game in town. So,
yeah. Last in mystery school in Jackson, I feel like a boomer giving advice to a Zoomer on how to like navigate life with like relationships and business. That's like a World War I veteran training a bunch of Navy SEALs today.
Yeah, he wouldn't have a clue what you people go through now. Yeah,
he's
like
grab your bayonet and run to machine gun fire. I did that when I was your age.
I mean, my grandfather told me, well, just try church, and I didn't even say anything. I just shook my head. I did not even say anything.
That is so cool. I remember
like maybe back then,
first talking about that, going to church and trying to get women there. It's like, yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah,
I've done it. In my mid 20s, here in England, just outside of London, and this would have been 13 years ago. So was that before social media? Was that before social media?
It's all right. You had MySpace back then. So technically, you were on the sunrise of social media, if that makes sense.
And I got accosted by these people walking down the street. I just got out of prison, and I was walking down the street, and there was all these black people, like black guys, and they come up to me and they said they started giving me the religious angle, and I noticed there was loads of
God, the Hebrew.
I noticed there was loads of women with them, so I thought this is a good idea. So I went into the church, and the pastor of the church, he knew that a lot of guys were going to this church just to pick up women. So what you had to do is you had to be in this church for 6 months, and during that period, the pastor would assess you to see if you were there for the religious reasons or for going for the women. And after I passed the 6-month threshold, I had this land wow. She must have been 26 stone. She was 360 pounds.
Oh my God! Just walking Jabba the Hutt. Jesus.
Yeah, and she offered. She said to me, "I really like you," and all that, and I was like, I just couldn't get involved with her. She was literally just too big, And
all that jelly and no toast.
Yeah, and then because perhaps I'm a little bit of eccentric, I started to get disinterested with the church. But I knew this girl in there, and she was quite nice. We started talking in the church, and this woman said to me, she said, "You've got to stay in this church for 2 years, and you can ask me out after 2 years. But you've got to get the pastor's permission. I want to know if you're dedicated to this religion or not, or here for the right reasons." And it was, I've been there for 6 months, and I just had enough of the place. So church, in my opinion, they say go to churches and pick up women. You've got to take on the religious lifestyle as well, and it's grinding. They're so full of shit,
Yeah, and being an atheist, I don't know how that would have worked for me.
Yeah,
I
was raised in those southern black Christian households where you got up every Sunday morning at 6 a.m. You went to church. You sat in your mom's car as your mom said bye to everybody at church. Those church girls are some of the biggest fucking sluts on the goddamn planet. They're some of the big sluts. Like they'll be at the club, pop pussy on Saturday, and then be in the church praying to God on Sunday. It's so hypocritical.
Really?
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I met an Asian woman online about a year ago, and she claimed to me that she had spent her whole life in the church, and she'd never actually, and that was quite. Do you believe there actually are these women who keep their chastity into later life until they actually meet a man? Do you think that still exists?
I'm not delusional enough to believe that shit.
No, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist, bro. The biggest Christian girl at the end of the day will open her fucking legs up for Chad. Let's be honest.
A God-fearing Ford forget about God the moment Chad shows up to fuck. That's what Dorian Shade said here.
Yeah. That's why whenever I hear a Foyt say I'm spiritual, I immediately discount everything she says because it doesn't mean anything for them. when men talk about high intellectual stuff like philosophy and mathematics or even theology, I can actually kind of respect their opinions. But when a boy does this, all of this, but at the end of the day, she's gonna get digged down by Chad. I don't care what she says.
Yeah. Oh, Chad can be a devil worshiper and fuck the biggest church girl on the goddamn planet.
She would have to be a nun in a convent for me to even consider her opinion.
Yeah.
And even then, I wouldn't even listen, so I guess it doesn't matter.
If God is in heaven, God don't understand why God made society so hypocritical, so fucked up for men. If God was somebody powerful, he could have just installed them. Right now, he could.
Well, he even the Torah says, like keep women in line and tell men, you know, you got to be fruitful and multiply. Like being a bachelor in Judaism is actually considered like you're a pariah in society. Like the Talmud even says, if you have no children, you're worse than a murderer,
Yeah.
and rightfully so.
You're a communist, right?
Marxist-Leninist, socialist, yeah.
Marxist. Okay. What I was gonna say, there's a church guy in Atlanta named Creflo Dollar, and he used the money from his donations from his church to buy a private jet.
Yeah, prosperity preaching. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you bless me with the jet, God will give you back tenfold, boy. It's like, okay, well, he's giving them money.
Yeah, church is more like a private industry these days. Like
Yeah.
I can respect because I'm not like 100% against like religion. Like I can respect certain facets of it, but like these people like who operate these mega churches are just like con men. They're like used car salesmen. I don't respect them at all.
Yeah, like that Olstein actor down there in Florida.
Oh, who's this?
Olstein, forgot his name, but he owns a big ass mega.
Oh yeah, Austin. Always see him like on the TV circuit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like these self-help books he writes on Joe Osteen. Yeah.
Creflo Dollar. See, if y'all puts the money in my Cash App, God will bless you, brother. So open up your phones and add me on Cash App and put the money in my Cash App. And you'll get blessed for eternity, my brothers. $200 from every one of y'all. Amen.
Hallelujah, brother. Preach it.
Hallelujah, brother. Just giving the guy more money so he could spend it on more hookers, cocaine, and jets. It's like...
The thing is, I think if you walk into one of these churches to try and secure some females in there, the men automatically know the reason why you're there. They're not silly. They know that no guy in his 20s or 30s is going to walk into a church because he wants to commit himself to a religion. And you're immediately looked at with suspicion. And if you've got clear features on your face, or you're a short cell, or you've got something that would make you an incel outside the church, you get treated like an incel inside the church. And I had this quite on.
Fact, can I chime in real quick? There was one time I was in church with my mom, and the minister said, "God does not like ugly, so why should you?" And then this light skinned pretty girl, and she looked at me and said, "Amen." Like she looked at me and said it.
Damn.
Yeah. It's the actually within the church when I was there, they had a sort of feudal caste system. That's the only way I could describe it. There was the mainstream members of the church, and they seemed to be functioning very well in society. And I think they were part of the church because it was part of their family's identity, and it gave them a certain amount of leverage within the society itself. It gave them moral standing. And then when I turned up in the church, I was literally there just to see if I could pick up a woman. And there was this kind of hostility towards me from day one, even though I did try to behave myself. I did try to conform to how I was expected to behave. But if you're an outsider as a person, as soon as you hit these places, you're just going to be lectured all the time. That's what I got when I was in these churches. I was continually given advice. And if somebody's continually giving you advice, more often than not, they're doing that from a position of superiority because they're saying, I know more, I'm better, you listen to me, and that you become their asset, you know. And this is why today I would never get involved with organized religion, because I see them essentially as a group of hypocrites. Doesn't matter it doesn't matter what denomination either. It could be any religion.
Well, yeah, there really is like kind of a power play at work.
Yeah, but some people are born into these religions and it's good, you know. Being born into the Mormon church, you're almost guaranteed a female as you get older.
Was it Mitt Romney?
Today and age. Yeah, Mitt Romney is a Mormon.
Jesus Christ Church Latter Saints. I don't like some of their belief systems though. Some of their belief systems, like the curse of Ham. I don't like that.
Yeah,
shit.
I've been. Yeah, and I mean, when you die, you get your own planet. But I watch listen to I guess it's a podcast called Myth Vision. They're actually doing like a series on Joseph Smith, and my God, this guy, there needs to be a movie made about him. Some of the stuff he did will literally blow your mind. Like, this guy was crooked, dude, and a straight up, like, an obvious con man. How, like, it really speaks to the incredulity of people, like, and just outright fanaticism to follow somebody like him.
Yeah, you remember the incident back in '92, I think, '93.
Oh, incident.
Waco, Texas. David Koresh.
Oh yeah.
Civilians.
Well, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, he had concubines and everything too.
Wasn't he up there snuggling little kids too?
I have no idea.
Let's see. Hold on. Mystery keeps ignoring my question for Jack about John Knox. Jack, you know who John Knox is?
Yeah,
well, he was wasn't he a Scottish church leader during the Reformation?
Yeah, he was. It was during the early 1500s. He was part of the Calvinist religious tradition, and at the time, in the lowlands of Scotland, the Catholic Church was crumbling, and he led a movement that spread across the lowlands of Scotland. And actually, interesting enough about that person was he created the religious infrastructure for the lowlands of Scotland to develop into the first literate country in the world. They were the first country to reach something like 99% literacy, and this was one of the reasons why they've become such a powerhouse of the British Empire a few hundred years later. So, yeah, John Knox was an interesting person. Yeah.
We need religion.
Religion, religion's basically like you believe in a higher spiritual deity to like guidance in life, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Buddhism, but I think Buddhism has it too. I don't know. But most of it is
from Asia. Yeah, it's a religion.
Yeah.
But I feel like America itself, I was going to say America, we claim to be a Christian nation, but we're not, because there's so much hypocritical bullshit that we do.
Exactly.
I would say it's more that people don't actually know what they believe anymore.
No, because like how you can't have Christian values in a capitalist dog-eat-dog society. Because when you
who was it? Max Weber actually discussed this in his book on the, like, I think it's called The Protestant Spirit of Capitalism. That capitalism does originate in like Protestantism.
Yeah, it can exist together. There's no reason why it can't. It's just a matter of like, part of the reason why capitalism is so unfettered right now is because people lost their moral guidance from God to some extent. Because like, at least when you have that sense of like, oh, God's watching me, or that even this is fake, or whether or not you believe it or not, you still have you might not take that. You might not screw over the a little guy anymore, because you know that, okay, well, I have to be a pious, good individual, therefore I'm not going to screw over every single person in my world who's gonna like fuck me over. Like it does lend itself. Like if you have a decent moral system, it can sometimes taper some of that capitalist influence when it comes to like being a ruthless a businessman to just extract profit at any cost necessary. So
I think it has more to do with the fact that there's so many various strands of beliefs attached to Christianity that you can basically make it work for anything. Like, there are communists that can make it work for them. There are capitalists that can make it work for them.
That's very true too. Yeah, too many sects.
Yeah.
Nasty. Sorry, I'm playing Warzone right now. I'm about talking to you guys.
Do you know something funny? It's like I was watching like an incel support video.
Don't watch
Like I
that
like
clown, please.
yeah,
Sorry.
that dumpster diver support. Yeah, and he was like, I talked about this with Morpheus, and I shared this with Morpheus on Discord, and this guy, I was like spurting out so hard while making the videos. Like he talks about like white girls only, like incels go for white girls only. Like and he's talking about ethnic incels too, like Middle Eastern and
I
all
don't
that.
like milk. The fuck are we talking about? I don't even want milk. They don't want me. The fuck?
Yeah, it's like what you're talking about. Like, oh my god! Like, I made a video on that and shared with the base Pluto. Like,
Dude, our standards can't get any lower. If an incel standards got any lower, we fucking dead bodies. Okay, we fucking necrophilia. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't have much affection for English women. I've had so many rejections from women from my country. I've got to the point now where I don't even find them attractive anymore.
I'm just going for
the reason why a lot of British girls try to copy that American lifestyle. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, they are.
I would say that no, I wouldn't say they try to copy America. No.
I would say it's kind of the other way around, in my opinion, but I could be wrong.
I'm just going for the jump for Latina Becky. It's not like, oh my gosh, like.
But
What do the Latina Becky even look like to you?
Latina Becky, well, I feel like with the ghetto Latinas, they want BBC Tyrone, but for the preppy like ones that one straight ones, they want white guys. Latinas are 50-50.
Yeah, they are.
They're like a mixture of like a black girl and an Asian girl. In terms of like what they find attractive, it's really weird.
I actually had a bit of experience with Latino women.
When I talk about Becky's, I talk about like mid-tier looking girls.
See, my standards are actually have a fucking pulse. That's my fucking standard. Have a pulse and be alive. Yeah, I'm like last right now. She has to be alive.
I was about to say, man.
And not be a land whale, right?
And not be a crackhead. That's my only standards at
yeah,
this point.
That would be my only standard, man. Just don't be fat.
At this point, like.
Yeah, I'm not even joking. Like any girl that's not a land whale is a Stacy to me. Like,
Facts. Any girl that's not a crackhead is fucking attracted to me. Any girl that's a crackhead is like a 10 out of 10. Like it's gone to that point.
Yeah, same here. If the woman is anywhere approaching a normal BMI, I see her in favourable terms.
Yeah, and it's sickening at my work too because a lot of the boys wear short shorts, and it's like Jesus Christ, why would anyone think that's attractive? Like they're sickly, like they're sickly pale. They have like that cottage cheese texture to it. Yeah, not smooth at all. It's just kind of like bumpy and oh my god.
Yeah, I hate when a bitch has.
And they walk around showing it off. It's like yeah, you can really see it's flaunting their privilege right in front of your face.
Yeah, I hate when a bitch has no ass. Walking around with the fucking Daisy. I'm like, what do you finish show off? A fucking iron board, Xbox? Like, no.
Did you guys watch the latest Infomatic stream?
With Thundercock, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched an hour of it because I started listening to it while I was at work.
Okay.
And
I didn't because Morpheus was also streaming at the same time. I would, but Morpheus was yeah.
But after first started bringing on like guests, it's like okay, this has reached its natural conclusion.
Yeah.
You can tell versus Subhuman when he calls it's over Chad Light.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Incel Mandix. You can tell he's Subhuman when he calls it's over Chad Light.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm terrible myself here when it comes to evaluating male looks. I can't really. I can tell somebody that's sub 3 because it's so obvious they might have a facial deformity or something. But apart from that, I can't really distinguish between normies and when it comes to the 5s and 6s and 7s. But I can definitely tell a Chad when I see one. You know?
I haven't called a 6.
Yeah, I do.
I haven't said to my both men and women, but I still get no coochie.
Yeah, well, probably because we're Zoomers. That's probably why.
I'm universally rated a 3 or 4.
Well, I was rated myself. I got 3 different ratings for my face, and it was around 4 or 5.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Like the whole I'm like a 6. Like apparently.
I've been told that too.
yeah. I guess I just get. I don't even know how to gauge myself. I just say people always say compare me to like I don't know other actors and like okay, well I don't know. It's like
At the end of the day, with you, Mystery, it really doesn't matter. Okay, like if you get it, you're a Chad. If you don't, you're an Incel. Like end of story.
Yeah.
Like normies can't even pull women anymore. They have to like use OnlyFans now. It's like brutal.
Dude,
Only
normie today is basically Incel now, bro. You think about
yeah,
it.
it is.
Considered Incel. Like it's bad because it's not the woman's fault. What is the bitch's fault? But it's mostly because of the fucking simps. I guarantee you, every simp got put in the gas chamber. If every simp got lined up against the wall and executed by a firing squad, the hypergamy would go down.
I'm pretty sure it was the other way around. Like just women's standards just go up each generation.
It's because of the simps. The simps gas them up. Like that's the main issue, bro. It's the fucking simps. I hate simps, dude. They're annoying as shit. Because of the simps, a lot of men are not gonna get any pussy because of it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care about women simp, like men simping. Like.
Okay.
Because
think about like this.
Sorry, you can go first.
Okay, take the simps away. Do you think that like these women would still pick like average men with the standards they have like now? I don't know.
I doubt it.
I agree.
Oh, you take the simps away, they probably would still want what they wanted because like you still have other things pushing the pressure up. So, like for example, you have like obviously sure they wouldn't get the easy validation, but ultimately they don't even want that validation. They just kind of like they use it for fun. Effectively, it's like a game for them. What they really want is Chad validation. They don't want it from you, or from the standard simp.
Hear me out though, because it's simping, right? Hear me out, guys. Because it's simping, right? A 4 now, a 3 now thinks she's an 8. You know what I'm saying? Because the false validation from horny ass men, and because she thinks she's an 8, she thinks she's entitled to a Chad. And now the guy who's a look match can't even get her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that's just natural female behavior at work.
Hypergamy.
Simps are the issue. Simps are the issue. Not like I gotta shit. Like.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues is that like the whole system's fucked because like Chad, he's not getting married, so like normally you'd have like people would just kind of pair off and it'd be over at that point. Like once Chad's married, he might cheat on his wife, but he wouldn't be fucking half the damn town. Now what's end up happening now is like Chad, he's not settling down, so he's like just running through woman after woman after woman, and then he's inflating the egos of these women, and then now these men here, men who are below Chad, like the simps, they're simping hard now because they can't find anything. It's like everything's fucked now when it comes to the dating market. So like everything's just fucked over when like things don't work and work the way they should at the end of the day from a social standpoint.
You're absolutely right.
Like most incels here are like standard cells, including myself.
You admitted to that shit. Okay, are you one of them guys? Like, are you one of them clowns on Incel-matics who only want milk? Or are you actually like an incel? Like, you get no options.
No, I don't want milk at all. I want like Latina Becky though.
But
I'm complaining about Latina women. I'm complaining about Latina.
I want one too, but you have to be realistic though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm white, so I got JBW game going.
There you go, buddy.
How's that working for you, Bale? How's that working for you?
It's not, buddy boy. Oh, it's not.
So straight, have you ever like approached a Latina Becky or what? Like, what's your experience been like with trying to date Latina Becky? Like, if that's worked out for you? Have you actually had any real luck?
I try. Like, I remember in college, this girl tried to report me to the police because like my face. Now that I think about it,
You got profile basically.
yeah, like my first year of college.
Oh man. A similar story. No, on similar story. I actually had a bitch use me for free weed, and she would smoke at my house just so she could fuck Chad in his Honda Civic later on, or Tyrone. That was a brutal. I was like 15. That was the first time.
Stuart Little would have been an insult if he didn't Hot Wheels Max. Oh my god, Stuart fucking Little. I haven't
seen that movie since I was like
yeah,
Jesus I was a little kid.
Stuart
I was
fucking
like
Little.
14. I was 14, man. She
In me, dude.
She went into my house.
Stuart fucking Little.
Smoked my weed. She sat on my couch and then left to go home and study. And then she fucked Chad in his car.
Real Verdade. First time in the stream, doesn't overdose with tails black pills. Okay. Nice to
the
have
reason
you.
why I call myself a standard cell is probably just because I don't want to land will though.
Would you date a slightly chubby chick or what?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, that's like I don't know about that one, dude.
You see, like I will, like within reason.
Yeah, like I can deal with a little bit of chub on a girl. I don't mind that at all. It's just like when she's like literally like a fucking like Majin Buu fucking Landwell. That's when I like get turned off by it. But like it's like literally just like a little bit chubby. I can deal with that. So like I don't know, straight. I want to like change standards a little, buddy.
At one point, my standards were shockingly low. You know, throughout my late teens and 20s. I was actually known as a person who had really low standards.
I'll take anything I can get at this point. I'll take anything, just as long as it's not a trainee, she's not big as fuck or a crackhead. I'll take it.
That's my other standard too.
Please.
Yeah, please be a natural, normal-looking woman. Like,
yeah,
none of this weird fucking. I'm like a non-binary, other kin thing from the ninth fucking dimension or some shit. I don't need that. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't deal with that. I'm like, you're so fucking SJW. You're like on another fucking universe.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Latina Stacy. I'm talking about Latina Becky. Like, that's what I'm complaining about. Like,
but like, isn't like, I'm just saying though. Like,
what's below Becky?
Helga. That's a little Becky. Helga. Big as hell.
What?
Fucking. What was that name of that ogre looking bitch? Tim, we were talking about the other day. Not Tim. Jackson, who tried to like fuck you.
Sorry. What was it? What in the church? In the church?
No, the other one yesterday. You're talking about that land. Your friend introduced you to this ugly ass.
Somebody called her an ogre.
This one. Well, she was actually known. You know, my standards are my standards have been very, very low throughout my life. But there was this one woman, and she might have been the most unattractive female who has ever existed on this planet. She was absolutely repulsive. And I described her as a person that had these eyebrows that where the hair actually formed a straight black line right on top of her eyelids. She had individual wiry strands of hair coming out of a semi-bald scalp. Her eyes were dark, they were wet, they were small, and they didn't align properly with her nose, which was just big, out of place, and her chin receded, and she had bad skin, and she was short, and she had a clearly some form of learning disability. You know, she was definitely one of the worst specimens I've seen in my life, and that was one occasion where my low standards couldn't go that low, and I actually managed to escape from the situation. But I've only had a few occasions in my life where I've actually outright rejected females, and I've actually accepted some really bad ones. You know, my
standards are so low that I got for
Yeah.
How low are your standards though, really? Because you say like, okay, you want like a fit chick, or you looking for like someone who's skinny?
someone that's skinny, but I went for autistic. I dated autistic girls, and
Okay.
they weren't even the same maturity level that I'm at. Like one of them had like a maturity of a child, and one of them like had a maturity of a teenager. But like the first one was some Asian kid. Well, not a kid, but you like maturity wise a kid.
About to
But
say, my dude, like my God. Well, I mean, we can throw you out here real fast because.
Yeah.
I'm talking about maturity wise.
Yeah, sure.
But
Can I tell
Yeah,
you?
no,
and then like one like with some like maturity wise a teenager, but like and something brutal about that, she rejected me the first time. The one I dated the second time, she rejected me the first time, and then she like wanted to settle for me. Like even my dates with autistic girls that doesn't even have the same like maturity level proves a black pill. And no, I wasn't
Can I
dating
tell you about?
literal. What?
Can I say about the last girl I fucked, which 2 years ago? I met her in a psych ward, and she was short.
Wait, Roni, you told the story 55 times. Do we know she's crazy? She's a white chick. Had a hairy ass coochie.
Yeah.
I know all the details at this point. I can literally say the story myself at this point.
do you want to hear my beta orbiter story?
Tell me about it, dude. Beta orbiter, tell me
All
about it.
This is brutal. This is actually probably one of the worst beta orbiter stories I've ever known, and it was me as the beta orbiter. I was 27 years old, and at the time, I just experienced 6 months of homelessness on the streets of London, and I did this on purpose because I wanted to see what it was like, sleeping on the streets, because I'm a bit of a spurge. So I tramped around London, I tramped around the north of England, and I tramped around Paris. And when I got back to the London area, I decided I was going to write a play, because I've always been a writer throughout my adult life and throughout my childhood. And I found myself outside this bar, and it was one of these trendy art type bars. And there was this Italian girl, and she was singing. She was reading out poetry, and she was like a Stacy. She was a low tier Stacy. So I stood at the back of this bar, and I looked over at her, and I noticed that she was looking at me, and I didn't quite figure out what she was doing. But as she walked outside this bar, I followed her, and I asked her for a lighter. And we got talking, and I found out she was an Italian teacher. So I said to her, can I have some Italian lessons? And eventually, after a few Italian lessons, which I was very bad at, I started to go around her house. And at the time, I didn't know what a beta orbiter was. I just thought I was getting this really attractive low tier low tier Stacy show me attention, and I was flattered, And I noticed that she was always texting me, ringing me. She was always, complimenting me, saying that I was something special. And this went on for months and months and months. And all the time, this woman was asking me my opinions on these different guys who were after her. Whether they were good looking, or were they did they have prospects when it comes to money? Were they the type of guys who would cheat? And I was slowly and surely starting to get attached to this woman, because I was shocked by the fact that she had an interest in me. Anyway, I was really, really blue pilled, and I thought that females didn't care about looks. I thought that females were primarily attracted to what you were like as a person. So this is what I believed. I was 27 years old. I was 27 years old. I was a retard, a 27-year-old retard. All right. Anyway, so I was at the park with this Italian Stacy girl, and she must have been going through through one of her cycles where her testosterone was spiking. And she turned around. I said to her, she said to me, "Do you find me attractive?" And I went, "Of course I do." I said, "You're really, really hot. All guys find you attractive." I went back to her. You're going to probably kick me off this stream. Yeah, I went back
Hey.
to her. I went back to her apartment, and she stripped naked in front of me. Yeah, and I didn't.
Kick
I
him.
didn't
Kick him.
Shout out. No, shout out.
no, listen. All right, and I didn't have sex with her because I thought it was disrespectful.
Wow.
I mean,
Because
I've never been in a situation like that. So, like, could you like looking back now? Could you see like, yeah, you should have been more like enterprising and actually made a move?
No. Our friendship extended quite a while after this. You know, I believe because I'd shown her respect and not had sex with her this time, she would now see I'm a really good guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. And then she invited me to her house in Italy, to her parents' house. And you've got to remember, I'm not a good-looking guy. I'm tall. I'm 6'4", and I've got a certain amount of masculinity, but I'm not a good-looking guy. And I was in the house, and her mother was quite impressed by me. She was okay with me. But then I met up with her brother and his girlfriend. Her brother was a Giga Chad, an Italian Giga Chad, and his girlfriend was a Giga Stacy, Italian woman. And I was treated throughout this evening like I was some sort of subhuman, you know. But the brother was a little bit apprehensive a bit of going over the top because I was about 10 stone heavier than him, you know. And this Italian Stacy girl realised that that I was so besotted by her and I was blue pilled. She offered me sex again in her house, and I refused her because I thought it was disrespectful. Yeah, right.
Wow.
So, and then she come to my place in England, and she was putting it all over social media that I was this great friend and all that. Yeah, she really got me as the beta orbiter. And then she turned up in England, and I invited her to my mother's, and my mother was shocked. She looked at her as if to say, "What the hell is are you doing with my son?" Right. And she stayed in my apartment, and then eventually she said to me that I was an alcoholic and a bum, and she didn't want to be around me, and she stormed out of the apartment and never spoke to me again. You know, but I look back at it now and I realise what a blue pilled moron I was at that time. I mean, what was you guys doing?
That's pretty bad because like when women give it up, dude, like they expect you to kind of like take it, like, you know what I mean, like, and when you don't take it, that's almost like a huge self-esteem hit for them to some extent. They're like, wait, what the fuck? Like,
I'm glad she was a genuine Stacy. I mean, she was a genuine Stacy. I'm glad her self-esteem got hit because she, you know. So I did the right thing then. Yeah.
Yeah, to some extent you did. Depending on what your goal was. If your goal was just trying to get laid, then you fucked up royally, my dude. But if your goal was to build someone's self-esteem, then you did a good job, boy. Welcome to the club.
You wanted to get laid, you probably would like have a police call you like sub 5.
No offense, Jack, I would have fucked her brains in, bro. I would have given her the fucking BBC of a lifetime, bro. I would have destroyed her coochie.
Well, I've got a BWC, you know what I mean?
I would have tore her intestines up, bro. Like, I thought
it was too respectful. Ronan. I actually thought I was blue pilled. I was 27 years old, and I thought if I didn't have sex with her that time, she would see me as this respectful man, and then I could gain her trust for later times. You know, that is a retard. That is a retard.
Wow, you're even blue pilled at 27. Like when I was like a teenager, I was like red pilled. Like.
Yeah, different time period, my dude.
Yeah, because Jack's 38.
Yeah.
Here's some. We got to take a nice meme break here for that.
Yeah,
story.
An intermission.
The strong friend create many tendies. Many tendies create weak friend. Weak friend create few tendies. Few tendies create strong friend. Look at this. Truly, the cycle of life here. The cycle of man. We all want
cycle of society, man.
We always want these tendies up here, but we always get these tendies. God dang it.
Maybe the next generation will be the strong friend.
Yeah, strong friend. We need strong friend for good tendies.
Yo, speaking of sex, I went to a sex shop for the first time yesterday in the downtown area of my city.
What did you got dead there?
Walk in, and girls can already know if you're a sub-8 male. I walked in, I'm like, she's like, looking for a flashlight? I'm like, yeah. And
Oh my god.
I'm like, guys got any Luna Star flashlights? And I'm like, so this, on the rack, they have the ones that are based on all porn stars and shit. So they had a Romy Rain one, they had a Lisa Ann one, they had a Bridget B one, they had a Mia Khalifa one.
Dude, that's what Amazon is
The
for.
one.
So
Mia
I'm going through
Khalifa.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I see these two girls buying vibrators behind me, looking and shit, because they can already know I'm fucking sub, and I don't give a fucking boy. So I asked her, how much does this one cost? Because the price tag was on there. She said that one costs $25.99. I'm like, sure. I'm like, I don't know if my card has enough money on it. I'm gonna go to the bank, and to go to the bank, and I put my debit card inside the fucking Citizens Bank ATM machine. I put in my PIN, and it turns out I only had $14 in my account, but the flight cost $25. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, you guys have layaway? And she said, no. I'm fuck. Because I got paid on Thursday to buy a fucking flashlight.
Dude, not only do you have to get a flashlight, you're also broke too.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Can't even afford $14 in bank. I haven't had $14 in my bank account in years. Like I've been. That's some broke shit right there. So this whole comic strip is cope. I'm gonna read it anyway. It says, "Honey, I'm home. Alan Habibi. Didn't know if you wanted Hamam or Koshari, so I made both. Honey, I'm home. Mi amor. I wasn't sure if you wanted tacos or enchiladas, so I made both. Honey, I'm home. Husbando-san. Husbando-san. I didn't know if you wanted sushi or nogiri, so I made you both. Honey, I'm home. Honey, I'm not going to eat some noodles for dinner." Oh god! Of course, the white guy's the cuck.
The Ty Brown.
Oh boy. Oh, but of course.
Dude. No, Mystery. Think I should.
That's how the alt-right was created.
Mystery.
What'd you say?
You think I should have just stole the flashlight, stick it in my pants, and walk out?
Stole your? Why did you steal from a sex shop? Like, do you really want to go to jail for that? Do you really want to? Like, you want that on your record? Oh, you stole from a fucking sex shop? Like, come on, man.
Flashlight as well.
Because the girl went in the back, I could easily just stuff into my fucking car hoodie and walk out. I'm like,
I'm surprised you just didn't overdraft your car, man.
I'm that thirsty. Fuck that.
As Bendo son.
Like the girls behind me were legit laughing at me. Like this stuff even buying a fucking. Like,
here's some a life fuel for the white boys out there, for these just be white for. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Just be white.
for me.
Asian white,
like,
Asian
yeah,
white,
yeah.
Asian white, Asian white, Asian
Oh, that's not,
white.
never mind. Asian girls are ugly. Never mind.
Look at all this. This life fuel for you guys. Look at this life fuel. Look at this. Take it in. Breathe it in, boys. Take it in. Breathe it in.
You're
You guys were like,
you're
yeah.
kind of
Look at this guy out here,
ignoring
like
it.
white
Evan.
Asian. My God! Oh, look at
Yeah.
this guy. Look at this guy.
Yeah, JBW plus
Just
don't
be
be
white.
upset.
Just be fucking white, boyos.
Like he mocks me, man.
yeah,
Like,
he
I'm,
does.
Look at Chad
I'm
down here. Look
not
at
even
Chad.
joking, man.
I need to find. Look, this guy here's not that good. Look at him. Just be fucking white.
Wait, which one?
God, you don't look that good. You got a jaw, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, you do the mid-face pretty shit.
It looked like a 5. A 4.
Okay, I kind of look like that guy. To
This
give
guy
you
here?
guys an idea. No, the one to the left of it. Left.
This
That
guy here?
right
Oh,
there.
God.
Yeah.
Most of them want Brads, though. That's a problem.
Like round off the face a little bit, and that's me.
Life. This is life fuel for white cells. Look at this. Look at this guy.
I'm like about
Look at-
10% of them, guys.
Look at this guy. Just like rocking the. Look at this jawline out here. Look at this. Look at this. Look how tall. Oh my God, the height here. Like,
That looks like Edward Norton, man.
hey.
Well, they want tall
Life-
white guys.
Breathe it in,
See that?
boys. Breathe it
See,
in. Breathe
Yeah,
in.
that.
The life fuel. Breathe into life fuel. Look at this one here's pretty. Yeah, he got top tier Asian food here. Yeah, top
Yeah,
tier
I'm gonna
Asian.
get
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna wait till I get paid on Thursday and buy the fucking flashlight. Fuck this shit.
The fact there was like some like Asian land whale that hit on me in my work, like
you stay on topic straight? So,
Yeah.
Can I tell you about the shop I went into? Bro, they had these big ass, like these huge dildos. Talking about like Brock Lesnar's arm, these huge shits. Like,
Fucking Lester arm. God damn.
like that shit was huge, bro. Like almost first biggest arm in the 80s, huge motherfuckers. And then the two land wheels that worked there, the white one was like she wasn't too chubby, she wasn't like chubby, like I'd hit it, but like team worked by the counter, like she was big as fuck. And she had a bull ring too.
Yeah,
Once again- Go ahead.
Sorry. Was Black Cronin talking?
Yeah, it was him talking.
Yeah, I went to a sex shop yesterday for the first time.
All right.
Like I would wear a trench coat, dark sunglasses, a hat, a white
I wouldn't
rim
even
hat.
go in there. Fuck that.
Like the collar turned up. I would use a false name.
Hell yeah, brother. I showed the one earlier. I love it.
Yeah, I didn't give a fuck, dude. Like I just came in there, like I had my skateboard, I had my Vans on, and I had like my fuck, dude. I was like,
Dude,
Yeah,
I want your 11 edition.
yeah, I didn't give a fuck. Like, I'm back.
See another meme intermission here. We have I need to get to work. Move you fucking idiot. I'm gonna be late. Mr. Noseberg told me to be early today. Fucking move, Stacy. I'm giving birth to Chad's child right now. Slow your roll, boys. It's always one asshole when there's some tiny ass fucking road blocking up fucking traffic riding down the fucking road. Son of a bitch. Without fail, it would be one person. Slow your roll, boys.
But on some real shit, the way flashlights work, like, they model after the actual porn stars Gucci. They literally get this clay shit, and they rub it. They basically put it on a Gucci like a mold, and then they make the flashlight based off of that.
Dude, that's some Babylon, Sodom, and Gomorrah right there.
I'm not lying. I'm being ass. I'm not lying. They model after those actual Gucci. It's yeah. So.
If you can't get the real thing, get the next best thing is a fucking piece of fucking plastic and a goddamn fucking rubber shit in it.
Like I thought I was stealing that shit too, okay? I'm just shoplifting that motherfucker. I'm sweating myself low. Why? I don't know.
Dude, okay, think about the meta though. You're gonna have to walk back home with that.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I just don't care. I'll put that shit on the fucking subway, bro. I don't care, bro. I need to get my fix. Like,
this one's been making the rounds quite a bit. What inspired you to change your corporation's logo to a rainbow flag? Money.
That's so true.
Yeah, fucking true.
So, last time, what would you do? Would you wear like, see you walking with a trench coat and a collar up and a hoodie,
like dark sunglasses, a wide brimmed hat, wear gloves so they can't get my prints.
Like, I just did not care.
A fake mustache, like one of those Marx Brothers glasses and nose and mustache set.
And the thing is, right, the sex shop is right next to the fucking skate shop. So the dudes who I know for skating, like they can probably put on me in the sex shop. I just didn't go fuck. Like I don't. Like,
yeah.
I mean, hey, after a long day of shredding pavement.
So has anybody looked into this Middle Eastern situation? I watched that video by Incel TV, and he claims that in the Middle East it's getting easier for guys from the West to pick up women. Right. Do you think that's true, or do you think it's? Huh?
Bro, you
Well, go ahead and Black Rowan.
You have American GIs, American army personnel, and Middle East sticking down Muslim girls, so it's nothing new.
Well,
there's
because
nothing
none
new.
of people go to the Middle East to see Geomax. They go to Asia, but Asia is getting like oversaturated, so they want to go to the Middle East now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just you know, you're told that the Middle East is a dangerous place, and obviously it is. There's wars going on, or you know, in several different locations. But do you really think that it's a place where the females in this in this location are so open to outsiders? Because I always look at the Middle East as a place where you've got all these potential problems, you know, with militias everywhere and, you know, draconian governments. Do you think that Incel TV video was factual and it's actually you could just turn up there and all these women are after you?
It's relevant. It's relevant.
Like I wouldn't want to risk
Some of
it.
them are attractive. Some of them really attractive, you know, like places like Lebanon, Egypt, you know, other places around the Middle East as well, like Palestine and Israel. They've got some really good looking women. So, you know,
That
not?
olive skin, dark hair stuff. That really, that's kind of my thing.
Yeah,
I love that Middle Eastern look, especially when they're brown like that like they're like Mexican brown with the straight black hair. Oh god, it's fucking sexy, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're more attractive on average than they are over in Asia. You know,
they really are, bro. But a lot of Muslim girls have African ancestry. So a lot of they don't want to admit that.
Yeah, like the Moors and everything.
Yeah, they were in there digging down them girls a couple 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the North African. A lot of the North African women, like places like Algeria, Morocco, the females there, they're kind of European looking, don't you think?
Yeah, because like France occupied Morocco and Algeria Algeria for a long time. So you got a lot of like race mixing going on.
Yep.
I think they're really attractive in that area.
They really are.
Yeah.
But do you think you've got to be some sort of high tier normie or a Chad to take advantage of
if you're black,
definitely.
If you're white, just get 6 or above. If you're black, be Tyrone. That's the way I look at it.
6 or above.
Yeah, black or black mind. He has a Middle East.
That doesn't work in Asia. You know, you can. I mean, I'm perhaps a 5, and I can do really well in Asia. You know.
When was this?
Huh?
When was this?
Well, I've only actually done online experiments, but I've had about 20 Asian women ask to marry me. You know.
Nice. When was this, Phil?
Over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
See, the problem with Latinas is that they turn to the soccer ball. They see all this like Latina coke down here. They turn to the soccer ball. They get pregnant one time and it's over, boys. It's over.
But their SMV
But
is so high though.
Their SMV is so high until like you fuck them once and it's over. Like you turn to a soccer ball after one child. It's like the rule.
That's so true.
Like I see these black people in my hood like sending hard for the Latina girls. They're willing to fight for them. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, they really are. My brother married a Latina.
Apparently, my cousin is married to a Brazilian goddess. So,
yeah, that question last because you're Incel just like me. When you have like family reunions, how do they hear your family talk about your current situation?
I have a solution for that. I don't go.
You're about to say you don't go. I'm about to say that.
I'm the same. No family gatherings.
Nobody even asks me. Nobody cares.
Yes. They're turning the fucking catfish gay. Japanese researchers turned male catfish female with soy compound. The shocking 2021 finding. My God. Has science gone too far, guys?
What has science done? You see, you spent so long asking if you could. You didn't ask whether you should.
Yep.
Wow. You know when I
you're a good guy last.
did online experiment in Asia?
Don't.
Oh, what's up?
Jack Tisson, remember when you talk about Asia?
Good guy.
Yes.
I did that, and I just got some single mothers. Like,
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I've only done online research, so to speak, and I think the Just Be White does work over in Asia, but obviously, Black Ronan's saying that you've got to be a 6 for it to succeed in other places in the world. But I did do a Latin American experiment. And I did seem to be able to get a bit of success with not with the white Latina girls, no chance. It was the same as English girls. I tried several occasions to message or contact white Latina women, and I got the impression they were repulsed by me. But dark-skinned Latina women, I did see that I could have success with them.
yeah, the JBW actually works in Latin America. Actually,
Only dark-skinned girls. The white.
yeah, only dark
if you're, yeah, I mean, there's lots of white women in South America, and they will respond to you exactly the same as white women would do in your host country. It's only the dark-skinned ones that will be more befitting. Yeah.
I'm Battlefield 4 maxing right now, man. I'm bored of shit right
For those who don't identify with their name on their card, a simple purchase can put them at risk. That's why you created True Name, which lets transgenders and non-binary communities display their chosen name on their card, because being your true self is priceless. Like, how far have we come? Like, like how SJW do you have to be to, like, literally, like, what are we doing? Like, come on. Like, your fucking MasterCard. I identify as Gina or Geo. Fuck, dude.
I just don't like the idea of like the fucking this trans shit in school. This LGBT trans faggot shit. I just don't want this.
I know people simp for them now. It's like, oh my gosh.
5.6% of U.S. adults identify as LGBT. Gen Z. Look at Gen Z. Look at you guys.
My God.
You guys are
15%.
You guys are so gay.
I have a friend that does that. Like, oh my gosh, a female friend.
Look at millennials, 9.1, and you got Gen X, and you got Gen baby boomers down here. Traditionalists like, yeah, we're down here at 1.3. Like, what the fuck happened? Oh, Gen Z. What's the lost generation? Lost.
And people who are clearly mentally ill, and instead of helping them and get them the treatment they need, they're just indulging them, enabling them. Like that stuff, that's just sick.
Gen Z has the most mental illness.
Yeah, the most mental illness and the most incels, Gen Z.
Like, God help Gen A, man. Gen Alpha.
Yo, Mr. Keith, can you watch that video? Can you play that video I posted in the chat? I mean, in the private chat?
Should I, though? That's the real problem.
Yeah, just watch that video. When I sent me to Incel, just watch it, bro.
Like, copy the link. I might not play on stream. I'm too afraid to play video on the stream now when it came to that, because I got copyright strike one time. So.
Yo.
Yeah, dude. Dreamer. Don't give
it up, Luffy. Dreaming. Don't give it up, Zoro. Dreaming. Don't give it up, Nami.
Don't give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up.
Sanji's cooking and Chopper's doctoring.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Another YouTuber, dude. It's all good. Just play the video.
I might play it on stream later.
It's pretty active.
We have a long time tonight, so let me.
I might take a cool break and come back.
What?
I might take a cool break.
I don't need to hear that, but yeah, that's too much information. I don't need to do that.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Hey, respect, Roman. Respect.
Oh, it's only 5 minutes long. I might play this video. It's only 5 minutes long.
Yeah, that's it. So.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll put it up later.
I don't know how people say cooming is bad. Like, what am I going to do? Like
I said, in Clown Road, you can run, but you can't hide. Yeah. You can't ever escape it. Welcome to Clown Road, boyos. The ride never ends. Honkler, as we see. Honkler. Fucking happy as hell. This is from that video, though. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and he brings happiness to others too.
Look at this. He makes the whole world happy. Like, wow, look at me. We're all clowning this guy. That's fucking doing like, ah, fuck.
Dude, that intro to Medican stream, I watched it like 20 times.
Yeah.
Whenever I see that, I think I'm Medican.
Yeah. I showed this picture earlier, but I'm gonna show it again. I love this picture so much. Look at this. Like these guys here are coping like in like style. Look at these guys. Look at this. Waifus. Perfect.
That fucking Keemstar. He looked like fucking
Yeah.
Keemstar.
These Terra. It's all this is fake, obviously. They're all Terra Chads. They got fucking waifus.
I wish my copes looked like that.
They have ascended.
Rich Chad,
ascended past the need for women. They're like, you know what? We've realized. We've come to realize that the women were the whole problem the whole time. We just needed waifus. Like, I love this picture.
If I was like a rich
God,
dad, I would get a Shiba Inu.
But
Then a waifu.
Here's some.
You guys think I should
Do what? Sorry, what?
you guys
Go ahead.
think I should like sex doll Max or
What? Don't waste your money, dude. Just get an escort or something. Figure it out. Like, come on. Why would you waste your money on like?
I'd rather get a dog,
Yeah.
not two.
You rather get a doll?
Whoa.
No, a dog.
Doll.
Oh, what the fuck?
Dog pill is real, man.
Yeah, dogs go the reverse apparently now. It's like, okay, well, you know, come on, Fluffy, let's get it on, girl. It's like, okay, well, tell you, buddy boy, you can keep your fucking dog, you know, you can keep that one.
Yeah, Jack, this is what America's turning into.
Yeah.
I'm getting TFM Max. Fuck this shit.
Here we go. Look at this. Okay, boomer socialist e-girl shows her $2 million apartment. It says tax the rich only means billionaires. Oh, of course. Kind of like Bernie Sanders when he became a millionaire. I'm the only billionaires now. Okay. It's like
He betrayed me.
Dude, I would throw this void in a gulag.
Like, look at her. Look at her, man. Just making money off of like poor simps. Not poor simps, idiot simps or whatever.
Bro, I hate when bitches or SJWs complain about saying fuck the rich all day, kill the rich, but they're happy to get donations from OnlyFans.
Yeah, of course. They don't actually care about these principles at all. Like not just Bernie Sanders, like not really at all. They don't give a fuck with these principles, dude. The moment their fortunes change is when they actually change. Like they don't give a fuck with the actual principle of it all.
That woman
Women have no
betrayed me. She put it. What?
And in 2022 have no credibility.
Drolix.
Fuck, I'm being
Drolix. I got some memes for Drolix actually today for rice sales today.
Oh, man.
I did the one earlier about the, all the Chads, but getting the Asian foids. But here we go. Survey reveals 53% of Koreans in their 20s don't want a marriage or children. Oh my god, it's over.
Wait, what is it?
Survey reveals 53% of Koreans in their 20s don't want marriage or children. It's over.
Korea,
Yeah,
major problems.
yeah,
So is,
Japan's pretty bad, but right now, but I heard Korea follow suit. Like it's all going downhill in the Orient. No joke.
Here's the
I made a series called "Don't Be Ugly." In my second one, like I saw like a Chad Rodriguez.
Stay on topic.
Yeah.
Stay on topic. Sorry.
Yeah, I was talking about my "Don't Be Ugly."
Drolix, I need your opinion on something, man. Drolix, should I? I'm gonna TFM Max.
You're breaking
Should
up
I get
so
a
bad, Black Ronin. It's not even funny. If you're doing that for most of the stream, I was kind of ignoring it, but you're breaking up a lot.
Yeah, I changed
Drolix,
your in soda, man.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear Black Ronin well. It's like you're breaking
Yeah,
up.
you're like, I think because you're playing your game or something like that. Maybe because you're too far away from your mic or something. I don't know.
What about now?
I think you sound okay.
What about
Seems a little bit better.
ask Drolix, should I? I'm gonna TFM Max, right? But should I get a song
You're still
or
breaking
a
up.
flashlight?
Hold on, I missed that whole like. Should I get? I think your internet connection is getting hacked by FBI.
Yeah, well, I think it's because he's playing his game on top of being on stream, so it might be. I don't know how the internet speed is, but mine's just, yeah, I can do that, but maybe you can't. I don't know. But yeah, here's some South Korea pyramid here. White mother
Oh,
of
is
God.
this the age population?
Yeah, look at the fucking pyramid. Post-war urbanization begins in earnest. Look at this. Every year. Look at the birth. Look at the birth rate. Look at this plummet down the fucking toilet drain. Look, 1970s. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this great pyramid here. And it's like every year it gets like smaller and smaller and smaller. You get a nice bump in the 1990s. And it's like, okay, we're back down 2000s. Okay, we're 2020 is like, whoop, whoop. Sweet Jesus.
There'll be ugly law.
Yeah, soon, they'll be importing North Koreans, right?
Oh yeah, then I showed this picture here of the yes, the a life fuel for white cells here, like I said earlier. Look at this. Look at these guys, all Asians, white on Asian. It's true.
Yeah, and then people still say JVW doesn't work.
Just
well, if you're talking about sub 5s, it doesn't work. But if you're a 7 or 6, yeah, it does.
No, I think you could still get away as being a 5 or a 6.
It works. It works. I mean, it works for me, and I'm a borderline 5. You know, it does work. But I suppose one of the reasons
not a green card for you, so I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I've only done online experiments. I haven't actually met these people, but I get the. I'm only going from what they're telling me, and you know, speaking to them and stuff. I get the impression that JBW does work in Asia, but I might be a case where it might not just be my looks in the West. It could just be that I've got these extreme mental health problems, and it doesn't come through when I speak to these people on the internet. And I've got the height as well, so I suppose that could be something going in my favour in that country.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, don't underestimate. Like, you could be borderline 5 or 4, but you know, being white probably gives you at least a +1, +2 automatically. So, just saying.
Yeah, and also it's probably a case that 20 years ago, when people were going over to Asia, they went to places like Thailand, and there was this obvious appeal because these people are so different. So when people say that JBW will weaken in the future, I do wholeheartedly believe that. I think, you know, in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, when it comes to white cells in the West, they're going to be in a position as bad, or if not worse, than rice cells are in the West today. You know?
Yeah, it's no, I agree that the JBW window is shifting, the C-maxing.
Yeah.
Already has.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder every year, or by the year, I should say. I mean, it's still possible, but
it's not hard. No, I've got to be honest with you, it's not hard. It's not
you
hard.
You have to be a 6 and above, though.
No, hard as in if your end goal is to, you know, leave the West and stay in Southeast Asia, yeah. But if you're talking like you want to go on a snuggles tourism, or, you know, you want to stay there for like
anybody can go there, snuggle, or raise a single mother over there.
It's not
you
hard.
And you and your single mothers, my God.
Well, there's a lot of single mothers over there.
Yo, is my connection good now?
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, but I don't know if you're sound good or not. Like, you gotta, like, I don't know.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get a new mic and get some ice cream. Okay, I'll be right.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that's okay.
Ice cream max.
Ice cream max. Okay, so we have the 5 degrees of being attracted to holes. First degree, social skills required to interact with holes. This is friend zone territory here. Second degree, popularity required to keep the spark going. Dateability here. You have popularity. Okay. Third degree, compatibility requires giving her the impression you're valuable. Relationship likely. Fourth degree, tall height required to keep other potential mates off. Safe for LTR. Fifth degree, handsome required for needy, compulsive girlfriend. Keeper. See, look, it's easy, boyos. It's a nice 5-step program.
Yeah, actually, I think Black Pill or Tails had a recent video It's like height is almost a requirement to keep a relation going, LTR. Supposedly, women are more happier, quote unquote, in a relationship if the man's always taller, and not just like, a couple of inches taller, like almost a foot taller.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I stayed up way too late last night, man. I woke up like literally an hour ago or half.
Wow. Dang. Get some sleep, my dude.
I was inspired to make videos last night.
Yeah, I think I saw you put one out.
I put 3 out.
Dang, 3 videos.
I need to watch them. I was gonna do a "Don't Be Ugly" video, but I can't even think about one. Like I'm just trying to think about I'm trying to find a Black and Latina like "Don't Be Ugly," like, but I can't find any Black and Latina couples on YouTube. So
Here we go. Female dating strategies. My husband lost his job, not considering leaving him. My husband is a plastic surgeon. He previously made 500 to 700K a year with bonuses at his practice. He recently got let go due to COVID, reducing plastic surgery patient load. He's a doctor and he's only been able to find general practice work. His highest offer was 250K. This is not a high salary or something.
Jesus, hold on. You gotta stop here. You gotta stop here. Like, this chick is so fucking delusional. Like, do you know what it takes to even get a $250,000 salary? Like, if she leaves him and she thinks she can find a better
Option.
potential money earner, like, it's 0 to none.
Yeah. I know we need money, but I don't want him to go to get used to working a low salary and not working hard to get back up to the mid sixes that we accustomed. Okay. He used to give me 10K a month allowance, which has been slashed to 3K. What an entitled bitch. Oh my God. I had to stop getting my nails, hair, and salon services. My monthly shopping has been reduced significantly. I know he might recover, but he might not. And I also know my worth and what I'm accustomed. Oh, wow. I feel just gross having to accept this sort of lifestyle. I know there are other men at his old practice that clear more than 500K a year, and there's no reason I can't get one of these men. We don't have kids yet, and I just don't want to settle for some loser with mediocre ambitions. What should I do? I'm afraid if I leave him too soon, I might find myself in an even more difficult place. Please advise. I know I'm a mod here, but even I need advice also.
Wow.
14 votes.
So she says that he's mediocre ambitions. I'm like, bro, he probably went through 8 years of med school. He's earning like over $500,000 at one point, and it's just like, that's mediocre ambition.
Yeah, she wants some like once again, she wants to fuck like Jesus Christ, God himself, or some shit, or Zeus out of the fucking sky. Like, and even that wouldn't be good enough for her because she's something else different.
And we gave them the power to vote.
We did. Well, it wasn't us, but yeah, somebody did.
It's that meme. Lois Lane
Our
is
white
like,
knight forefathers did.
I don't know if you guys saw that meme where Lois Lane is holding on to like, Clark Kent.
Yeah, this is the best I can do.
Henry Cavill version, and she's thinking, can I still do better?
Yeah. Here we go. Throwaway account 1260 R dating. I literally tried dating guys because I was so desperate. 22 male. Disclaimer: I just want to vent. Don't label me an incel or entitled misogynist or anything. I don't hate women. I think I'm entitled to. I don't think I'm entitled or think I'm entitled to their love and affection. Ah, boy, you already fucked up here. This is like
Yeah,
so
you're an
bad.
incel guy. If you
That's
are
like-
reduced to dating
Yeah.
men, yeah, you're an incel. A desperate one at
The
that.
problem is that like I hate when people do this shit because they're like disclaimer. I'm not bad. I'm not a bad person, but all this stuff happened to me, so I feel like I have to post this. I'm not bad thing. It's like, okay, dude, go fuck yourself. Virtually every date I've had with women has resulted in them either ghosting me completely afterwards or saying that I'm just wants to be friends, and then proceeding to ghost me anyways in most cases. Presumably, this is because I'm just not charismatic or funny, and no, you're ugly, and I suffer from social anxiety. And being a super skinny ginger probably doesn't help. Yeah, that's probably your biggest problem. Those women don't just swipe right on me, so my looks probably aren't the main problem. Maybe. But seeking gay male friends, female family and friends of mine. So seeing gay male family and friends of mine consistently get dates and relationships with ease despite being relatively unremarkable men made me jealous of gay men. So one day I decided to pretend to be bi and see if things would work out if I tried dating guys. Almost every guy I swipe right on was a match, of course. And I got flooded with messages when I set up my Grindr account. though the vast majority of those guys ultimately started sending me pics and asking about my penis size and clearly weren't interested in actually dating. I eventually did find guys who wanted to date me, but most of them wanted to also do sexual stuff right away. I tried making out with them and getting oral multiple times, and it wasn't a fan. Okay, and some guys tried to doing it to me, but it wasn't satisfying me at all. It wouldn't satisfy me at all. The longest period of sexless dating I had was 3 dates with a guy who genuinely connected with personally. But after the 3rd date, he said he found someone else, which I'm guessing was triggered by me not showing interest in sex over those 3 dates. I'm massively embarrassed and ashamed that I had to stoop this low in order to find someone who genuinely likes me or like me. I perform acts that disgust me, and because I couldn't face the fact that I'm unlovable, sometimes I get jealous of gay guys and get mad at the world for making me straight, yet undesirable to women. But I know these are not healthy thoughts, and I need to move on. And with all the toxic relationships in the world, ugly divorces, maybe embracing single life is the way to go, and this just the universe's way of telling me that. Oh my God, this is such a sad story.
That is awful.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I don't know, because him trying to like save face and say I'm not an angry, bitter, entitled incel. It's like, no, like I don't give a fuck. Fuck him.
Yeah, it's that saying. It's like gosh, why is it escaping me now? It's like sorry but not sorry, you know?
Yeah.
It's like people are gonna find this offensive, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Here's another story we got here. 2 X chromosomes. I keep getting asked if I'm a real woman, and it fucking sucks. I'm a young cis woman who has never felt unsure about being a woman, and while I do not wear makeup and prefer pants over skirts and dresses, I think I present rather clearly feminine. Yet both in my real life and lately, mostly on dating websites, I keep getting asked if I'm a real woman. They try to phase it in various ways, but overall, they want to make clear before spending more time chatting or even meeting with me that I do in fact possess a vagina. This is so incredibly demanding, or demeaning rather. Yes, I have one, but is that the factor deciding if I'm a person worth pursuing? We're spending time and effort on, and am I a woman enough only when the point is cleared? Question like this really make me feel like I'm only valued as a whole that can be fucked. It always devastates me. I'm not even insecure about being a woman. It still shakes me. I cannot begin to imagine how cruel and dehumanizing the world must be for all women. Oh my God, my screen cut off on me a second. For all women who do not have a vulva and are constantly devalued because of that. We're not holes, goddamn. We're people. Got a DM as a reaction to the post, and several others telling me I'm ugly and it's my own fault. Use more feminine photos. Dress like a woman. Don't be ugly. Men are trash. Oh boy.
Hold up, bro. What the fuck is this shit about?
Some chick who just called a man.
Some chick who did what?
Some chick basically who like dresses very, very masculine, but she basically gets asked, "Are you really a woman or not?" on dating apps.
Yeah, how can you fucking blame guys? Like, you know, you gotta do your transvestigation if you're gonna waste time on a void. Like, if she's not an actual void, like, what have you been doing?
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm glad you're here, Jolix. You can explain this to me. I don't know how this stuff works. Here we go. The code. I'm not sure what the difference is here. The difference between girls and guys, the code. When guys code, this is like really quick, I guess. When girls code.
Oh, can you make the image bigger? Like I can barely see.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
When guys code, when girls code.
All right, so on the left, you declare a couple of variables. You're doing some math, and then return the results. Oh, yeah. That's pretty true, dude. It's pretty true.
And then there's all the comments on here. Oh my God, this is so true. Why do guys have to make things more complicated for no reason? Thanks on how not nightmares knowing airplanes are written by guys. Well, I don't understand, but the code on the right looks so much more organized. This is why women should get into coding. The code on the left is so bad. It's a hacker code used to steal nude photos. Stay away. You're so amazing. Is there anything you can't do? It's like, what the fuck? And of course, there's John. John Carmack has a special function in Quake 3 source code which calculates the inverse square root of a float 4 times faster than a regular float, including a strange, I don't know what the fuck even means, constant.
Yeah, John Carmack with it's I think it's like a coding god.
This hacker girl is OnlyFans. I would actually would do.
No, this is actually a pretty good debate, even in the coding profession. Like, You want to write good code, clean code, where you're not coding for yourself, you're coding for others essentially, because more than likely other people have to maintain that shit. And so the more clear, the concise you can write, the better. But that was just like an example of like this function is 1 + 1. It takes the left value, add the right value, and returns it. Like, good God, bitch! Like we know. You know what I mean? It's like you're trying to explain 1 + 1.
Are you trying to code explain me?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I might be the world's
What I was
worst
gonna say is,
coder.
I did Java a little bit, but let's be honest here about the John Carmack thing. John Carmack made the best code. Let's be honest.
What would you like to change? What would you like to change about your life if you could change? If you could change something, I change society. Yep, ain't that like
because it's society and not you.
Well, like I said, I even asked you in your life. I change society. Oh, but of course.
Always society.
Yeah, everything but
Destroy
themselves.
society. Speaking of free saffron.
Yeah, I can't really like do that because like I have 6 people in here so far. I like to keep it around 6.
Soy society.
Oh, is what Saffron Pill wants to join?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go out if you want.
Oh, sure. I'll second. Yeah, give me a sec. Remove. Here we go. Oh, I guess he was. Wait, somebody.
Huh. Yeah, Ronan left.
That was weird.
Unless his phone cut out.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. His mic's been going crazy all stream. So
Hey, you all. I'm humbled by the stupidity of people. In couple of days, events have happened. So I really apologize for all the heated arguments I had. I realized that this world is actually nothing, actually. It's full of stupid people, So please ignore
It only took you this long to figure that out now.
Here, I'll read this one last meme and then we can talk. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them the drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction. It has already happened to some extent in our society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. And in fact, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable them to tolerate social conditions that would be otherwise intolerable. Ah, yes. The prophet himself.
Even the first time I was sent to a psych ward when I was 12, and they tried to dope me up on like all these antidepressants and Ritalin. I didn't know how to explain it because again, 12 years old, not a wide vocabulary. But it's like I even knew like this. How is this a solution to a problem that is external? It isn't.
Oh, I just thought of the perfect meme. Let me find it. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Oh. Let's see.
I mean, people are really stupid.
Aren't we all?
I don't know if I am or not, but people are.
Oh, found it. Here, mystery. I'll post it in the chat. You can probably put it on screen.
Here's the rat race of society. Happiness is just around the corner. Work harder. Happiness is just around the corner. Earn more money. Happiness is just around the corner. Buy more things. Happiness is just around the corner. Keep going. Oh my God. Just keep going, boyos. The endless self-improvement treadmill. Putting in the private chat. Oh, reaction gifts. Okay, let me open it up. Open a new. Let me copy I like to use in Firefox, not a.
You can save so much by spending 100K.
I gotta play the video clip too as well. At some point.
Yeah, what's the video Black Ronan gave you?
I gotta look at it at some point. We'll probably play it on stream. I don't think I'm gonna get copyright strike for that. Oh, I found it. It's pretty good. Let me I think showing on my screen and let me show the screen. Wow.
I remember that clip.
Just take a pill, boyos. It'll make it all go away.
Do Aldous Huxley's wet dream come true?
Yeah, I
Let me,
think
load up
American health system is whack. It's like the pill mentality. It's like, oh, you got a problem, we got a pill for that, you know?
Yeah, and now we and the black pill too. Oh my god!
Oh,
Like
actually,
you got your red
maybe
pill, what was your black pill?
maybe I'm a hypocrite, you know? I subscribe one black pill daily keeps the rope away.
Can you guys hear? You guys hear this pretty well. Let me let you guys play a little clip from this.
So little update.
Can you hear it?
We moved.
It's a bit low.
Let me do this audio thing again. Put that audio up. Put this audio really far up. How about now?
Yeah.
That good? Was that good?
Yeah, it was better for sure.
I'm already uncomfortable.
Yeah, look at this face. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, this is pretty.
So little update. We moved. I could
Oh,
no longer
God.
afford to
Anglerfish sale.
last place. But now Chrissy is helping out with some of the bills. She got a job. You want to tell them about it?
Yeah, I have an OnlyFans now, so.
Lingerie company. Why does lingerie company need you naked?
For measurements. It's for measurements.
I mean, there's a lot of downsides to moving into a smaller place, but one of the upsides is I now get to sleep next to her.
Why haven't I left him yet? Honestly, I would leave him for any guy who asked. So if anyone's out there and is interested, please. Living here has been utter hell. I hate it here. I'm just waiting until he makes more money so that when I divorce him, I get a little bit more. Oh, yeah, no, don't get too close.
And to finish things off, we have a roommate as well.
The fuck guy.
For our family.
No, there's no family.
Hello, my name is Preston Selleck. I am the Lord of the Land here, if you will, per se. I am currently renting one of my rooms to, a cuck, for lack of a better word, and a whore.
Living here has just been awesome. Preston and Chrissy have been getting along just great.
The Wonder Bread is in the pantry, and the mayo's in there. And if you skimp on the mayo, I'll kick you out. You're going to lose your living privileges if you do not make me a sandwich. You must make me a sandwich. I am not a sexist. I just feel that women should know their place. And I do make sure of that here in this household, believe me.
Preston is always teaching me about stuff.
What the frick are you doing?
Laundry.
A woman's job is what you're doing.
No, I think in a living relationship, you share the household chores.
What are you going to be doing next? The dishes?
No, I already did that.
Cuck.
What?
Married is so that she works for you for free. It's the only reason why I let her move in. I thought she was going to be doing everything. So.
He's always teaching Chrissy stuff.
So I just had a quick question for you. I don't know how much you know about other countries, if you're educated at all, if you went to school, because I know women, genetically their brains work differently.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Did you know that in China they already have it figured out, and that when a female is born, they just throw it out?
Yeah, traumatized an entire nation.
And sometimes we get into debates.
They're whores.
Queens.
They're whores.
Queens. 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 Something that's weird about Preston is he is legally not allowed to own a gun.
I'm trying to save you. I'm doing this. Everything I do that I've been doing, I do it for you.
So wait, why do you need a seventh gun?
I already told you. It's just in case there's a governmental uprising, or if I have my own sort of uprising.
Okay.
But I need it.
I think Chrissy's uncomfortable with you owning guns because you threaten her with them.
Goodbye. You're lucky this is this and not another type of my own. Why do you listen to that whore? Everything she says, you're always bending the knee for her constantly. When has she ever bent the knee for you? Are you affected chemically by her estrogen?
I'm affected by her all the time.
There's a reason why for thousands of years men have controlled everything. You realize that, right?
I guess.
And all we've used them for is just to make more men.
Oh, ew! What are you trying to do? Kiss me? Come on, Peter.
Chrissy!
Oh my God! What?
I do everything for you. I give you all my money. I treat you like a queen. I even let you date other people.
Oh my
Why
God.
won't you let me kiss you?
Peter, you're a fucking idiot. Just because you perform these subservient tasks for someone who doesn't even like you in the first place doesn't mean you're entitled to a reward. You're just as bad as a fucking incel. You're a fucking simp. Okay, I'm leaving.
Bitch!
Oh God.
Honestly, that was the first time I've ever felt attracted to him, which I think says a lot about me.
Space comedy right there.
Which channel was that?
That was Ryan, the leader.
Oh.
Do you know something funny? I think a male anglerfish is called like the scientific term is like symbiotic or something like that. Which is
Symbiotic
short
relationship.
Yeah, I think
Symbiote.
it's called a simp for short. So
No, symbiotic is beneficial for both parties.
Yeah, symbiotic are like bees and flowers.
I wasn't sure what he was talking about then. I was trying to go for word.
No, like the Latin name for an anglerfish starts with a simp.
Okay.
Yo, bro, did we just got copyrighted strike live stream?
Maybe we did.
Yeah, because I'm seeing stream unavailable, suspended for policy violation.
Oh,
man.
man.
Played that clip.
It must have been that clip, yeah.
I told him it was
Black
like gonna happen.
Black Verona sabotaged the stream, man.
Now I gotta like clip that out.
Is it live? Can someone comment in the comment section?
Can't see. I didn't see that one coming. I told him. I told him it was gonna happen.
Dude, we got cucked by that video, man.
We did.
We got cucked by a cuck simp video.
Yo, so no, the reason why I stay up all night is because I'm trying to go around all these copyright bullshit when I upload.
Yeah, I
YouTube
knew.
video.
I was like, why on earth? Like, I probably shouldn't play this video here because like if I'm gonna copyright strike.
And
Like,
Black Verona is like, no,
That's why I
it'll
don't
be
do,
okay. It'll be
90
okay.
Day Fiancé
We could have
videos.
reacted. Maybe we should have reacted after like couple of seconds every time.
Yeah, it probably would have worked.
I want to
Yeah.
do 90 Day Fiancé videos, but yeah, the whole copyright strike
Stream
thing.
is dead.
Fuck it. Are you
Yeah.
relaunching or like you are?
Yeah,
doing
no, I'm not. I'm never playing a stream. They doing the stream ever again. This is not gonna happen anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's always good to like not play it.
Or probably talk over it.
Yeah.
Was the vid too base? I have no clue.
It was all right.
Yeah, it
Like,
wasn't that good.
I don't know. Like obviously they're making fun of cucks and incels.
But the thing is, get it this way: this platform you can like afford this kind of BS, right? You
Oh,
can
okay.
afford this.
Hold on. I see what happened. So I have the YouTube stream open. I saw it go down. I think the conversation that we had in StreamYard got blocked while it was down. So
No, we're back. No, we're back.
The live chat is back now.
Everyone's saying we're back.
I don't know if we are talking and they are like typing something in the comment that.
Oh, it's probably because like it's probably gonna like it's probably gonna take the whole stream down at some point when I actually go to upload the whole video, and then it's gonna tell me to, because they don't actually do like copyright strikes like they did in the past. They don't like suspend your whole channel anymore like they used to. If you just clip out the part where you use the copyright material, they'll just let you keep the video up, which is nice.
That's cool.
So I think we're still alive. Yeah, we're
we
still
didn't
live.
we didn't talk over it, so
people are actually joining up in here, which is nice. Like if I don't play video, I'm like I told him like I shouldn't play the video on stream probably because I'm like I don't know what the fuck's the problem is. So
well, you cut the video out.
Yeah.
Nothing is missing. So
yeah, I'll cut the video out because it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I knew I shouldn't have played that video on my clip. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Better than
Oh,
playing
boy.
a 90-day fiance clip.
Yo, you know, this kind of brings up a good testing bed. I'm gonna put the ones I recently did. They're pretty short. I think they're both less than 2 minutes each. And,
Are we still live or no?
Yeah, we're still live.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I don't see anybody. Well, I said the people are coming back in. 31 viewers still, so which is nice. So I've never seen a stream get nuked and come back on. Oh, either I.
No, I seen it before. It happened to Face.
Oh, it happened with Face. You're right. It did happen with Face. You're right. Yeah.
dude, it happens to DFF all the time when they do live stuff. So
Okay, we're still live. Okay, we're good. So I guess I'm gonna have to clip that. We're gonna have to. YouTube's probably gonna copyright strike that video. Now I have to clip out that portion. So it doesn't matter at all. We're still good.
Yeah,
Oh,
agencies, FBI, CIA, one love.
FBI, CIA. I'm with like F in the chat. Like, yeah, I knew it. I shouldn't have trusted Ronan on that one. I'm like, okay, no, I shouldn't play this clip. No fucking way.
It's the classic symbol of white supremacy. We are on a white platform owned by white shareholders majority, and here we are. We played a white video with white actors, and we get a strike. This is oppression.
as a white man, I agree with that.
Yeah, Face got nuked and back. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I made a video for that one too.
A good rule of thumb is not to trust anything he says. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not, like I said, video clips have got to be very, 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 you gotta vet those suckers before you do it because it's not worth it getting your channel nuked for that shit. Luckily, we're in the new age of YouTube where they don't like destroy your old channel because you got copyrighted or something like that, which is nice. But yeah.
Like, how did it even determine it was copyrighted?
Because they have algorithms, like actively running on AI and shit like that. They're just looking for video content, and they see it's like you're playing video content. What's going on? So
yeah. My channel will be terminated from that 90-Day Fiance black pill analysis of 90-Day Fiance.
Susan Wojcicki still sucks.
Tell me about it.
She didn't like our videos.
And if you're watching, dear, fuck you.
That's someone where you're gonna get nuked for real. I might get nuked one day. You never know.
Hey, make a mystery school 2.2 and just post a sample video so that everyone can sub there.
Oh God.
Come on.
I have copyrighted shit too, actually, but they don't actually do anything. I couldn't even monetize. That's weird.
Yeah, I think there's varying degrees. I think the ones their actual copyright strike is like the other person has to claim it and then, launch a DMCA against you. I think those are the ones that are painful.
Yeah.
And then
sorry.
Yeah, the common one is like, oh, we know you're using copyrighted material. Your video is not going to be monetized. It goes to the original content holder.
Yeah, the money goes there.
So do you want to know something crazy about how YouTube works? So in India, we have ancient scriptures and a lot of things. So we have a very ancient story, Ramayana. So what YouTube did is one company called T-Series, like Netflix and other media companies, they had the copyright of lyrics of lot of songs. So these stupid people actually copyrighted the ancient, the general songs that public used to sing. And you get a copyright when you used to sing that. So everyone started shouting in India, and then they had to I don't know what they did, something happened. So this is kind of buffoonery. There's no secure AI or some foolproof algorithm that this shit is running. People don't realize that in any system there's a percentage error. So if YouTube is a system, which it is, there always will be 5%, and if it is very bad, even 10-15% of people who bypass algorithmic clutches very easily.
Let me see. Hold on, let me go to my channel real quick. Yeah, we're still live. Good shit. People are gonna come back, I guess, at some point. People will realize it and come back. Manage videos. I wonder if I can circumvent that copyright strike pretty soon. Probably not. Probably not till it uploads. 27 viewers, 21 likes. At least people had the fucking likes up for once. My God. Normally I get like two fucking likes. I'm like, okay, well, I don't ask for likes, but fuck, at least you guys can fucking do it, like the fucking video. Like,
Yeah,
I
like
like
killing scanuals, man. Get those likes up or I don't work.
yeah, basically, or get the super chats up rather.
I like the new check thing that they do when you upload, so it like pre-checks it for
Yeah.
strikes or issues.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gotten a lot better about there. I remember back in the day, people were complaining hard about the copyright strike system on YouTube. It was like horrible.
Yeah, but the last one I did for the based Russia police, like 2 weeks ago, I kept getting, nudity, and it kept getting nuked, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like everything is censored. Twitchy algorithm, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I put them in the private chat link. One's a Face and LMS's friend roping, and the other one's like the based Russia police.
Well,
I think
Twitter
you
is
can.
blocked by Nigerian government.
One thing I love, this is gonna be more a little bit of politics cope here, but I love the fact that like the left is getting cucked by one whole man. There's one man cucking the whole left. It's Joe Manchin. What are you gonna do? Go into West Virginia and campaign against me? Please, that would help me more than anything. He told New York Times recently, referring to the inability of the Democratic Party, the left, to challenge him. Why is Joe Manchin willing and able to block his party's goals? He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I'm not going to get rid of the filibuster. I'm not voting for you. I'm not voting for that bill. I'm not voting for that bill. I'm like, dang, dude, just stopping everything. Stopping everything.
Brutal. I haven't even heard about this guy.
Joe Manchin, he's like the blue dog Democrat for sure. He's that conservative Democrat. He's getting cuffed by one old man. And like the less like, well, how's he a Democrat? Blah blah blah. Well, he's been a Democrat for fucking years, dog. Like he's been like there for like 10 years and like that. You can't get rid of him.
Wait, you mean he doesn't support like SJW agendas? How is he a
He's
Democrat?
from West fucking Virginia. What the fuck do you like? What do you want the man to do? Like he wants to get elected too.
He's a Democrat and conservative.
Yeah, there are plenty of this him and Kirsten Sinema are like two of the more conservative Democrats in the Congress for real.
Because they try to play this like whole like they try to separate like society versus like economic policies. So you get people who say, well, they're economically liberal but socially conservative, or vice versa.
Yeah, the biggest problem with the Democratic Party is always going to be is that they have such a broad coalition of like different interest groups within their own party that like they can never like coalesce on like one thing. Like you always have your moderate Democrats, you have your extreme Democrats, and you have like your regular run of the mill, Democrats in the middle there. And like the ones on the far right or the ones that are like kind of a center left will always kind of like sometimes hop over the aisle and vote with the Republicans. Then you end up like, okay, well, we can't pass anything. It's like, well, yeah, you can't pass any of your agenda because you're fucked.
I mean, it's to a point now where it's just whole like brand recognition. Like they see Democrat or Republican, they think all these like connotations about it without actually knowing what they actually mean or stand for. So it's just like politics is just completely like meaningless nowadays.
It is.
I have one question. Just imagine being white and politically in a weird position.
What do you mean weird position?
I mean, awkward position where you are perceived to be very powerful, but actually you are just white and everything in your life is just fucked.
Yeah, I'm just an average guy who happens to be white.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah. I mean,
like
in England,
my privilege has never helped me at all. My supposed privilege.
Well, because you're 5'5", that's why.
Oh, yeah, to bring that up.
In England, we have the same thing as you have in America. We've got you've got the Democrats and we've got the Labour Party, and they have a similar coalition of the intersectional identities that come together. And we have a Conservative Party that they have a broad coalition themselves, but they both sides of the political divides. They essentially don't do anything once they get into power. They all just they just seem to follow the dictates of global finance. So there's not really much you could do with them, you know.
And
I mean, isn't being a politician a joke? Like you just get elected, try to stay in power, you know, milk the taxpayer money while you can.
You can't blame
literally every politician.
being a politician is actually a very tough job. Actually, if you see the kind of stabbing, backstabbing, and kind of a media critic and stuff that goes around.
I actually love this term I found. It's like the rotating villain. In American democracy, when the majority party has enough votes to pass populist legislation, party leaders designate a scapegoat who refuse to vote with the party, thereby killing the legislation. The opposition is otherwise inexplicable and typically comes from someone who is safe or not up for re-election. This allows for maximum diffusion of responsibility. What the fuck? Senator Lieberman now opposes the same healthcare compromise he himself suggested, just when everyone thought Democrats had enough votes to get this done. Guess they made Lieberman the rotating villain. But yeah, this happens a lot of times in politics. So like, oftentimes the whole point of like a government is like keep the status quo going. At the end of the day, they don't actually want real like quote unquote change. So like you just have like, okay, well we're gonna like vote against bills that we like whenever the Democrats have like no power at all. What ends up happening is that you have these the Democrats, they'll vote for all this like progressive legislation, but then what ends up happening is that when they actually have power, it's like, okay, they roll all that shit back. Like, okay, we don't actually believe in that shit because like they know it's not going to pass, but like they get a brownie points for just voting that way.
That's common worldwide. I mean, you're very correct in that.
Yeah, I would say that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
The name of the game is stay in power, stay elected, and keep collecting checks. Like they don't really give a fuck about like passing like sweeping legislation unless it's like like I don't know like another fucking $1 billion going to the defense industry or something like that. They don't like care about anything else.
So we have Jack from UK region, I guess. So I had one question. Like there were two parties in Britain predominantly right now, right? One is the Labour and another one is the
Tories.
Yeah,
yes.
The weird head PM, that Joris guy is from the another party, right? He's not from the Labour Party, or is he?
Who's that? With the lead. I think the leader of the Labour Party is Keir Starmer, and the leader of the Conservatives, the current Prime Minister, is Boris Johnson. The guy. I mean, I don't really follow it that much, but I know somebody who knew Boris Johnson personally throughout the 1990s, and the guy was just a product of the private school system in England, and he's had quite a hard job. He got into power, and then COVID happened. He had to deal with Brexit.
So basically, he's not a liberal, right? Not a Labour, right? Labour Party guy.
No, he's conservative. He's
conservative. Yeah. So what happened is, if people remember history in India, when this freedom fight and everything was going on, it was actually the Labour Party who fucked up the whole country. It was in power.
Yeah, because that was 1948. That the person who was the last viceroy of India would have been Mountbatten, and he was part of the British royal family, and he had a very close relationship with the Nehru family, and he gave more territory to the Hindus than he did to the Muslims in the north, and that caused a lot of territorial disputes that exist there to this day.
Yep. So that's the history, a lot of things, but the only thing is this simp thing, and a lot of things it's going since very long thing, and people do not know that the division of Indian state actually happened because of a woman. It's a
what happened is that Lord Mountbatten, there's speculation that he was homosexual, and during that time I'm not sure if this is true. This is just only speculation that I've read from a few different sources. And what happened was he developed a close relationship with the Nehru family, and there's quite a bit of evidence that one of the Nehru family had an affair with Lord Mountbatten's wife, and this brought the Mountbatten family and the royal family a lot closer to the position of the Hindus. And as you know, the Muslims in the north. I think it was a guy called Jiwa or something, Genoa.
Yeah, Jinnah guy.
Yeah, Jim. Yeah, that man. He realised that the relationship with the British royal family was held by the Hindu south in the south, and that was pretty much brought on by the this affair that was happening in the background between the Mountbatten family and the Nehru family. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a classic example of a private enterprise like taking over a country. I mean, when Britishers came to India, they were simply a service provider and company owners, and then they started asking for rights like we need to protect our services and goods, so we need to keep some troops. So the kings used to say, okay, you can hire your own like personal security and stuff, and that's
Yeah.
how they multiplied and multiplied, and they used a lot of treaties and a lot of things happen. It's a
Yeah, I
complex
mean,
history. Yep.
yeah, I mean, my understanding of that period in that area of the world was that when the British East India Company developed around the turn of the 17th century, there was this need to expand into Asia, and if you look at the British Empire in India, all you're really looking at is a corporation with guns. That's all it really was. It was a corporation that wanted to
Imagine
mine the
YouTube.
resources.
Imagine YouTube and Twitter running their militia on the ground and policing people what they tweet and what they don't. It was something like that.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much what the British Empire was in India. It was a corporation that lasted for
Actually,
a
in an
long
ironic
time.
way, the only thing people can even give a like stalemate kind of not exactly thank, but okay, you were there. It's only that the brutality of Islamic invasion was kind of halted by strategies from the British. That's all that happened.
Oh yeah, I
And
mean, my uncle spent a decade in India,
yeah,
and he said to me, a lot of the Indian mainland are favourable to British because at the time, the development of British infrastructure was rivaling the best in the world, and they did hand over quite a lot of technology to India. So they've the infrastructure in India that lasted up until from the 1940s onwards has actually made them given them a good foundation so they can emerge as a world power maybe later on in the century.
actually, that's not exactly true. The production site was actually ruined. So if you go by the OECD group of nations, they have a 2000 timeline year. So they
really?
they have basically taken the GDP of nation region wise since Christ. I mean the inception of this Christ calendar or
really?
common era calendar, if you can say. So they have always assigned this share of 30 to 35% to the Hindu-led India up until the 800 years, even after the Greek invasion, all the Alexander stuff and all. Even after that, it continued and all. So it was like 30 to 35%, and China was like around same. So India, China combined had a share of 60-65%. What happened is when the Mughals and the Islamic forces came, that dropped down to 20%. So there was a net decline of 10-15% in Indian side. And when Britishers came, they provided a security from the barbaric attack of that, but they actually crumbled the economy from remaining 20% to down to 2%. So
Really?
so on the face of it, it seems like okay, yeah, you have steam engine running, so it must be a good technology that we maybe help Indians with. But it's a kind of a fallacy kind of a narration, because if you give 10 laptops in a country and then you like burn the whole country down, it makes no sense. So that was the thing that was happening there. And in the construction also, the infrastructures were mainly for carrying raw material to the seaport. That's all. There was no ecological consideration, no village consideration, no town consideration, nothing was there. So that's the basic narration of it, and you can verify these points. These are open sites, and OECD is a European group of nations. It's not even like Asian biased portal or something.
I'll take your word for it. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't done that much research into it. I think
And actually, there was a very bloody history between like Indians, Hindus, Muslims, and white Christians that were there. It's all very like watered down a bit. Like today, I don't know why. It should be like we should remember what happened to like counterbalance the future narrations.
Yeah, I mean, I read one book on on the British Empire about 5 years ago, and there was literally one chapter about India, and that was all I remember. So
And you will be shocked that in both the world wars, World War One and World War Two, it was million plus Hindu troops that actually helped the British side both the times, or the British pro-British powers both the times.
yeah. Well, the British Army was mainly stationed in India before the First World War, so that would have meant most
So
of the troops.
this history is also like wiped out, and Indian people are not really that keen on this trend of history credit taking. But still, I mean, couple of mention in the crown of stolen jewels will be very great. I mean, Israel did it. Israel did it. Israel remembered the Hindu sacrifice, Indian sacrifice, and all. So Israel had,
Well, it's good to have an understanding, as long as you don't stress yourself out,
Yeah. And it's not about being fanatic and all. It happened. Everything was like going here it was history, right? History happens.
Yeah. With the I've never been to India, but I've heard quite a good things about what's going on there. I mean, I work in computer networking, and quite a lot of the people in networking world come from India, and they seem to be very competent. So that's a good sign for the future, particularly in that industry. But apart from that, I don't really know what's going on over there.
It's a political mess. The libtards and the what do you call this lobby in the world of Western Hemisphere? What do you call it? This liberal gang, this whole simp and feminist lobby. This
really,
it's all like too much into India, and they are still like continuing the neo-colonial Marx agenda there. So basically, the majority Hindu are still facing the same oppression that they used to face from the Islamic State, then this East India Company or the missionaries of that time. Still, the same narrations are going on. So it's a basically subtle form of leftover remnants of colonialism, where you have brown skilled people who think they are superior because of their white allegiance in the past. So do you get it? For example, someone's grandfather might be a close ally to a British white officer, a senior ranking. So they are like offsprings. And they right now they continue the same temperament, but they don't realize the country has gone through a transition, and they have the same oppressive kind of a mentality when they go to the position. Earlier it was ICS, now it is IAS. So it's the same service commission. Everything just continued. And people don't really understand that Britishers were actually controlling the equity and the kind of a central power kind of a thing they were controlling, because at any time Britishers were like 20,000 max or 40,000 max in India, not more than that ever.
Yeah, there was. I mean, the civil service in India during the height of we call it the Raj in Britain. We never had more than 1,500 civil servants in the country at any one time. But one thing I will say about the British civil service in India was that it was exceptionally efficient. It was exceptionally efficient. They managed to maintain control over a territory as vast as India, with 1,500 people, and that was testament to the education system during that time. The education system in Victorian England was exceptional, and to get into the civil service, you had to be an exceptional person. And that was definitely a major good thing that happened during that time. To actually prove that you could that administration can be that effective. 1,500 people, 1,500, and as you said, the majority of the armed forces in India were Indians themselves. So they actually managed to practice very good diplomacy with these people as well. But I certainly would say that it wouldn't be very good for us now in Britain to have any kind of power over India now, because you've got way too many people, my friend. We're about 55 million. You're about 1 billion. So I think you'll be uncontrollable now, sir.
Yeah, it's a joke now. I mean, the civilization wise, we have civilizational kind of ethos wise, we have lot of blissful ignorance to a lot of things. Like Greek, lot of Greeks were left over and they actually became Hindu. No one actually remembers their distinct bloodline. So
Yeah.
we have lot of ancient like this kind of a resonance memory, and thing is that it has been pretty well so far. And Britishers, the East India Company is actually owned by an Indian right now.
Oh, really?
Yep,
Well,
because that's a private limited company. Anyone can like trade and buy it. So some Indian bought it.
well, that's good news.
So that's the ironic end of the conversation. I guess we should pull some more thoughts on random topics around the Western Hemisphere. So I actually wanted to say this thing that this whole feminist bullshit nonsense that's going on in the Western Hemisphere, it has like seeped so deep in India, because on top of it there was no contextual kind of resonance of this feminist movement in India and the Asian society as such. It was a very weird kind of a thing that happened actually.
Well, that's a shame when you've got females within a country, and they start to disrespect men, and they start competing with men. Then you've got a big problem, because then your birth rates start falling, marriages start breaking up, and you start creating incels. I can see it happening all over the world now. If you look at Incel TV and he talks about the Middle East, I mean, that's one of the most hardcore religious fundamentalist places on earth. And now you've got feminists there,
I'll tell you something weird. All the Westerners, I guess most of us are in the Western Hemisphere as of now, or somewhat linked to that thing. So thing is, in India recently, a feminist chief minister is like the governor in the United States. So basically, governor of one of the states in India. Technically, it's called chief minister. She openly said that you should have affair whenever you want. So we personally, I don't find this kind of a cookery even in United States, right? Like openly
No.
calling out for affairs on your political speech and all. I maybe some cuckoos are there, but imagine this kind of a crap going on in India. Feminist leader of state coming out and saying that it's okay to have affairs
It's
and
shocking.
encouraging.
I think with Incel TV also say like there's people like in Nicaragua that watch this channel. So I think Nicaragua is also fucked as well.
I think there's only one culture on the planet, mystery on this whole planet that has been able to maintain a traditionalist patriarchal culture in the face of this worldwide feminist onslaught that's happening in every country. I think it's Chechnya in southern Russia.
Wow.
I think that's the only country, and that's because they've got such a strong ability to stay in very cohesive groups that interlock within their country, and their leader openly says we will not allow any of the Western liberalism to seep into our territory. Because they're keenly aware. It's all very well being alpha. A lot of the guys in the Middle East are alpha males. They're tough guys and stuff, but you've got to be able to stop that kind of narrative coming into the country. You've also got to be perceptive. You've got to be like Machiavelli said. You've got to be both a lion and a fox, and you've got to be like a fox. You've got to notice it and say no, we're not having this. There's only one country that's done it. That's Chechnya.
Yep. And I just want to give a random point, because it will bind up the conversation that we had before. Just one line, that it's not only the Britishers that actually came to India, actually invaded. There were a lot of people who came to India. It was Portuguese, French, Dutch. Everyone came to India. Britishers got lucky.
Yeah. I mean, during this, I studied a lot of what happened in Britain before the empire. Britain was a very, very violent place during the 15th and 16th centuries, like continual civil wars. By the time they got to the 18th century, they were a group of merciless psychopaths. That's the truth. They were vicious people. When they come into contact with anybody, because they'd had this long history of turmoil in their home nation, they had this brutality that was difficult for other groups to deal with. But when you talk to a modern British person, sir, we're not like that anymore. Our barbarous days are pretty finished,
I mean, it's cool. I mean, I don't hold any grudges such. I
No,
mean,
I'm cool, man. I'm totally cool. The only
Hey, I got
I'm
a question for both of you guys. It's a pretty good history conversation.
yep. Now we have the other part of Asia coming in because I guess apparently we have opioid crisis that ran for 200 plus years. So yeah, Britain has another explaining to do.
So, the question I had was, so like in my younger days, I went through the British school system, like, you know, early, like from I think 6 years old to 12 years old. And so I guess I would probably attribute my high IQ to the British school system. I'm talking this is like 20 plus years ago. And, you know, even at the young age level, like competition to get into prestigious school were there, right? So it's like from a very early age, you could say high IQ or capable people were being selected out. Like education in even in you know rice cell countries, it's a competition to get into like the best schools. And the stark difference in America is like you know here it's just like there is no competition, right? Like
Yeah.
you literally can apply to university, and if you have a vagina, you'll likely get in more than a male. I guess the real competition is who has more money with that varsity blue fucking scandal, the admission scandal. But in terms of actual like students competing, yeah, there is some degree of you know competition, but it's not like you know, where it's in Asia or other countries, like it's a real competition to get into the high IQ institution. So my point was, you know, I went through it when I was young. I thought it was top notch, but you know, that's 20 years ago. America's school system is complete garbage nowadays. So is it still based in Britain and maybe even in India at this time? Because I know India modeled it off Britain.
when I was at school, what you know, in what respect? So we you know we get taught mathematics like anybody else on the planet, the sciences, anybody else on the planet. I would say the humanities, because there's obviously different subjects, my friend. In what respect are you asking the question?
I was thinking like more on the overall sense, you know, like it's a well-rounded, or at least when I was going through it back then, it was just a well-rounded, how do I put it? A factory producer or a high IQ factory producer.
Right. I would say the intellectual level in Britain is probably slightly higher than it is in America, but it's nowhere near what it is in Germany. If you want to see an educated population who understands the humanities, the sciences, you know, maths, information technology, and you've got these well-rounded people who have gone through a superlative educational system. Britain isn't the country. It's the Germans. The Germans. The Germans have got are them people. You know.
Yeah. Like Britain used to be ranked number one, but that was a long time ago. I believe
Yeah.
Germany, yeah, nowadays.
Yeah. It's shockingly bad in some parts of Britain. We have certain parts of my country where people can't even read. You know, you've got adults where there's a percentage, you know, 10-15% of the population who are functionally illiterate.
They
You know,
should start. They should start their YouTube channels. They'll be very famous in non-English countries.
well, I should.
No. I'm saying the people who are like illiterate in the white countries, white majority countries, they should actually just start a YouTube channel.
But they wouldn't be able to do all the stuff needed to be able to put it onto YouTube, would they?
Yeah, kind of true. After I started making videos, I was like, damn, this shit's pretty involved.
Yeah, I mean, the stereotype. What happened with Britain was that they passed through a bottleneck. Some people say it was around the 1760. They reached a point where the population had a very high medium IQ, and what they did from the 1760 up until the Industrial Revolution, you had this gene pool that was capable of doing amazing things. So you had the development of the industries in the major the major cities of Britain, and these were effectively controlling most of the resources in the world. But the population expanded very quickly, and when they expanded very quickly, the population was no longer under the conditions of natural selection. And what used to happen was that we had this kind of Malthusian economic model where every generation there would be a certain amount of the population who would die during childhood, and the second part of the population would die due to starvation. And this had a selective attribute to the population. But as the population from the Industrial Revolution got outside of natural selection, the selection pressures weren't there, and then the IQ dropped and dropped and dropped. And from the point of 1900 to 2021, the IQ has just gone sharply down, and they can test this. You know, that they say the median IQ of an Englishman in 1900 was 115. Now it's 100. They've really gone down. So when you're actually looking at the modern British population, you're actually looking at a population that is nothing like they were 300 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Thank God, it's nothing like 100 years before.
Well, yeah, I think technology has made people much dumb. Like
Hey,
when I was a teenager,
imagine being a captive kind of a worker or kind of a slave in today's time, where you have all the modern gadgets, but you are fucking bounded.
yeah, I don't know. Richard Cooper could probably back this up. I know Jack Thiessen, you're like on the same age range too. Like back when we didn't have even cell phones, like you had to remember at least 10, different phone numbers. Now it's like,
the memory. The memory.
Yeah.
That's what I've never. People's attention span and memory is horrendous.
Yeah, it was so easy actually. If most of you might be remembering the numbers, right? Remembering the numbers. You don't actually remember the numbers that you remembered, but you must be remembering that you used to remember the numbers. And it was very easy. It was not tough at all.
And that's actually why they chose the 7 digits too. That's why the 7 digits. It was the longest people could easily recall. That's why they stuck with 7 digits instead of whatever. It was the easiest,
like the 20 numbers
that people could easily remember.
Yeah, I still remember my
childhood
number.
20. But
like in Japan, like they had like 20 numbers.
Right, yeah, it's too weird. And you got to remember because Japan was, didn't they adopt a lot of the digital systems quicker? I think they also have problems with like their phone book, right? Because there's no hierarchical system. It's a little complicated. But anyway, the idea was picking 7 digits had to do with easy recall. It was the longest that people could easily recall. It was harder for them to recall 8, and it was too easy at 6. So you'd run out of numbers. So they said they did 7. That's why everything was 7 digits. Plus area code, but obviously that's, that was more fixed. So you'd have to remember your area code and then country code.
Yeah, and luckily
so you're always like, there's always 1,
Yeah, luckily America built the phone system initially, so they get their area code number 1, or country code number 1, I should say.
Yeah.
So speaking of why I tuned in, it was an interesting thing. Was I liked the debate you guys were talking about with the British and the Indian rule. So here's sort of where I wanted to go with this. Was okay. So Saffron, you were talking about how a lot of the influence, let's say since the Dutch East India Company, things like that, right? How a lot of the influence in India itself, a lot of times was mass, right? Because it had to do with allegiances, let's say, with the British Empire and et cetera, or with counter empires, correct? So a lot of times the average citizen was involved in a political fight that really had very little to do with their own interests and had to do with foreign interests, correct?
Yeah. I mean, you're asking about the political scenario during the Raj, right?
Well, no, I'm trying to recapping to a point where you guys were talking about. So, like, you were bringing up how, for example, let's say between the British and India, for example, we
were discussing the dynamics, basically, the dynamics, what Britishers
right. No, I understand that. I'm leading. Yeah, of course, but I'm leading to something, right? So I'm saying, just trying to recap, right? So you're saying that, let's say we're back in our time capsule and something was going on, let's say in 1910 in India. A lot of that had more to do, let's say, with foreign decisions than actually the local, even though it was perceived by the locals as a local decision, correct?
Exactly.
Whatever
it was
it
a
is, right?
compromised
So
state
let's
of
say,
internal affairs.
right, exactly. Okay, so then you transition, So then you transition to about how there's a problem with feminism going on in there. So my point has been that that's just a new foreign influence.
Exactly.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what's going on everywhere. So I try to chase where these things are going, and that's why when I kind of discuss, when I say I don't think of it just as like a man versus woman problem, I see the entrenchment of feminism as a foreign political ploy.
Yep, Indians
Just as much
know
as
this
what,
concept. Richard, actually,
right?
Indians
Exactly.
are quick to identify. They call it neo-colonialism.
Right.
Yo,
Exactly. But you see where I'm going with this?
I have to add this
No,
to
seriously.
Richard
Like, first, so
Cooper.
we're on the same page. Do you guys get where I'm going?
Yeah, I
And
feel it.
then say.
Yep.
But do you see what? Yeah. Okay. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, let me add this. I don't.
Maybe
Alex?
Jack can
Yeah.
clear later. I don't know Jack's views on whatever you have asked. Maybe Drolix and then Jack can clear. Yep.
Yeah, so I was gonna add, the modern day Western feminism is infecting the rest of the world and, taking a hold. But I think it was, the Thinking Ape Stardust brought up a good point. Like the feminism getting, taken a hold, or I should say was taking a hold, like say in China, the Western feminism versus like say the Oriental feminism, like there's a clear, distinct difference. So it's not about like, oh, you go girl kind of thing. It is definitely like, planting ideas and
Right.
seeds into voids, having similar ideas, but it's like fundamentally different kind of
Exactly right.
feminism
Yes, but still the
from
same.
the
Yes.
West.
Yes. But I see
Yeah,
again.
so
I still don't feel that it's a Western. I feel like it's coming from the West because it was put here from somewhere else. But it's not a West. Here's what I'm trying to say. Collectivism is not a Western ideal. So it's coming from the West now, but it wasn't from the West. It was planted here. That's what I'm saying. It's like just like as much as an Indian concept was not from Indians. It was coming from Britain and then spread somewhere else. So that's what I'm trying to say, that a lot of these feminist things are not Western ideals. They're very, very much coming from collectivist
Yeah,
cultures.
yeah. One point I must add here, like this is a point actually I was trying to add, that it is the same lobby exactly which actually enslaved India. Kind of a same ideology right now also is governing all this thing, feminism. This Twitter CEO guy, he's like same ideology, same kind of imperialistic thought process is going on right now in a different way. So for us,
Well, yeah,
like
Exactly. Yes.
for us,
yeah,
like
yeah.
I'll tell you something. For us, like this Jack guy, CEO of Twitter, he's like just General Dyer or something.
Yes.
He's being like memed about. Like this white guy again, he has come and is trying to
Right.
tell us what to do. So that's why people are hating Twitter in India right
Right.
now. So they are like, look at this white guy. He's trying to give
Right.
us blue ticks, and he's trying to tell us who is verified in India, who is not. So that's the
Sorry,
sentiment on the ground. I
hello,
mean, I know it's a very
Exactly.
crude
hello.
sentiment, but that's the thing.
Hello. I have got no intention at all of. Are you saying that I'm saying
No,
telling
no,
Indian?
no, 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 not. Oh my God, no, Jack, not this Jack.
Oh, okay.
The Twitter guy, Twitter CEO.
Yeah, Jack
Oh,
Dorsey, I believe
I
his name.
see. I see. Yeah.
Jack Dorsey.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. I know you are
yeah.
cool, man. You are cool. I was talking about the CEO of this Twitter.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh. Okay.
Jack
Yeah.
Dorsey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Dorsey. Yeah.
I will say one thing though. I will say one thing. I've spoken about this at length with people in England. There is within the Anglo-Saxon world, and I include America in the Anglo-Saxon world because essentially, and I mean this essentially, America has at its root, it's an Anglo-Saxon culture.
Yes.
And one thing that the Anglo-Saxon ideal is that it's universalistic. They seem to believe that once they come into a certain set of beliefs and values, everybody else should adhere to these sets of beliefs and values. and it's actually a fault amongst the Anglo-Saxon culture that they just can't leave people alone. You know, and
I love this.
Yeah, no, that
I
sounds
love
like
this.
that. Hungry. No.
yeah, and one of the
That just
one of
sounds
the
like
things
whoever
one of the
wins
things I will-
wins.
one of the things I will say is that it's a criticism of my country. If we accept that America is culturally an Anglo-Saxon culture, and it is. If you look at the American Civil War, it was basically a conflict at its root between two different conflicting ideologies that existed in England going back hundreds of years. It was the Anglo-Saxon North v the Norman South. But if you look at the English middle classes, particularly the English middle classes, there's a cultural belief amongst them that their worldview, their way of thinking, their ideology is superior to anybody else's. And if you come into conflict with them, they won't accept you because you are part of the negation that needs to be solved. This descends from Anglo-Saxon culture. So I can fully understand if you're an Indian and you're coming into contact with people who are imbued with an Anglo-Saxon mind view, I would be upset with them myself because they are very smug individuals. You know, England is the heartland of the smug.
I mean, I don't think there's no culture that wins that thinks that they're not right. I don't know. No, I think it's if they got rid of, let's say, British rule, but now they're going to let Chinese rule in, it's going to be just as bad or worse. So it has to do with corruption.
Well,
I don't think there's anything Anglo-Saxon or anything. No.
I mean, I'm not.
That's a fantasy.
I'm only critiquing.
I mean, just to add for Jack. I mean, Jack, you have given a terrific explanation how like Indian ethos feels about these issues. So yeah, in a way, very very close to the ground reality. I mean, it's a very surprising thing that you actually had time to infer this kind of a details. Actually, it's a very great thing.
Well, the thing is that British culture has. All right. If you look at it from the point of the Mayflower ship that sailed from England in 1600 and went over to North America, when they first got there, the people who arrived on the East Coast, eastern seaboard, they had experienced oppression that probably would not be understood by modern minds. They had spent 400 years under a totalitarian regime. So when they developed the American concept, they said that one of the things we have to do is we have to ensure that the people are free. And this is why if you look at the Constitution, it was known consciously amongst the founding fathers that they were creating a political structure that was in stark contrast to the draconian measures that had existed in England for the past 600 years. But the problem with it is that the problem with it is that when you actually look at the Western ideology when it comes to liberalism, they have this belief because the European empires were so successful for hundreds of years that anybody else who they come into contact with is by default wrong. Yeah. And that tends to then create conditions where people do not have this belief system amongst themselves where they can say, hang on a minute, we don't do things around here this way. So with this gentleman here, Saffron Pild, he's basically just saying, I don't want Western liberalism and feminism in my country. Yeah. And I totally commend you for actually making that stand because you do not want
but
feminism.
I'm saying the feminism in this country is not coming from the United States or Britain. That's the whole point.
Know that. We all know that.
It actually kind of is. You know what is happening is I'll tell you how it happens. For example, in New York Times, some bullshit article comes out from a liberal point of view that is flashed in India as a super lord. So these people are ancestrally, these are same people who are like in very close powers to the ruling British class, right? So they kind of have fascination that whatever white press in the West. So many people don't realize is that USA is actually perceived as a Christian white majority state worldwide. It's not a unknown fact. Problem is people in United States try to act they are not, but they are actually. So
Yeah.
that's where conflict starts. And second
Yeah,
thing
they
is,
are. Yeah, they
yeah,
are.
yep.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
second thing
But
is
they are.
USA
But
is a kind
I
of a
think that's yeah. But that's
yeah.
yeah.
You know why there's a link of
But we
Indian
are. That's
psyche
what I'm saying.
also.
Well,
Yeah. So the thing is, people don't realize the actual
but I'm
Indian
saying
part
it
of
is a
it is,
Western white Christian country.
yeah. People don't
Yeah, but
realize
it
is
is
that,
those things. What I'm saying is that a
yeah.
lot of this is coming from China.
No, I'm explaining a different part of it.
China,
You are
man.
right about China part. You are right. It's a strategical kind of an influx of lot of ideology. That's a war strategy that you inflict any nation with lies and all. So back in India, if you go 5,000 years ago, also
Right.
there were these spies spreading rumors and all those things. So it's a common thing in any civilization actually, rumors and kind of a destabilizing kind of ideologies.
Yeah,
So
of
the
course.
thing where I wanted to add is America in a way is seen as an offshoot of British Empire itself, because chunk of majority bulk of investment from India that was, if you say, looted in the native context, or like profit reaped of debenture dividends or something in a British context, they were actually funneled from UK to USA. For one of the great example is, and it's open, anyone can check details on this, it's Googleable things. So Yale University, YALE, Yale University was funded by 9 ship of gold brought from Kolkata sea post in India uh, to USA throughout different channels. So these kind of a things, it is zero in American history. It is very minimal in UK history. So I just have this point that on a society level basis, for a country which calls it to be land of the free and all these things, there should be a in-depth study of the history. There's a very superficial study of history where it's always conflicting. If something happened in the past, you actually become reactionary or protective towards it. That's the thing that overall I wanted to point. And your point about the current destability in the US, yeah, you are right. It is being instigated by China on a different level. And similarly, US is also not very innocent. It has like deep rooted interest in lot of countries. So USA in a way is perceived globally by a colonial force rather than a democracy spreading force right now. So that's the
Yeah, I
reality that
understand that,
United
but I
States
don't.
people must
Yeah, but
realize.
I'm not pleading from the side of innocence.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
No, I
I'm
get your
not getting
point.
any of it from
I
it.
get
Yeah.
your point.
I'm
It's
actually
actually, yeah.
removing any feeling from it. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
state what it is.
Yep.
So like it doesn't like to argue. See, if the Chinese say, okay, well, let's say you want to have worse laws in India because the British did something before. I mean, who gives a shit? I'm not saying that what they did was good. It was what they did was terrible. But how is that See, you know what I'm trying to say? That's irrelevant to something now.
No, we
It's
did it.
irrelevant. It's just
We
an
took action.
emotion.
There
It's
was,
appeal to
yeah.
emotion. It
There was
won't
fight. It's
actually
done.
take
Yeah,
those
it's
lives
done.
back. Like it's not going to regenerate the lives of somebody who died 300 years ago. It's just going to
No.
line the coffers of another corrupt political party. No, but you follow? That's why I don't even consider it. That's why I don't even consider my own revolution. Who gives a shit? It's like even if the United States Revolution was completely idealistic, which it wasn't, even if it was, 5-6 years later, they were already fighting about their own political shit. So who cares? The
Yeah,
United
I'm
States we sided with
anti-revolution
the
in a way
British and the
myself.
French
Yep.
in the first 20 years. So who cares? That's what I'm saying. I don't even get involved. I don't give a shit about any
Because
of it.
you must realize,
I try to look at what the bottom line is.
revolution in itself is a imperial thought process. If you go down in that thought process,
Yes,
because revolution
of course they
states
had an
that
idea to expand. They manifest destiny. It's old. I get it.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to say is I try to look at what is the lesser of evils. I try to remove any of the emotional part because every single one is going to suck. I try to look at what's most
I don't
practical. Right
disagree
now,
with
I'd
you on
rather
anything.
live in an individualistic society, in a collective society. That's how I try to make decisions. Because I could sit there and go the British and what the fuck do I have to do with them? Yes, I can say my legacy is with them, but I'm not related to anyone there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say I'm sorry. Because it's not going to help the problem now. There's a very, very real problem. And it's going to be you ever seen you see these people repenting for slavery or something, you see really ultra liberals, right? Yeah, but how do they repent for slavery? By saying everyone should feel bad and they should raise taxes. So who gives a shit? It's just a political ploy. So you know what I'm saying? It's debating. Yes, you could say it was very oppressive what the colonial British does, But now, what you're going to let China and other corrupt governments take everything over because it's just it doesn't matter. You see, no more than it matters. Things that happened here a long time ago. No one's really apologized to everyone. It's just an appeal to emotion. It's an appeal to emotion. It's illogical. It's just a way to redistribute current wealth. No one's going to get help for what happened.
That's actually true, and that's why you
no
don't
way
see lot
minimizes
of,
things
you will
happening.
you will never see Indians protesting, or especially Hindus protesting on roads and stuff like this. The fact is, Hindus of all were as oppressed and maybe more than lot of other communities known worldwide. I mean, some people cry too much, and some people are actually the victim. So Hindus have faced so many brutal massacres, and even right now, as of we speak,
Yes.
100,000 Hindus are on the run because this feminist governor that has come in state, they are targeting the voters, Hindu voters that did not vote them. So this is the amount of bullshittery liberalism and feminism
Exactly.
brings
Yes.
dictatorship. So you
right
don't
now,
see in United Nations,
I'm
you
saying
don't
right
see.
now, if you're angry by discussing British rule, right now is
No,
only
I'm
going to
saying
let
a
the
different
current
point.
problem. No, but I'm talking about the country as a whole. I think like you hear
No,
those things
I'm
going
saying
on.
a different point. Right now, as of right now, it's not a past thing. Right now, 100,000
Right.
Hindus are on the run. But do you see in Western Hemisphere, Hindus are on the street shouting that
No.
we are being targeted and stuff like that?
No.
So that's the maturity of it. We are
Right.
not burning UK Parliament down. We are not attacking US Senate and all. And we were actually as
Right.
oppressed as anyone. Our economy was from 30% brought down to 1%. You can explain everything, but
Right.
this fact alone is enough to say the story. It was a civilized, well developed nation. Americans actually used to sell ice to India. Very few people know it. That was the technological difference between India and USA.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an English guy, and I'm an English guy, and I'm meant to come from this country that colonized the world with this very strong national identity, and I can't, within my own location, access one female. Yeah, I mean, feminism, hypergamy, the effects of social media have reached a point where me, as an English man, I can't get an English woman. Yeah, that's how bad it is for a lot of English
And
men in our country.
differences is the parallel kind of a development in the relevant history of other regions also. So whatever Indians have there in mind, that is separate from what other people are also like experiencing throughout history, right? So there will be a difference of perception always.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with Richard. I don't really know what was the point that you wanted me to speak on. If I missed it, you can clarify. So maybe Jack and others, and maybe I can put more points in. If Richard, you can like put your points.
Yeah,
Well,
all I'm trying to say is that. One second. I'm saying that anything that we are arguing about has nothing to do with us, and you have to see what's actually going on currently. Like anyone is even getting to apologize is just to line their own coffers. It's not going to fix anything.
That's true.
And I'm saying
That's
that's
actually a
part of
Hindu.
the tactic.
That's actually a Hindu philosophy that we're talking about. I mean, you said it unknowingly, but it's like in this world, only you can only be liable for yourself. If you want to fix yourself, it's you and only you. It's never society. Getting the point?
Right.
So
I'm trying
on
to
a
say. So I'm
constructive
trying to
point,
say
you
when they're
should be
fixing
highly
whatever they're
productive.
fixing old colonial rule, it's to line themselves. They're not fixing colonial rule. The current Labour Party in India is helping themselves by saying like, "Oh, we're going to exercise old ghosts," which is not what they're doing.
Yep.
And it's the same thing here, and the same thing in every other country. They're not actually fixing those problems. They're letting the public go through some fake catharsis to nowhere.
You're true. You're 100% true about this. I mean, if you see,
what I'm trying to say?
in Britain, I'll give you a parallel story on it. In Britain, if I'm wrong, Jack can correct me. In Britain, there was a system of medicine that was very popular back then. It was called homeopathy. It was a very nature-centric, and it is very similar to one of the strains of Ayurvedic practices in India. So homeopathy is very popular in India also because it's same kind of a medicine. Even the queen used to take homeopathy. But when this new form of kind of a Newtonian approach towards adding profit to the elemental aspects of things became very prevalent, what happened is the pharmaceutical industry developed at a great pace in USA. That actually wiped out the traditional medicine even in eastern parts. But in UK also, you see a lot of people right now, they don't have like that kind of
going towards homeopathic kind of a medicine system. So maybe it's
Yeah,
right or
I
wrong.
read that
That's a
somewhere.
different issue. But for even for a cold or a cough, stuff like that, it has become a
Yeah,
epidemic.
yeah. I mean, I read that somewhere. You know, it's you know, that is very true. That there was a fork in the road, and they chose the medicinal route, which led to the pharmaceutical companies. I think this happened around about the late 1800s. You know, but when there's this, you know, I think that this stream itself is evidence of a global problem when it comes to inceldom. You know, we've got people from different backgrounds here, and we've all assessed our reality. We've realised that we're actually living in a situation now where if you're not if you're not part of some sort of privileged group who can maximise their potential for the opposite sex, you're part of this incel community that's growing around the world, and it doesn't really matter what you know, racial background or national background or a religious background or cultural background. It basically is something that exists on a global scale, and we've obviously got to find solutions to it locally because we all live in our own countries. But you know, I mean, I'll ask you a question, Saffron. Is there incels now in India? Because I can't believe there would be because of arranged marriage. But do you
So
actually have
there are a lot
incels?
of yeah. So we have, you know, if you are aware with the Indian part of it, we have a traditional system where people used to become monks and priests and all those things. That's a different thing where you actually cut your ties from sex, and it's a different kind of a thing in India. It's very hard to explain. But the new culture of this incel, where because they are sexually deprived, I guess, that's the thing you're asking, right? That has
Yes,
started so much. That has started so much where people are just jacking off and sleeping up. It has
really.
shifted so much. People
Yep.
are leaving their marriages. It's same thing happening in Japan, India, China may be able to prevent it
Yep.
because it's
Right.
very good central authority, so they can implement things very quickly. Like
Right.
they screwed over feminists
So in
in
other
just
words,
a decade.
yeah.
In one decade, China
Yes.
got
So in
rid
other
of their
words, it's much
feminists.
bigger. It's bigger than incel. It's bigger. It's bigger. It's a
So
incel is a product of a larger problem, not the other way
yeah, so
around.
actually, I
And that's
guess
been my
in throughout
argument
the
the
world
whole
we have
year.
same culture throughout the world we have. It's a vast majority of
Yep.
perfectly okay young men or even matured men, like just fucked up and screwed up with this feminist domain of things,
Yep.
and they are just doing
Yep.
their own thing and just concentrating on
Yep.
maybe
And what I'm
coding
trying to say is
24/7 or so. Yeah.
feminism. Yes. And I'm add that feminism is not actually started by the woman itself. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a
Feminism is
divisive
basically
tool.
it's basically
It's
a
just a
labor
divisive
dilution
tool.
format. It's basically a labor dilution format. That's all. And it's a
Yes.
good
Yes.
formula. In
That's what
every
I'm trying to
country, it's
say.
a good formula. That's all. It's a great formula
Yeah.
for corporations
It
to
breaks. Yes.
narrow
It's
down.
just a
Yeah.
way to break it up. Yes. It just breaks it
Yeah.
up. That's all.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's typical, like it's you saw it in communists. When the first Bolshevik revolutions, it was always the mass will seize the production, but they never seized the production. It just breaks everything up. So this time it
Mass
was like they're
who?
going to
See,
break
for
marriages. That's what
example,
I'm trying to say. It has
someone can say
nothing to
we are
do.
mass here.
Okay, it
Oh,
has to
hold
do with
on,
women.
hold
It has
on,
very,
Saffron.
very
Let
little to do
Coker
with
speak.
women. Very little. No, I'm saying it has very, very little. That's been my argument. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, let me go backwards again. I'm saying like when we were talking about what you said was going on in Britain, let's say at the turn of the 20th century, okay, right? Everything that people were thinking, everything they were thinking that they read in the news, where they had to do with external political issues, what maybe the British were doing somewhere, right? So if they needed supplies, it would have been written in the paper as whatever. But the truth is really because the British needed supplies to, let's say, send to the Americans or whatever. You follow? So I'm trying to say, imagine that hasn't changed. Just who's in charge changed. So we now have the knowledge to understand that this type of propaganda happens. So instead of focusing on the propaganda as if that's what to argue, focus on who the fuck is creating it. That's the enemy. The enemy,
Yeah,
the propaganda
that's the
is
thing.
designed to get you fighting against each other instead of looking at the root.
So that's
Who
basically
gives a
the
shit about
tool.
original sin?
That's
It's
the thing. I mean,
collectivism.
it's actually that's a tool
Collectivism
you
is the
should get.
enemy.
It's a tool. It's a
Yes,
tool to make
collectivism is
profit.
the enemy.
But you can use
Yes.
collectivism to further your own goals, to earn profit out of crowd. You can use this tool of collectivism. You don't. Do you get this point? It's a tool. Everyone
So let's
cannot
say
be
if the
ethical,
British never
ethical or
invaded
moral.
India, if the British never invaded India, let's say the British never invaded India, they repelled it, okay? And we're
Yep.
still here, and India was like the United States. They were dominant, okay? But then they were invaded by China because of resources, and they would still be using this collectivist tool. So the argument with the United States is irrelevant. This has nothing to do with that. So they can say they're getting even or whatever, but you're not getting even with anything. You guys are so fucked. India's fucked. They completely, if anything, India was finally going to become an emerging BRIC nation, and now they've been completely fucked, but not by British rule. So who cares? It's being fucked now by collectivist Chinese mainly rule.
I mean, yeah, I'll tell you a funny story right now. I mean, it's nothing bad. Every country does it. In this case, China did. So they had a company which used to sell Chinese low radiation equipments. So they went to a court against the 5G installation of towers because that will hamper the product line, and they called it environmentalism.
Yes,
So this
exactly. It's
environment. Yep.
Yes, it's astroturfing. Astroturfing. We use the term astroturf because of the fake grass.
Yep.
The Houston Astros used to play. So it's fake grass. Astroturf. That's all it is. That's what I'm saying. They're using the same techniques everywhere. They just adjust it for the cultural whatever. So in the United States, it's women should have the right to vote and blah blah blah. And then in India, they go British rule made women. Now, but don't you see? It's just the same stupid tactic, just fucking everything up. It's not fixing anything. It's just going to put more money in the pockets of the corrupt. So that's why I try to derail from getting even focused on it, because it's even arguing about those dynamics is part of the design. You sit there like yelling at your wife when it has nothing to do with your wife.
Yeah, that's fine. But the thing is, you have to understand that people who you interact with are not as maybe critical or rational like you, right? That's the whole point of
Yeah,
why
I'm
the
very
bullshit goes
aware. I'm aware, and that's even more frightening. Yes,
Yep.
it's frightening how completely retarded I've seen everyone is. Yes, I understand that.
Well, that's the
So
pro-
that's why
that's
in
the
this
problem
one
you've got.
area where
That's
we
the
can
problem
sort
you've
of
got.
at least
It's-
still say
it's-
this.
It's the problem you've got is that when you look at a population at its totality, only about 5% of and they've done tests on this. Sociologists have done tests on this for a very long time. They always come to the same conclusion. Only 5% of a population has got a critical thinking ability. The rest of the population is under the control of who is the strongest influence on them at the time. So you're never going to have any time. You're never going to have any time in history where people are going to
We never
be
would have perfect freedom. I
able
get
to.
that. But there's
Yeah.
times we could be pragmatically have more freedom, and now we have barely shit. I'm not looking for
Well,
a
yeah,
utopia.
I mean, you know, like, this is why I always talk about Chechnya. You know, Chechnya in southern Russia.
Right.
From the outside, Chechnya looks like an oppressive culture because they are so patriarchal.
Right.
They have this very strong codified existence where the young men are trained to do martial arts from a young age. They're trained. They're trained in survival skills. They're trained in
Yeah, like
different,
Spartan style. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
Spartan style life.
They're trained to stop invader. Yes. Yeah,
They
stop
have
being
a very
invaded. I
clear
understand.
delineation between the masculine and the feminine. The men are expected to earn money, to protect the tribe, and to control, you know, the boundaries of where they live. The females are expected to cook, clean, and make babies. Yeah, and the women are allowed to be feminine because they have this protection from the men. The men will never allow anything to happen to a Chechen woman.
Right.
You know, and they're so clever, these people, that they're fully aware of the corrosive, diversive effects of feminism. And the leader of Chechnya has actually turned around and said to Western media, he said, "We're not going to allow this into our culture. We know what it's done to India. We know what it's done to America. We know what it's done to it's what it's doing to the Middle East. We're not going to let it happen here. We're going to keep our traditions and our customs, and that, and to be able to defeat something where I mean, Mystery was talking about this. He's saying that 52% of men nowadays are incels. Yeah, you got 52% of Gen Zs who are incels. All right. If you don't stop this at the door, that would happen in Chechnya. You'd have 52% of Chechen men who would be incels.
Of course. Yes.
And the thing is now is that they're saying about Gen Z. I mean, I feel really sorry for these Gen Xer, conscious people who have got a part of that 5% of people who can think for themselves. How heartbreaking it must be to have a son who is 80 years old, and you've got to tell him, look, you've got a few choices here, pal. Yeah, you've either going to have to get yourself with a low tier woman of your own race or culture, or you've got to go to Asia, or you've got to go to the Middle East, because there's nothing here for you.
Yeah, but see, that's what it's too narrow. No, because the parents aren't going to have to worry about. The parents aren't worried about their fucking kids C-maxing. That's what is this narrow shit? No, they're worried about their kids are going to get a fucking job one day. We're worried about if artificial intelligence is going to take everything over. These are the real problems. A parent is not worried about if their kid's going to go on a fuck tour somewhere. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a symptom. It's a symptom. We're not going to have work. We're not going to have money.
I mean, my education is computers. AI.
It's the least problem. The least problem.
We're 10 years away from people have got no idea what's coming around the corner. I mean, I do, because part of my education is AI and machine learning, and robotics. This is part of my education. People have got no idea of what is around the corner.
There is, yes, and I'm saying there is no incel crisis. It's like saying if there was a fire, if the entire forest on fire, it's like saying we got a smoke crisis.
People have got no idea. I mean,
the fire is burning the forest. The fire
by 2050, there's something every year called the Robo Cup, which is you've got the big robotics companies, particularly in America, like and they send teams from all around the world, and their goal is to develop a robot team which will be able to defeat a human team in soccer. Yeah. And they're saying their goal is by 2050. If they're going to get there far quicker, once you've got robots that could defeat a human team in soccer, that means you've no longer got bricklayers, you've no longer got plasterers, you've no longer got electricians, you've no longer got many of the manual trades that keep and facilitate societies even to this day. You've basically got a robot world, and people have got no idea what's around the corner. You do. People on this stream do, but this is obviously something that's going to make inceldom.
No, they don't. A lot of them don't. I'm telling you.
They
didn't sell you out to feminism. I think they sold us out to the robots. I think they sold us out to the machine.
Yeah. Well, the technocrats, that's why. If I've got a friend who's got a son, and I said to him, whatever you do, do not let your child learn anything physical, because he's a plasterer. I said to him, don't let him get into the building trade. I said, by the time he's 30 years old, this is going to be fun. I said to him, get into cyber security.
Yeah, I preach this too. If you got the IQ, you should be in tech, or you might have been left behind already.
Yeah.
I have quite a different take on this. I mean, if people go back when internet was popping up, no one really knew that internet will actually revive postal services, courier delivery. But it happened. So we live in a very complex world. So there should be a positive silver lining to imagine things, right? So don't worry, it's not all.
Yes, and I think there can be. No. There can be something good, but right now, that's what I'm trying to say, that it's like the tech is being put into the hands of corrupt. The problem is that if something has full control of that, there's no counter.
Should I tell you something really fun? I mean, 25% of the world population even now lives in a civilizational state, which is like 5,000 years old. That's the reality. So we have not even reached a certain kind of a unifying force field for the whole world. And it's actually a fallacy. It's never going to be like you have New York kind of a cities throughout world, and each and everyone has like 2 BHK flat watching the river coast side or something like sea beach property. It's never gonna happen, right? It's all like fallacy. It's the same liberal hyper cuckoo clown world that they imagine, fantasy world.
Yes.
Let's see, what most people don't realize is the city living is only afforded by the slave labor of the unfortunate. Like sooner or later, the system can't support like, New York City, Paris, that kind of bullshit.
No, but the thing is, I think the system can support it. That's a lie. They just don't want to support it. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that once you're not and it's an important worker, if a machine could do your job, why does the system want to keep you? What, so you can just live in an apartment forever?
Yes.
You exist
yes,
because you
right.
have use.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
because you have use.
city are
You have no
getting,
use. You have no use. But that's the only reason. It's not that they can't support it. What, they can't make you some more fucking chicken tenders? They don't want to anymore, is what I'm saying. There's
Actually,
enough
the
going
world
around.
is
They
actually
don't
not.
want to.
I'm sorry. The world is actually not advanced. If you've seen that, where we discuss on some platform, I don't know where. Basically, right now we have, even in the Western Hemisphere, we have majority of population with 80s infrastructure with same popcorn ceiling with a Wi-Fi and electric connection. That's all.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a
You're
better,
stuck in your old
faster
shit.
connection. That's the improvement. It's the same thing, just faster delivered to you.
Right. And I'm trying to say that maybe they just, once you can't do anything for them, they don't really want to help you, because they probably never really wanted to help you. But now, if you are obsolete, they don't want to help you anymore. And the only thing that you could worry about is sometimes people have a moral structure, but they don't seem to have it. They don't seem to have any moral care.
Well, in near future, people.
That's what all these
yeah.
things are. That's what all these things are. It's too narrow to see it as an mental crisis on any of those things. It's just like a crisis in humanity.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah, definitely.
I say fuck them all.
Oh god.
Well, fuck them. That may be true too. Maybe nothing to do, but that's what I'm trying. Look at the big picture. That's all I say.
And I think, yeah, we should like wipe our asses with that bigger picture.
No.
Because even that bigger picture is shitty. I mean, who cares? Fuck bigger picture. Fuck
That
small.
may be true. That may be true. Then fuck the future too. But I'm just trying to say that at least for your time here, just keep what reality is in mind. I refuse to look at anything else.
Yes, my prophet. I align by your words. That's true. I bow down to Richard the Prophet.
You follow
third.
at least what I'm saying. If we can't change it, I'm not going to fucking drink the Kool-Aid for the last few years in here. That's ridiculous.
I don't know. Maybe we
I'm not
should have
saving the
last
world. I'm not going to
Yeah.
give away all my taxes to save the planet. You know?
No,
you know
I
what
tell you
So,
simple
whatever.
BS. You
They all
mentioned
want
this
March off the
planet
cliff.
thing.
Well, then
When you mentioned this planet thing, do you know about this Greta Thunberg chick who is officially a chick now? A couple of years back, it might have been a kind of a childish kind of a crime against child, but now she's a chick, so fuck her. You know what she was doing? She was posting, going in a yacht, posting, eating a lunch in a yacht, and saying that this is a eco-friendly way of travel. I mean, how even critically, ideologically, simple IQ-wise nonsense-ridden can you be? The whole yacht manufactured by the same petroleum industry. The steels are manufactured on that yacht by petroleum industry. The food wrapped in the plastic is being generated by the same petroleum fuel in some industry somewhere. The chair that she's sitting is being transported by some petroleum industry. I mean, this level
It's
of
fucking grift. It's a
nonsense these
grift.
feminists are going.
It's fucking grift. Like the same thing happened with BLM. It happens with a lot of these like lefty groups. It seems like once the people get rich, they get rich off the fucking the ideal. They just leave it, and like it happened with BLM. Like that chick got rich, but bought her 3 mansions and dipped. It's like okay, like she wasn't there for the fucking cause. Didn't believe
Yeah,
it.
and they left the whole place.
No.
Like, the place is still a disaster. Like, we're not talking about it. Yeah, it's not cleaned up yet. I know it's not on the news.
She didn't even give me
no,
anything.
seriously,
I mean,
it's still a huge mess.
Yeah, city's fucked. Yeah,
Like we pretend
it's
like, oh, it's over. It's like, oh no, it's not. Not for them.
I just think
Yeah,
it's
the whole
funny
thing
how
is
like a
fucking
lot
disaster.
of these like liberal lefty groups, like once these people get rich and they get rich off the grift, it's like, okay, I'm out of here. Like I made my millions, I'm out of here. It's like, okay, well then obviously you didn't actually believe what you were saying. It's just a grift. You're there to make money.
Course.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was never surprised because I figured that's what they're going to do in the first place. And I'm like, oh, see. Yeah.
It's crazy how these big corporations who preach for equality and communism never have a labor union in their functioning labor union in their own companies. Isn't it weird?
I know. Yeah, exactly. They want to help the middle class, but then they want to destroy the thing that made the middle class, which was the union.
Yeah, destroy 10 business and open a Amazon delivery center in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Business
with no union workers, and that will yeah, and then go around trust violations. Yeah, the middle class
It's
is going to
lay off
huge
200
that way,
workers.
right?
I was gonna add, it's literally lay off 200 workers, but I'm not willing to sell my $250,000 private jet so that I could save my 200,000 or 200 workers.
Future will remember we saw a vast amount of slavery in name of capitalism, where capitalism also failed in US and people don't realize. Antitrust, Twitter, Google, they have all demonstrated how can you pull down a competitor. I again repeat, there's the classic example in the future. Maybe people will remember how some people used to fool us, used to enslave us in name of this thing. And I'm not even against capitalism. I hate socialism. India has been screwed by socialism, so it's not like I am a cuckoo communist social kind of a guy.
Yeah, but the congressional hearings and antitrust is.
I guess I just see socialism as capitalism by a different name. It has all the connotations of capitalism.
You know what?
Crony
capitalism is called socialism. That's all my definition is. Crony capitalism is socialism.
Yeah, it's the same thing, but that's what happens.
It also isn't.
Yeah. Anything that's socialism and communism ends up just becoming capitalism with a small group. I'm sorry, do they not go to war and build things? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like after all the whole Soviet Union, what did they end up doing? They ended up going to the Olympics, playing hockey, launching shit into space. It just was a corrupt same thing. They made cars, but they were shitty. They made food, but it was rotten. They made sausage. It was. They didn't actually do any of the things that were the original ideal. It ended up just becoming a very slow, expensive, lumbering mishmash of capitalism. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like I'm not saying that capitalism is always good. What I'm saying is the things that people don't like happen in the other thing, just worse.
Free market at best will produce. Free market will at best produce maybe 1 billionaire a year. Maybe. If you really have free market capitalism working, there will be much more multi-millionaires than a bunch of few billionaires. That's the whole gist of it.
Yes, but at least you get to be a multi-millionaire. Like, not everyone's going to be a billionaire. A lot of people aren't smart enough even to do it they could.
People don't realize.
Yeah, so at least in that, like, you could reach something to your level. You may not reach the topic. Now we're not going to reach anywhere. That's the whole point. So you could be a fucking digital slave to some cocksucker for the rest of your life. That's worse. In the name of what? Paying for sins for people who what are they're going to exhume their corpses? It's over. You got to think about now. And now people aren't going to have work. People like women don't want to fuck you because you don't have jobs.
I think men will adapt. I see. I think men will actually very quickly adapt to this changing.
I haven't seen it. I think
because they're lazy sons of bitches.
It's going to be a counterattack.
Yep.
Most of the attack itself. Yep. The only hope we have is that before it gets too entrenched, that there's going to be a counterattack. It has to be something economic. It has to retard the complete grip of tech in one center. Tech's not going to go away. That's not what I'm expecting. It has to somehow be split to different groups, and it's going to take some type of attack.
I see now it's controlled only by one interesting thing.
That's the only chance.
You know what's the thing that really we need in today's time? If we can have a distributed system of hosting that will solve 99% of tech democracy idea, because right now we don't have technology democracy in the world. Let's be clear.
Right. And I'm saying it will emerge. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying to get rid of machines. You know, when the 20th century came around, they tried to control all the machines. You know, let's say the dumb machines, let's call them, non-AI. You know, like industrial.
So, for example,
tech,
I'll
right?
give you
Okay.
Richard. For example,
They
I'll
had
give you
too much.
NFT. NFT.
Hold
Do
on,
you
hold
know?
on, Saffron. Let Richard Cooper speak up real quick.
No, I'm just adding to the point.
Okay.
I know what he's saying, so I'm just complimenting. We are just constructing something here. So, you know, Richard, what I was trying to add, the NFT.
Okay,
You know,
so let's use the NFT. Okay, that's a current
Yeah.
event. Yes. Yes.
So NFT, I'll just give
Go
up
on.
you a point. Maybe you will expand it better. So in NFT, what is happening right now? Maybe a lot of real creators are actually creating their paintings in the physical world. Then they are converting into NFT, and that's becoming a hotcake digital
Right.
entity.
Yes, it's a digital entity. It's giving it an e-ticket. Yes, I understand. Okay. Hello?
Yeah. So I find
Yeah.
that kind of a things maybe can come back, and which is coming back, and the profit for abstract kind of a projects, which was very prevalent in ancient ages also. So abstraction attached to the beauty or the construct. For example, you
No,
created
but
some
that's not how I see
concept
the
you can
NFT
monetize.
market.
Yeah.
I maybe I need a different example because that's not what I see. No, I see the NFT market's going to become a derivative market.
It's an
It's going to
example.
be the
Maybe you
reselling of the
can expand
NFT.
on this.
Yeah. I don't think that's the way it's going to work. I understand. I just feel like the point is that there has to be a breakup of power. It's not even just tech itself. It's that the tech is controlled too much by a very small amount of people who have no counter. And eventually it's going to bite them in the ass too, but you know, it would be better to slow it down, not eliminate it, slow it down first. And I see every problem everyone talks about.
Richard, hold on.
That.
Tell me if you agree, right? Because this is fucking bullshit with this antitrust and you know the government trying to break up big tech because
Yes.
you know it's a joke. It's like you have these congressional hearings, blah blah. Yeah, it's your fault, this or that, and then it's like okay, we'll pay
what do they call the dog and pony shows? Isn't that the
Yeah,
old
yeah.
term? The
So
dog and
it's like,
pony show, wasn't that the old? I'm not cutting you off. I'm saying, isn't that the term? The dog and pony, whatever. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that. Like I'll have to check it out again. But then yeah, it's like, you know, telling Amazon or, you know, Google or Facebook to be like, yeah, you need to pay a $8 billion fine. It's like
Right.
it's just like,
Yeah.
okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Like we make
It's like, sure,
hundreds of
we'll-
billions a year. And so
it's
I think it's
irrelevant.
just a grift.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a grift too, because where does that money go? It goes to the government. So the
Or it
government
goes to escrow
perpetuates it.
accounts for something, all types of stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's a grift, right? If there were any actual high IQ, I would say, you know, the tech savvy, high IQ, I'm trying to find the words here. You know, mass fear inducers is what I would say. Like all you need to do is like take down the, you know, AWS infrastructure and literally the entire world's internet will go down. It's gotten to that point where, you know, control.
Gates. That's why Gates got into the World Health Organization. I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
That's why he
And
started
all
that new business. The business philanthropy. After they tried to fuck him with the Trust Act, he got pissed. Yep.
Yeah, and now he's also buying all the farmland, I think in Canada or two. He's like the largest owner of land.
Yeah. Philanthropy is
But,
great business. Great business.
Yeah, so that's what I say. All these like Keystone Pipeline hack or, you know, taking down the power grid. Yeah, those are nice, but you know, like if you want to be a real technological mass fear inducer, it's like, yeah, you know where to take out because the power is all collectively centralized in those tech giants. And I think it will happen eventually.
Yes.
And maybe that's the turning point.
It's going to take
that
another
maybe-
counter tech. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that might be the turning point where things might actually change, but I'm pretty doubtful.
Yes. Until then, and that's what I'm saying. I'm afraid because I don't see that counter yet. Think of it like this. Let's go back a little in time. It's like, what if Hitler didn't lose? Like, you follow what I'm trying to say? Like, what if he didn't lose? I mean, the whole world would have collapsed eventually because he had no idea what he was doing anymore, but it would have been a nightmare for the rest of humanity. Like, when people look at it like it just ended, yeah, it ended, but it didn't end spontaneously.
Yeah, I think
You follow what
there
I'm
was
trying to say? Like, you know, Soviet Union didn't just dissolve on its own. It dissolved by 50, 60, 70 years of containment policy and all types. You follow what I'm trying to say? So it's like, this will not just like resolve.
Much
it's going to take
than
something bigger than us. A counter split. And then if the tech will still exist because the tech's not going away. If the tech can be split, then through competition, tech could be used for better purposes. Right now, it's just used to retain power. Like North Korea uses weapons just like as not to actually expand, just to protect its interests. So it's like if they control the world, they'll use the power just to control themselves. There's no counter to them. They're untouchable. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think even Jack and Nickelback and I were talking this. It's like the white savior complex and manifest destiny, but it's ultimately that's what people in power will do. It's like they will protect their power at all costs.
Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter what color it is. Yes. Yeah, like I haven't, like, was Mao Zedong really nice to his people? No. Not at all. I mean, that's not I'm not saying against he ended up, he murdered more people. Like Hitler would have been like, wow, I didn't do anything compared to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, his death toll was 800 million. I mean, right?
But you must remember one thing. I mean, even though said violently, and I being an Indian, being a kind of an enemy as at present and nation right now, I can say one thing. Even though it is very brutal and I repel by it, but thing is, in China, you have to remember the uniting capability of that person. That's the thing. I mean, I'm not glorifying it. I'm saying that in a way, you have to remember the Chinese perspective of it also. So we may say it happened, but then are billion people backing it? Yes, in a way they are right now, right?
Yes,
So
that's what I mean. A billion fucking meatheads are backing a revolution. They're the Red Guard. That's what I'm trying to say. The dumbass feminism, the cucks, the new males. They're not saying they're consciously doing it. They are the Guard. BLM
so
is the
Richard,
Red Guard.
I think Rolex
It's
must
nothing
add
else.
to this.
It's an army.
Well, I mean, they are a civilization, so yeah. And so what I can say is the same thing. In a way, West is being perceived as a unite force in itself. That's the thing that people must construct. So when you know, whenever you see, there is a kind of resonance between Australia, New Zealand, America, UK, and European powers. The thing people don't realize is these are all white majority nations.
Yes.
And there is a subconscious unity, whether they are aware of it or not. And this is what it must be remembered as. It's a it's a big block of white kind of a civilization that maybe West denies to associate because it gives maybe a guilt trip of white supremacy on a level. Maybe I'm not a white person, so maybe someone can explain. So that's the whole point of it. As like you can view China as a billion people who are backing a revolution. The whole point of China, if you study politics, it has always been stalemating position and progressing through stalemates. And if you go by that perspective, you must know that Europe should remember Europe and the Western world must remember that when you say Europe or America, it's basically one, as Jack said, the white Anglican, what word he used, I don't remember. That's a one collectivity that people see around the world as, and political alignment keeps changing.
Yes.
So that's also a reality. For example, you have thousands and thousands of years of peaceful coexistence between India and China. So that's also a history part. But currently, we are not at peace with China. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, but again, that's what I keep trying to say. Exactly. So who cares? You see what I mean? Not to you. I'm saying who cares?
Yeah. And one point that you mentioned
like
about
the current event, exactly, has to do with now. It doesn't matter. No one, the collective conscience of India may have been shaped by it, but the truth is the average. What do they know about anything? No one knows anything about anything.
So
they're being shaped by current power. They're not.
No.
It has nothing really to do. It's like, so I can make that same argument, be like, Mesopotamia was only 20,000 years ago. So my decisions are probably being shaped. Yeah, probably by a fraction. But the truth is, it has to do with mostly what's
It
going on today.
depends. It depends. If you have the same enemy ideology opposing you, then you continue with the same kind of traditional approach towards it.
I
If you don't,
understand how the public sees it, but I'm trying to
yeah,
we're trying to like lift that veil. I get what they see, and I'm not really see what I'm trying to say is I'm not actually I'm empathizing with their feeling.
yeah.
Like I get it. Like I get it. But what I'm saying is it still is not gonna not fuck them.
I get your
You
point,
follow?
but
Like in other words, if their
yeah,
feeling was gonna help them, I'd be like, well, yeah, good, fuck them. But it's not. That's what I'm saying. So like I get it. Like I empathize with that feeling. Like I get it. Like if I was living in a country that had been, I mean, India, the subcontinent's been invaded before the English existed. They were invaded by Aryans.
So India, in what?
I mean, we're talking pre-civilization. So it's the Indian subcontinent. Let's say that landmass, like prior to modernized Zoroastrian India areas, was invaded by Aryan cultures. It's just migration patterns. Look, I'm trying to
Nah,
say I
that's
get all those
probably
things.
not.
I'm not saying there
That's
isn't racial tension. I'm not saying there
invasion.
isn't white
No,
supremacy.
that Aryan invasion theory is a debunked theory. Hitler started the whole fanatic thing. It's a debunked theory right now. Indians are
Well, there was
actually
definitely
very
no. He
ancient.
claimed that the debunk was that he claimed that he was an Aryan. There was certainly
Like, are you guys
migration
talking
through
about like
No.
ancient history? Because Indo-European, the Sanskrit and Indian cultures actually migrated west.
Yeah, India out
Well,
of
again,
India
what I'm saying,
migration is the reality. Let's
I'm
forget
trying to
about
say
that.
it's ridiculous. Well, that's the whole
No,
point.
what
It's
I
ridiculous.
no,
It's
I have to
ridiculous to argue.
forget
You
about the
follow my
ancient
point?
thing.
It's ridiculous to even attach yourself to.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's been migration through everything. So it's like I could say, the Swedes landed in North America. So do they own it?
That's
It's
fine.
just a
That's fine.
stupid
But the
argument.
migrations happen
Yes.
through
All right.
small finite steps, and those
Okay.
finite steps are impacted by running ideology of that time. That you have to take it in a complete
Okay.
way, right?
I understand. That's why we can't really go. But okay. The point I'm trying to say is that it just becomes sort of like this race to nowhere, because ultimately what is affecting someone today, let's say they're unhappy and they have a right to be unhappy, has nothing to do with that. You follow?
People are not really unhappy. I mean,
no, their
that's not
feeling
a reason.
does. Their feeling does, but their actual thing that's stepping on their face, right? So it's like when Mao took over, right? Maybe people said, "Oh, we're going to give the power to Mao because we don't like the British rule because of the spheres of influence." Okay, but now Mao's stepping on your face, right? So ultimately, that's who's actually stepping on your face. So
And
if
so I
the
have quick
corrupt Labour
point
Party in India is in cahoots,
yeah,
and they
one second.
fuck everything up, you could forever say that the British shouldn't have traded spices with. Okay, but so what?
Dude, basically we are just
of identity politics.
we are just talking worms. For me, it's just that we are just talking worms of different color or shades or whatever. I'm not
Right.
actually attached to anything. Thing is, what I'm trying to add, the USSR thing that you mentioned, the critical point that led to the destruction. Very few people are aware. Many construct in a different way. Some say race with USA scientific kind of a breakthrough, or maybe a tipping point in the catching up game or something. Actually, why USSR led to a self deconstruction was very weak and very opaque judicial system. You should remember this. So very opaque, not neutral justice system was very much prevalent. That was the only prime cause based on whatever I have been able to grab my hands on. So judicial equality directly results to what you have in the social equity, right? So if the government breaks few companies of Amazon or Facebook or whichever qualifies and whatever people apply for, I'm not against any companies. What will happen is people will automatically have a lot of sudden trust gain in the government system as a whole, and then you will feel all this nonsense that is happening. People will be silent on a lot of issues.
It also breaks the lobby power. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you break up a company, right, they're still going to lobby, and I'm not saying they're not supposed to lobby, but it's harder to get They're still going to have power, but it's harder to lobby with 10% of control than it is with 51% or whatever.
Okay. So
I'll
give
lobby. It's just they won't be able to pass sweeping everything they want.
Then they have to think, right? I'll give you a simple
right now they
example.
can do anything they want. They don't even follow the rules.
That's what I'll give you a simple example.
Yeah.
why can't government like central government pass a rule? Maybe some, if some senator or someone wants to pick my point for free, yeah, use it. Thing is, why can't you have a legislature like you have a controlled distribution of very big corporation where you have local businesses involved in it? Now people will say that that's not a private thing. Who cares if your population is modifying, everything is modifying? Why can't you have public private open partnership where Amazon is kind of a branch umbrella technology, and you have like uh, root level investment opportunities for people. For example, in the franchise of McDonald's or all, you can still do own a McDonald's franchise, right? Amazon, what it gives at best? Amazon, you become a seller. That's pretty much it.
Yes.
So if you like, you have to carve
Right, but
out,
I'm just
carve out for
okay.
the society of any new advancement you have. You
Yes,
have
but
to
again, when the
start
McDonald's
protecting it.
franchises came up, yeah, but I can answer that question. When the McDonald's franchise came up, those when Ray Kroc was doing the whole system, it came up when there was actual laws in the United States. So they had to like give you a franchise that had a certain followed by certain agreements, and that's why it's a good investment. Here, Amazon didn't follow any of the rules; they went around all the rules, and now they can just do whatever the fuck they want. So McDonald's didn't do it because it was nice; it did it because that was the best negotiation tactic it had at the time. A company's going to do whatever it can if it has complete power. A government's going to do whatever it can. I'm just saying that there's too much consolidated power. It's having a terrible cascade effect, and eventually it's going to retard the whole thing.
I think we should start a revolution and fix this
So
whole
I'm
shit.
not asking you to make.
Hold on a second. This
They
is what I
have
was
to.
preaching. Like,
Yes.
this is what not most people aren't understanding. So FANG, the acronym for Facebook, Amazon,
Yes.
Apple,
Yep.
Google, and
Yep.
Netflix per se.
Right.
Like all of these companies already have the proverbial term is they have influence to influence the entire world. Like everyone's watching Netflix.
Yes.
Facebook is pretty much
Yep.
what, like billions of users. So
Right.
the government per se allows a blind eye because they're basically a tool or an agent to exert also the US government's will across the globe.
Right.
So
But again, at
this
the same
whole
time,
antitrust thing going back is a joke. It's like, hey, I have a really nice car that, takes me everywhere. Oh, just because, it's the best car, I'm gonna punish it, like it doesn't make any sense.
yeah, but I'm
Like the
saying even with the
government doesn't.
antitrust, initially they fought against antitrust. They murdered people against those laws. You follow what I'm trying to say? They eventually decided because they were afraid of the tycoons destroying the country. That's how those laws eventually came in. They were murdering people. They were killing their own workers. They were driving prices up. They were burying migrant workers under the rails. Do you follow? It
You're
didn't
Yeah,
just
talking
yeah,
come
no,
spontaneously.
I get the
Eventually, it got to a
origin.
point where it was more of a cancer. Yeah, well, it was more of a cancer
Yeah,
than
I get the
anything.
origin
So they
of the
broke them
actual
up. They still
antitrust.
existed. They still made a lot of money. But it didn't just. But again, what I'm saying, all I'm trying to say is at some point, the Sherman Antitrust Act didn't exist. It's like we're looking like, yes, it exists now because of something. So now they went around it.
I have a
So
question
now
for
you have to
Dolly.
make a new type of law. That's why I keep
Right,
saying it's the
right.
fucking laws.
I'm just
The laws
saying
are
you're
fucked up.
100% right. I'm saying you're 100% right. The companies have free reign now because
Yes.
despite the antitrust, it's still
It doesn't
beneficial for
matter.
the government.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Hey,
In
Drolis.
fact, they
That's
tried
what
to
people
enforce that
aren't
more on
getting.
Verizon. Yeah, exactly. Fang tried to like fuck Verizon, even though Verizon was the one laying down the lines all those years, who had to follow those laws, right? Who I
Right,
understand
right.
it's technically a monopoly, but whatever. They were broken up, but they were going against them. It's like, wait a second, we're the ones laying down the line, and you're the ones soaking up all the bandwidth. So they're just a bunch of cocksuckers. That's really the problem.
I have a
Fuck.
simple intervention kind of point, and it's a very mind blowing point. I think in my mind it is. Just tell me one thing: have motor laws changed that much around Tesla or a traditional motor vehicle? Have they? No. I mean, if you're driving a Tesla,
Yeah.
no matter what the technology is, you still have to follow the driving license rules and everything, right? You have to obey the police, lot of things that goes around. Just because it is
Right.
a new technology in a way, it cannot just get under the carpet that, oh, if Tesla kills someone on road accident, you have to be free because it's a new technology called Tesla. Similarly, in a country where a company Microsoft was slammed with so many charges just because a crappy software Internet Explorer with some
few, maybe thousands of lines of code was being installed in a system which were being sold by them actually, and they
Right.
denied entry of a program in their own ecosystem. And today you have ecosystems of software in the name of being hosted online, which has always existed, so not new thing. These tech people
Yes.
have a very weird idea of reframing everything, because if you reframe thing, buzz creates around it, buzz creates attracts money around
Yes.
it, right? So what they do is,
Right.
you had media share back in 80s also, you were sharing media content, right? You
Yes.
had
Yeah.
portals, you have everything. So what has changed? Basically, it's just the reach and the connectivity part of it. So how can
Yes.
new
Yes.
companies just walk clean away? They are basically software companies with their very complex sophisticated softwares,
Mm-hmm.
hosted online,
Yes.
as it was always Yahoo software or whatever software we used earlier days, free software. Email is also a software in a way. So it's
Yep.
very bonkers in a way
Right.
that
And the point.
we could sue people for certain kind of a software packaging violations, but now we cannot, because these people are
Yep.
too big. If I'm not wrong,
Yeah.
Dolly,
And still
it's just a
pretending like
bunch
there's
of
some
code
small
running
website.
around, right?
No, you're not. But they're pretending. Yeah, they pretend that there's some small website. Like they go, "We're just a .com." It's like, yeah, you're a $1 trillion .com. You know, like it's just, yeah. It's gonna. That's what I'm saying. If basically if they don't get broken up in our lifetime's gonna always be shit, and if they do, they'll be better. And I don't know what's gonna happen.
And on that note, I have to get the fuck out of here. So we're gonna do some last words here. That was a pretty good back and forth
All right.
there. I like
Enjoy
that.
the menage.
Good shit. All right,
Yeah.
Richard
Enjoy the
Coker, you
menage.
got any last words? Last words?
Enjoy the
Enjoy the
menage.
menage.
Make everyone
All
proud.
right.
Ascend.
All right, buddy
All right.
boyo.
Yeah,
See you next
yeah.
time. Saffron Pill, last words.
It's
I'm
a
going.
clown world. Stay sane, enjoy, bye.
All right, bye. Drolix, last
Yeah.
words.
A pleasure speaking to you, gentlemen, and I'll see you next week, hopefully.
All right, Jack boy. All right, see you next time, buddy. All right, last words. Fuck it.
Later, boyos.
All right, dude. Drolix, my God.
Stay base,
5
my
hours.
friends.
All right, dude. See you next time. Okay, the real question is, will this stream stay up after I get off the stream? Probably not, because I'm probably gonna get copyright strikes. So I'm gonna have to clip out that part of the video there. But this was a pretty good back and forth stream. My God, I'm so fucking tired. 5.5 hours. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. That was a long one. I was like, God dang. And chat got any last words before I get the fuck out of here? I got the fuck out of here. Oh my God. Any last words, chat? Drolix the goat. Yeah, I like Drolix. Cool dude. Peace, y'all. Yep. Yeah, I can only hope the stream stays up, and I'm doubtful. So when I wake up tomorrow morning, if I see it's down, I'll have to go to the copyright strike and fucking clip that fucking dumbass clip out, because why didn't I watch the video anyway? Fuck my life. Okay. No pussy, no peace. Heard that. Oh my sweet Jesus Christ. Probably the highest IQ stream. Yeah, that was a pretty good stream. That was pretty good back and forth. I always like having Coper on, having everybody else on. Pretty nice. Drolix on. Always the same crew. New people coming on was nice. Oh my God. Fucking tired. 26 people left. All right, let's see. Stay base, buddy boyos. Got that one. I can't breed and Silicon Bar. Oh my sweet Jesus Christ. Chad Key Breed Key. Gotta work tomorrow. Gotta pull my contacts out. Got my paper done. So that's good. Just gotta do some studying this week. So, oh my God. Yeah. So if the stream's not up, don't panic. I'll take care of that tomorrow, or if I take care of it tonight, it'll happen tonight. Have to look at my account whenever this video uploads. So, all right, buddy boyos. Stream was the opposite of the other stream. What? I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I hear you, my dude. I don't mind going to work, truth be told. It's definitely pretty chill at my job, so I can't really complain. All right, buddy boy. I'm getting the fuck out of here. See you guys next weekend for another chat. Another weekend chats. Serious weekend chats. So I might not be on Saturday actually, because it's my mom's birthday, so I don't know what I'm gonna do, but we'll figure it out. All right, guys.